Chapter 1003. Today Zhang Feng's mental state was very poor. The two women did not know where they heard that after drinking he would talk a lot and would answer any question you asked. Last night, the two women pestered Zhang Feng to talk about the Red Chamber, but Zhang Feng was really unwilling to talk about it. After all, that thing consumed too much energy and now he had something important to do. The two women were also clever and directly got Zhang Feng drunk. It was unknown which big mouth told the two women this trick. After getting drunk, Zhang Feng's poetic way of passing the time in one breath, he talked from Sushur to dawn. If it were not for the severe headache and swelling in his head, coupled with the fact that he really could not hold in his urine, Zhang Feng might still be lying on the bed at this time. Until now, Zhang Feng's head was still somewhat groggy. At this time, the warm water from the soles of his feet washed the soft sand, flowing between the soles of his feet. A burst of comfortable and numb feeling made Zhang Feng somewhat drowsy. In order to not be sleepy here, Zhang Yuyao reluctantly picked up the wine that Zhang Yuyao poured for him, and drank it to the brim. He smacked his lips and frowned. Lu Hongwen, Ouyang Kai, and the others all knew some of Zhang Feng's methods. At this time they were all looking at Zhang Feng, frowning and silently calculating for him. About the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The originally abnormally sleepy Zhang Feng simply laid his whole body in the river, allowing the river water to flow between his cheeks and hair. He even faintly felt a few small fish slap his cheeks a few times. After a little sober, Zhang Feng sat up and stretched out his hand. Zhang Yuyao was very sensitive to this kind of thing. Changing to a large bowl, he filled it to the brim with wine for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng frowned slightly but still raised his head and drank the entire bowl. Closing his eyes for a moment, he opened his lips slightly and sang with his eyes slightly narrowed, "Wine and song, life is short like the morning dew, the passing days are bitter, my heart is for you, I sing until now I have a guest, the drum and the flute, the moon is clear, when will it retreat, the banquet is full of perseverance, the heart is full of gratitude, the moon and the stars are sparse, the crow flies south, circling the tree 3 times, which branch can lean against the mountain, not tired of the high sea, not tired of the deep sea, the Duke of Zhou's nourishment, the whole world is in my heart." Just like how Zhang Feng pretended to be pretentious with the poem, the moment the poem came out, even the musician who was playing the music stopped playing. As for Jingshu, she was playing the guzheng passionately along with the poem. The poetic quality of the poem, coupled with the zither music, caused the artistic conception of the poem to explode to the extreme. Li Shaogong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This poem was Cao Cao's masterpiece when he was at his peak. Zhang Feng slightly edited a few lines and added some things himself. Cao Cao existed in this world. Zhang Feng had seen him in the ancient books of White Deer College, but there weren't many of Cao Cao's poems that had been passed down. For example, the poem that Zhang Feng sang just now was one of those poems that had never appeared. Zhang Feng's action could be considered to have filled the gap in this world. In order to respond to the current situation where the whole world was united, and even more so for Li Shaogong to bring this poem to the emperor. The most wonderful thing was that the line in the poem, "The Duke of Zhou spat out some negative points," actually existed in this world. Moreover, this Duke of Zhou wasn't a disciple of the emperor, but a real emperor. Therefore, Zhang Feng dared to recite it in a dignified manner. After a long time, other than the beautiful river water, the chirping of insects and birds, and the sound of falling maple leaves, there was only the sound of Jingshu's guzheng. Good poem. It's really a peerless poem in the world." Li Shaogong exclaimed and raised his cup. Prince Zhang really lives up to his reputation. He can actually recite such a peerless masterpiece so casually. He's really a role model for our generation to learn from. After that, Li Shaogong drank a cup of wine. Qing Yaojin also hurriedly echoed, "Although I'm a boor and don't know any bullshit poems, this poem makes me feel good." Good poem. It's definitely a good poem. Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai from the Imperial College opposite them remained unchanged. After all, they were also people who had experienced great storms and had read countless poems. Basically, every day they would encounter poems passed to them by students or addresses. The reason why they could stand out from many people and sit in the important positions of the Imperial College and the Chancellor of Hongwen Guan, which were selected by the country for talents, was partly because they were born in the gentry family, and more importantly because of their talent and learning. Lu Hongwen sighed softly and said, "Good poem. It's really a good poem that doesn't appear in the world." While speaking, he picked up a few pieces of vegetables from the plate with chopsticks and put them into his mouth while drinking wine. He said, "However, although the artistic conception of this poem is a little intermittent, the original meaning of the poem is only one. Although there are some interruptions, it doesn't hurt the general idea." The poem is the meaning. Quality is the most important. I didn't expect that Prince Jiang could recite such a good poem in such a short time at such a young age. It's really a blessing for the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng didn't understand the meaning of this person. He blinked and calmly said, "Thank you for letting me win." However, as expected, this old guy didn't have any good intentions. After this old guy drank a cup of wine, he got up drunkenly and clasped his hands to Li Shaogong. Although Prince Zhang's poem is very good, and many famous people in the literary world can't even compose such a beautiful poem, this old man feels that if this matter is debated, this old man is a little unconvinced. If Prince Jiang can compose a poem based on our current situation, then we can be considered to be convinced. Ouyang Kai, Lord He, and Lord Qian heard this and nodded repeatedly to express their agreement. Li Shaogong heard this and smiled slightly but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Zhang Feng and asked with a smile, "Prince Zhang, what do you think?" Chapter 1004. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He only cupped his fist and made an inviting gesture. Although the crowd didn't understand what Zhang Feng's gesture meant, the general meaning was clear. "Since this lord wants to use the current scenery to make a poem, can you give me a hint? Otherwise this old man will accuse me of cheating again." "You impudent! How can you measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? We are just speaking the truth and have no intention of targeting you. Could it be that Prince Zhang is angry out of humiliation?" Zhang Feng looked at the two of them with a fake smile and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at Lord He and Lord Qian from the Ministry of Works and Rights and said, "If that's the case, why don't we ask Lord Qian, Lord He, and this lord to give me a hint based on the current situation? If I can make a poem of the same quality as the one you just made, what will you say? If I can't, what will you say?" This was simply the heavens helping me. When the three of them heard this, their eyes flashed with joy. "Since you want to die, then the old man and the other two will fulfill your wish." Lord He smiled and said, "What does Lord Li think?" The three of them were smart. They knew that Zhang Feng was digging a hole for them, so they threw the hole to Li Shaogong. Li Shaogong also didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to. He nodded calmly and said, "Just do as I say." Lord He and Lord Qian looked at each other and smiled. Lord He then looked around and said, "It's autumn now. There are maple leaves, flowing water, and the sound of zither. Why don't Prince Zhang recite a poem based on this beautiful scenery? If Prince Zhang can make a poem similar to the one just now, we are willing to respectfully address Prince Zhang as Sir. What do you think? If Prince Zhang can't do it, he just needs to drink a cup of wine. What do you think?" "Yes." Zhang Feng nodded faintly. His eyes swept across the faces of these people one by one. He could not help but sneer in his heart. If it was an ordinary person, they would have some stage fright at this time, but was Zhang Feng an ordinary person? As a young man of the 21st century, he was also a top liberal arts student. Poems and songs could be recited at the drop of a hat. Zhang Feng thought for a while and finally decided to use the poem by the poet sage Du Fu, Qiu Xing 8 Poems 1. On the one hand, Shaolin's wild elder Du Fu's reputation was there for all to see. Moreover, this poem was more appropriate for the current situation. Zhang Feng brewed his wine for a while. With one hand holding the wine pot, he faced upwards and let the breeze caress his cheeks. After a while, Zhang Feng slowly recited, "Dew withers and injures the maple forest. Clouds and rosy clouds disappear. The waves in the river surge to the sky. Plugged in the wind and clouds, the earth is e'en. From chrysanthemums, tears are shed. A lonely boat connects to the heart of the hometown. Cold clothes are everywhere. Chang and city is anxious at dusk." The poet sage Du Fu was the poet that Zhang Feng admired the most. Who said that? Li Bai seemed to be more famous. However, regarding the understanding of events, everyone had their own preferences. Zhang Feng was biased towards the poet sage Du Fu. It was not because of anything else but because he liked it. At this time, after Zhang Feng's poem, the entire scene fell into a short silence. It was indeed silent. This was the effect that Zhang Feng wanted. The previous poem was pieced together by himself. Then what about this poem? If you dare to tell Lao Tzu that this poem was pieced together by others, Lao Tzu would really fight you with a knife. "No, I'll fight you with a Mitsubishi Army knife. If you really can't do it, find me a F***king poem that is the same as this one." Moreover, this poem was suitable for Zhang Feng at this time. Zhang Feng did not like this kind of scheming. Ever since they came to Erpi Ridge, Zhang Feng had his own difficulties even though he brought the two girls to tour the mountains and rivers every day. Being a stranger in a foreign land was the most appropriate way to describe Zhang Feng at this time. The annual Mid-Autumn Festival was coming soon. However, this year, Zhang Feng had to spend his time in the Tang dynasty of this parallel world. Although he was doing well at this time, he was after all a 20-year-old soul. Just like the meaning of the last sentence in the poem, it was time to add winter clothes. In Chang'an City, the topic of winter clothes could be seen everywhere. Gradually, the topic of winter clothes was on everyone's lips. What about Zhang Feng? His favorite clothes, mobile phone, computer, and so on had all disappeared. Instead, he was tossing and turning in this world. Even though he was wearing gorgeous clothes, he still felt a little cold, unable to make him feel a little warm. Even though he had two beautiful women by his side, including Yu, who was comparable to the top beauty of the later generations, he still couldn't let go of the future. Yes, at this moment, Zhang Feng was homesick, very, very homesick. At this moment, the ones who were the most shocked were the few people present. This poem was really too wonderful. Everyone had a different understanding of it. Therefore, at this time, everyone was silent. Even Jingshu stopped playing the guzheng at this time. She lowered her head with tears in her eyes, and her shoulders were trembling slightly. Zhang Feng put his hands behind his back. His cheeks were red. Standing in the water, he stared at the two people from the Imperial College and the Hongwen Guan. He did not have any special feelings for the two of them. He just did not like their behavior. Even then, Lu Sun's expectations and optimism were still in the Shandong aristocratic family. Zhang Feng was no different from competing with them for something. Zhang Feng wanted very simple, that was, to live the life he wanted. Chapter 1005. But in reality, Zhang Feng didn't take the initiative to provoke these people, but these people wanted to compare themselves with Zhang Feng. At this moment, Qing Yaojin stared coldly at Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai and said, "Earlier, Old Man heard someone mention the mid-autumn hunt in Chang'an City. Originally, Old Man didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, I believe that Zhang Feng can deal with this matter. However, Old Man really can't stand the way some people are doing things. This mid-autumn hunt is supposed to be passed on to the deans of the various academies 1 month before the start of the mid-autumn hunt. Why did it only reach Zhang Feng a few days before the start of the mid-autumn hunt? Do you think that Zhang Feng is easy to bully?" While speaking, Qing Yaojin's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at the three people from the Ministry of Works and Rights. The three of them suddenly trembled. Only then did they remember that this was Qing Yaojin, the great devil of chaos. If they provoked him and this person killed them here, they would die in vain. A thin layer of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on the faces of the 5 people. At this moment, Qing Yaojin's words were somewhat inappropriate, especially in such a delicate situation. It seemed abnormally unreasonable. This meant that the matter between Zhang Feng and the Imperial College's Hongwen Guan and the Ministry of Works and Rights was officially out in the open. Although everyone knew that there was a problem, there was still room for reconciliation if they didn't fall out. But now there was still no room for reconciliation. When Lord He of the Ministry of Works heard this, he looked slightly displeased. He looked at Qing Yaojin and said, "There are indeed some aspects of this matter that are lacking in consideration, but we are just following the rules. Logically speaking, Chang'an University and White Deer College are not qualified to participate in this year's mid-autumn hunt. It's only because of Prince Zhang's previous actions of providing relief to the disaster victims that we decided to inform you at the last minute that Prince Zhang will participate in this year's Mid-Prince Zhang. This is all recorded in the laws of the Tang dynasty. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can report us to Lord Li. But Lord Li, you should be clear about this matter." Lord Chen of the Ministry of Appointments secretly glanced at Li Shaogong. When he saw that Li Shaogong didn't say anything, he mustered up his courage and said, "That's right. Lord He is right about this matter. The laws of the Ministry of Appointments clearly state that academies that have been established for less than a year are not qualified to participate in the mid-autumn hunt. On one hand, it's because the academy has just been established and many things haven't been sorted out properly. As far as we know, White Deer College is still in the construction stage, so..." Zhang Feng's eyes were fixed on Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai. He saw some panic in their eyes, but Zhang Feng didn't understand what they were thinking. Lu Hongwen imitated Zhang Feng and opened the cork of the wine pot. He drank all the wine in the pot in one gulp. Then he stared at Zhang Feng with a red face and roared, "Why? Since the establishment of the Imperial College, we have relied on our true abilities and fought our way up bit by bit. Every year, our Imperial College has sent many talents to the Imperial Court and contributed so much to the rise of the Tang dynasty. Who knows or cares about this? Why did you, Zhang Feng, receive His Majesty's favor and even receive His Majesty's Imperial Edict before your college was established? Was it only because of your 20,000 dan of grain and your poems? Although we don't have Prince Jiang's courage and wild ideas like Prince Jiang's, we have always adhered to the teachings of Confucius. We are cautious and conscientious. We don't dare to be careless. That's why we have what we have today. What about you, Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng saw a trace of determination in the eyes of the dean of the Imperial College. He also saw his determination to cut off all his escape routes. Zhang Feng suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He felt some kind of danger that he hadn't been aware of before was slowly approaching him. He couldn't help but feel a little tipsy. He suddenly turned around and stood up. His eyes were searching for something in the bushes by the river. Sure enough, after a while, the bushes on the other side of the river swayed slightly. Zhang Feng also faintly saw a person flash by. Although Zhang Feng didn't see clearly who it was, who else could appear here other than Taiyuan Wang clan? Taiyuan Wang clan. The Guanlong group had been beaten up by him several times. They knew to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. But what about Taiyuan Wang clan? I, Zhang Feng, only want to do my own thing peacefully. I don't want to be enemies with anyone. But you, Wang clan, have to be the first to stand out and compete with me. Since that's the case, I, Zhang Feng, have a grudge with you. The debate ended in a hurry. It ended in a hurry just like how it started in a hurry. It was mainly because of the appearance of this mysterious person that the conflict between Zhang Feng and Hongwen Imperial College was temporarily put aside. The result was self-evident. Qing Yaojin's words, the Imperial College Hongwen words, and the sudden appearance of this person. This made Li Xiaogong extremely angry. The result was no longer important. What was important was that they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, they naturally had to find the real culprit behind the scenes. Although Hongwen and Imperial College were basically controlled by those big families at this time, they were still important institutions of the country. So under normal circumstances they wouldn't touch them if they could. But the person who popped up was indeed a perfect scapegoat for these guys. With Li Xiaogong's and Qing Yaojin's tempers, how could they let him go? Chapter 1006. At this time, no one from the Ministry of Works and Rights, Imperial College and Hongwen saw Qing Yaojin and Li Xiaogong leave angrily. Naturally, they also saw the person who just flashed and disappeared. They could not help but think quickly in their minds about who exactly appeared here at this time. At the same time, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden appearance of this mysterious person was really timely. Otherwise, who knew what would happen at this time? Zhang Feng was too lazy to think so much. After all, they had already made arrangements before. Since these people dared to appear at this time, it proved that these people had already prepared for the worst. Zhang Feng did not care. After all, he had the Mitsubishi military knife in hand, and old Niu Zi who had been paying attention to these people's whereabouts. In the dark, he was not afraid of these people. Moreover, he was now an official of the imperial court. And Li Xiaogong, the great god, was by his side. Naturally, there would be a tall person to stand up for him. The debate ended abruptly. Qin Shimo and the others' debate was still going on. The debate was actually very simple. That was, if words did not work, they would use force. The so-called force was actually the rugby that Zhang Feng had prepared for a long time before. It was also an activity that the academy had reported in advance. As long as he could make the other party shut up and admit defeat, then as long as it was not that kind of underhanded method, it would basically be allowed. The rugby matter came too quickly. Therefore at this time, Zhang Feng had already changed the rugby to kuju. However, he had changed into a rugby iron protective suit. If you dare to touch it, come on, Lao Tzu will stand here and let you hit it. As long as you can break this armor, it's my loss. At this time, when Zhang Feng and the 5 people who had a lot on their minds returned to the camp, the kuju had already started. In the field, Li Qingqian and the others attracted a lot of attention. Their visual impact of the equipment, in addition to the previous warning from Qing Chimo and the others, these people were just going through the motions. After all, the expressions on their faces when they returned explained everything. The 3 people from the Ministry of Works and Rights, Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai, absent-mindedly stopped the competition. There was no way for the competition to continue. The score was simply unbearable to watch. It was as if this was a one-man show for Qing Chimo and the others. If this group of bastards continued to perform, the students from both families would probably all run away. What the 5 of them were most worried about was Zhang Feng's revenge, as well as the fact that the captured person might confess something or get caught. With Li Xiaogong's methods, it would be easy for them to get something out of that person's mouth. Therefore at this moment, it would be best if they could end this as soon as possible and spread the news back. As for the result, it was no longer important. As long as they could maintain the position that the family had spent a lot of money to obtain, it would be fine. In less than 3 years, the 5 of them would be able to rise again. Kuju was basically not worth watching. Zhang Feng knew the result without even looking. However, Zhang Feng's novel method, coupled with the ability that Zhang Feng had displayed and Li Xiaogong's unyielding method, made the 5 of them restrain themselves a little. At the very least, when they looked at Zhang Feng, they were no longer so full of thorns. After all, they knew what they were doing. If they really angered Li Xiaogong, even if he killed them in court, their families wouldn't say a word for them. After all, they were only outer sect disciples. Kuju was not troublesome. After 2 days of competition, it was time to announce the results. After all, it would be strange if the people from White Deer College who were wearing protective equipment did not win the championship. Lord, he chuckled as he announced the perfect end of the mid-autumn hunt. White Deer College and Chang and University had won the championship. Lord, he waved his hand and said, "Next, let us admire the never-before-seen rugby that Lord Zhang reported to our department." This time, it was time for the one-man show between White Deer College and Chang and University. As soon as the rugby ball was played, it instantly caused a burst of exclamations. Even the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, and the 2 deans joined in the discussion. They wanted to get some training methods from Zhang Feng. After all, these things were important. Once they were realized, it would be beneficial to the reputation of the academy, the reputation of the 3 departments, and the promotion in the future. After completing the one-man show, Zhang Feng chuckled and cupped his fists at the 5 people. "Sirs, would the 2 deans do me the honor of visiting my Kuan Mountain? After all, Lantian County is not far from my White Deer College. It's only a day's journey." At this time, no one's mind was filled with the spectacular scene of the football game that Zhang Feng had arranged before. Seeing Zhang Feng's invitation, how could they have any reason to refuse? Even if Zhang Feng did not invite them, they would probably pester him to go up Shao Mountain to take a look. Most importantly, they wanted to see how Shao Mountain looked like. The name of the White Deer Institute had been spreading like wildfire in Chang and City for a month or so. Every commoner would often talk about the White Deer Institute. They were also very curious about the White Deer Institute. Previously, there had been some estrangement between the 2 of them, but now, Zhang Feng didn't seem to mind. Now that he had sent out another invitation, if they continued to go down, it might not be the scapegoat's turn to be unlucky, but they would be the first to suffer. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Quickly return to the college and report this matter. I will accompany the 2 deans and the 3 sirs. I will be there soon." Hearing this, Ching Chumo did not dare to delay. He snatched a horse from Li Xiaogong's subordinate and ran away. He looked at Zhang Feng and his mouth twitched. "Damn it. You should have waited for us to leave before doing such a stupid thing." How could Lao Tzu show his face now? Chapter 1007. The next morning the sky was still dark. But at this moment the White Deer Academy was excessively quiet. The construction site that was originally under construction had stopped at an unknown time. Other than the cement kiln, lime kiln, brick kiln and tile kiln, which were still burning firewood and emitting thick smoke, there were only a few birds chirping in the air. They seemed to be imitating the White Deer College students who lined up in the air and played happily. Yu Shernan and the others stood at the entrance of White Deer College. No one knew how long they had been standing there. Behind them, more than 2,000 students of White Deer College stood upright. After a few days of preparation, White Deer College had basically swept through all the clothing stores and textile workshops in Chang'an. However, they could only roughly make these students wear clothes that looked similar. They were called school uniforms. White Deer College's school uniform was mainly sky blue. The upper body was white like the clouds in the sky. The lower body gradually turned sky blue. When it reached the hem of the robe, it turned dark blue. On the left chest area of the uniform, there was a fist-sized word, White Deer, embroidered with red thread. They were afraid that others would not see it. Behind everyone's backs, there was an ink landscape bamboo painting that gradually turned blue with a background of gradually changing colors. Some of these drawings were embroidered with needle and thread. However, due to time constraints, most of them were hastily drawn with brush and ink. Some of the students even had the words White Deer written on their chests with a brush. There were not many rusted clothes, only about 100 of them. Most of them were given to the top students by Yu Shernan and the others. The white and blue colors were not the same. At a glance they were basically the same. However, if one looked closely, one could still see some differences. However, Yu Shernan and the others placed the 100 or so people in formal uniforms at the front. Using visual errors, Most people would not be able to see the difference between the beige and gray uniforms and the pure white uniforms in the front row. Even though the uniforms were made in a hurry, the students were still abnormally excited. After all, what did the uniform and the words "white deer" mean? It was a symbol of status. It symbolized that they were officially accepted by the college and became a part of the college. This was something that other colleges could not compare to. If they went out wearing this uniform, they would not need to spend any money to eat and stay in Chang'an City. They knew that White Deer College had properties in Chang'an City as well as various benefits. At this moment at the mountain gate, Ouyang Sun frowned slightly as he looked down the mountain. Then he looked at the students behind him and asked, "Bo Shi, why don't we let the students run first? Or do exercises early? It's early. If Feng and the others could come back, the news." Ouyang Sun was a very rule-abiding person. This time it was the time for morning exercises. Yu Shernan looked at the excited students behind him and frowned slightly. He waved at Ching Chumo and said, "Did you ask when they will arrive?" Chin Chumo was a little uncertain. After hesitating for a moment he said, "Probably soon. Why don't I send someone down?" "Forget it, I'll go down and take a look myself." "Okay." Yu Shernan nodded. Chin Chumo heard this. He hurriedly rode down the mountain. After Chumo left, Yu Shernan waved his hand and said, "Chen Wanli." Chen Wanli, who was standing in front of the crowd, stood straight. Hearing this, he took 3 big steps forward and shouted, "Here." Yu Shernan nodded with satisfaction and waved at him. "The morning exercises can begin." "Yes." Chen Wanli saluted and then turned 360 degrees. He shouted at the students, "Look forward. Be at ease. Attention. The 8th set of radio gymnastics starts now." In the market at the foot of the mountain. The market was very lively at this time. It was not because the morning market had started. The people here were not so diligent. After all, there was no business at this time. It took at least 2 hours to come to Shao Mountain from Chang'an City. Who would come here to buy things so early? The crowd only heard that Zhang Feng was going to bring the officials of the Ministry of Works and Rights to visit the academy, as well as the famous Imperial College and Hongwen Guan academies in Chang'an City. They were all going to visit White Deer College. Everyone was happy. After all, this was Zhang Feng's academy. It was a place that could compete with the Imperial College. Most of the people here had made a fortune by relying on Zhang Feng. At this time they also thought that they were part of the academy. To them, this was something worth bragging about for the rest of their lives. If it weren't for the White Deer Institute's benevolence, most of the people here would have already starved to death. When they needed people on the mountain, they would come here to work and survive. After they were done, Zhang Feng actually gave them a batch of money according to their wishes. He even gave them a piece of land at the foot of the mountain for them to make a living. Moreover, there were no taxes here. One only needed to donate some money to the academy every year. Principal Zhang even said that it depended on the individual's situation. 1 copper coin was fine, and he wouldn't mind even if it was 10,000 string of coins. How could there be such a good person in the world? Boom, boom, boom. While everyone was looking forward to it, a series of rumbling sounds came from afar. Hearing the sounds, the old village chief, who was dressed like the students of White Deer College, walked to the water path that the crowd made way for. He asked, "Quick look, is Fengzi and the others back?" "They're back. The dean is back. There are so many people with him." Hearing this, the old village chief was very excited. He hurriedly called out with his crutch, "What are you waiting for? Quick, light the firecrackers. Quick, quick, quick." Chapter 1008. Crackle, crackle. With the deafening sound of the firecrackers, everyone on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain looked at the foot of the mountain at the same time. Even in Chang'an City, Yu Qigong and the others in the Chang'an military camp could hear the sound of the firecrackers. "Quick. The dean is back. Do you remember how he taught you to stand in line?" Yu Shernan waved his hand when he heard the firecrackers at the foot of the mountain. "Yes." More than 2,000 students who had just finished their morning exercises shouted in unison. If someone did not know, they would think that this was not the academy, but the military camp at the foot of the mountain. No, they were standing even more upright than the ones in the military camp. Chen Wanli was very excited. At this time, Chen Tiniu and the others were not on the mountain, so this difficult task fell on him. For example, he was responsible for the daily running exercises and so on. Now that he heard that the dean was coming back and that he was coming back with the people from the Ministry of Works and Rights, what was this? This was the time to bring honor to the academy, and the 2,000 students that he was leading were the foundation of the academy. If something were to happen here, then even if he, Chen Wanli, was chopped into pieces, he would not be able to make up for the loss. They're here. Mr. Bosher, they're all here. Hearing this, Yu Shernan and the others subconsciously tidied up their wrinkled clothes, and even took out a peachwood comb and a bronze mirror to tidy up their appearance. After tidying up, Yu Shernan and the others pondered for a while. At this time, it was not appropriate for them to wait at the mountain gate. After all, they were great Confucians, and those people, although having official titles, had to salute them when they saw them. At this time, that's not right. Yu Shernan punched his palm with his right fist, looked behind him, and then looked at the foot of the mountain and said, "Qian Wanli, tell everyone to go to the school field and wait. Is everything ready?" "Mr. Bosher, everything is ready. Just wait for the dean to come back." "Good. Go." Hearing this, Qian Wanli performed a modern standard military salute. Then, using the hand signals of the traffic police, he directed the groups of students to follow him in an orderly manner. They jogged all the way to the field. The playground was naturally the huge basketball court between the teaching building and the dormitory area of the academy. That place was too big. It didn't feel crowded at all, even though there were more than 2,000 people standing there. Below the teaching building of White Deer College, 3 statues were being dealt with. In the middle was a statue of Confucius, and on both sides were statues of Mencius and Lao Tzu. In the middle of the square, there was an open book carved with the disciple rules engraved on it. On the side of the stone carving was the handwriting of the 4 deans of White Deer College. It was called meticulous calligraphy. This was the first time they had seen such characters. However, they had heard from Zhang Feng that these characters were simplified Chinese characters, which were more concise and clear. As for the actions of Qian Wanli and the others, was there even a need to mention it? They were all the products of Zhang Feng's training. Gloriously, it was said that this would help with the management of military-style teaching. In the beginning, everyone was so happy that they wanted to die. This was especially so when Zhang Feng left the academy to participate in the mid-autumn hunt. Almost the entire academy did nothing but focus on training these characters. In the past 7 days, the results were obvious. At the very least, those who objected had shut their mouths. It seemed that even Mr. Xan Ben, who loved to nitpick, was full of praise for this method. At this moment, below the 3 statues of the teaching building, there was a high platform made of cement and bricks. On the high platform, fruits, tea, and other items had already been placed. After Yu Shernan and the others sat down, Ouyang Sun frowned when he saw the basketball racks. He wanted to say something, but in the end he kept his mouth shut. There was a reason why they had to choose this place out of all the other places. This type of teaching building was unique even in the Tang dynasty. In addition, with such a novel and innovative campus facility, it was also the time to show the strength of White Deer College. At this moment, Cheng Chumo once again urged the horses to go around the entrance of the mountain and the campus to pass on the latest information. When Cheng Chumo finally appeared, behind Yu Shernan and the others, Zhang Feng and the others had already appeared, sitting on poles as they slowly walked over. Seeing this, Yu Shernan waved his hand. Qian Wanli, who could not wait any longer, immediately shouted, "Everyone look to the right." Whoosh! A chorus of voices rang out. More than 2,000 students present instantly turned around. The sound of the soles of their feet rubbing against the cement floor instantly exploded into a loud noise. Salute! At this moment, looking at the students of White Deer College standing upright and thinking of the strange actions of the White Deer College students during the mid-autumn hunt, everyone who came to visit was stunned by this spectacular scene. Chapter 1009. Lu Hongwen finally regained his senses after much difficulty. Looking at the movements of more than 2,000 students, including the movements of raising their hands and placing them at the corners of their eyes and eyebrows, and the fact that they were all of similar height, he could not help but feel a little shocked. Thinking about it, as the top institution of learning in the Tang dynasty, how many students did the Imperial College have? Putting aside the fact that these more than 2,000 people were trained for a short period of time, just this feat alone was enough to make people admire them. His Imperial College had less than 200 people in total, and all of them had high standards. Even if he, Lu Hongwen, had to wait for 2 hours to give them a lecture personally. But here? Yu Shernan waved his hand. The person who looked like a student roared. These people all made the same choice at the same time. What the hell? It was simply. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and gestured for the sedan bearers to lower the poles. He returned a military salute to Qian Wanli and shouted loudly, "Students, you've worked hard. Teacher, you've worked hard. You've served the people." Zhang Feng was very satisfied. When he left, he was really not sure if this military-style teaching could achieve any results by the time he returned. Therefore, when he returned to the academy, he asked Chen Tinyu to report to the academy first. But who would have thought that it would really look like a real thing? Chen Wanli was so excited that the corners of his mouth were trembling. He was so emotional that tears were flashing in his eyes. He shouted somewhat hoarsely, "All the students and teachers, a total of 2,731 people, are all present. Teacher, please inspect them." "Good." Zhang Feng nodded. Then he turned around and looked at the shocked faces of the few people. He coughed, smiled, and made a gesture of invitation. He said, "Lord Qin, Lord He, Lord Sun, Dean Lu and Dean Ouyang, would you do me the honor of giving us a lecture?" It was only at this point that the 5 people reacted. Lecture? Wasn't this F***king nonsense? Was there a need for a lecture? This brat was clearly putting on a show for them. "Ahem, President Zhang, you are really good at educating people." Lord He laughed and said again, "These 2,000 people must have been trained since the opening of the mountain gate, right? I didn't expect that President Zhang not only created such a miraculous dish like braised meat with white paper, but also managed the academy so well." No, Lord He, you're wrong." Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Actually, I only taught a few disciples when I had nothing to do. This kid is called Chen Wanli. He used to be very mischievous and I have a bad temper. After 3 days of teaching, I didn't expect him to teach the whole school during the few days I went to participate in the mid-autumn hunt." Puff. Hearing this, Lord He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next few days? More than 2,000 people? Damn you, do you think you're a god? It was less than 10 days. Even if you didn't eat or sleep, you couldn't have reached such a level, right? Lord He smiled reluctantly. His hand behind his back turned to the people behind him for help for a moment, but no one came forward to answer him. He had to pretend to be stupid and laughed. "President Zhang is really good at running the academy. We really need to learn from you." Seeing that things were almost done, Zhang Feng made a gesture of invitation and said, "Very good, we can start the morning exercises." Yes. Hearing this, Chen Wanli turned around again and shouted, "The 8th set of radio gymnastics officially begins. Stretching, 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. At this time Ouyang Kai and the others' eyes were fixed. Looking at the spectacular thing that they had never seen before, they hurriedly asked, "President Zhang, this is the 8th set of radio gymnastics. You know my philosophy of running the school. This thing is actually a kind of magic that evolved from the 5 animal frolics to strengthen the body." Without waiting for them to take their seats, Lu Hongwen, who reacted, pulled Zhang Feng and said, "Brother Zhang, President Zhang, can I have a word with you?" At this time they had already walked in front of Yu Shernan. It was not good for them to say anything. They hurriedly greeted Yu Shernan and the others, and then sat down on both sides with heavy hearts. At this time Zhang Feng was very comfortable. He winked at Yu Shernan and the others and they couldn't help laughing heartily. Then Yu Shernan pointed to the audience and said, "It's the first time you've come to the academy. Later, old man will prepare a public class. Please give me some advice." Hearing this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Ouyang Kai and the others could only pretend that they didn't hear it. The more they watched the morning exercises, the more excited they became. It was as if what they were watching was not morning exercises, but the magnificent feat of the Imperial College in front of the Emperor. It was as if they would be promoted in the next moment, after the 3 sets of radio gymnastics. Chen Wanli saluted again and said, "Reporting to the Dean, the 8th set of radio gymnastics has finished. Please give me instructions." "Start the running exercise." Zhang Feng waved his hand lightly. Everyone look forward, at ease, attention. Chapter 10:10. The anxiety of these people. Zhang Feng, Yu Shernan and the others all saw it. How could they not know that these people would be shocked? Even at this moment when they saw it again they were still shocked beyond words. After all, this thing was made by them. At the same time, Yu Shernan was well aware of what would happen if word of this got out. He did not need to think to know the content of the conversation between the people from the Imperial College and Zhang Feng. These people were definitely asking Zhang Feng for the method, but Zhang Feng did not agree. It seemed like this kid was up to no good. But it made sense. These guys had previously caused so much trouble for White Deer College. If not for Zhang Feng's resourcefulness, the college might not even be able to continue operating. After a while, Chen Wanli, Qing Chumo, and the others who had just returned to the college and changed into their uniforms slowly led the group of students out of the campus. Their orderly footsteps sounded like the galloping of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was a spectacular sight. At this moment, as the students slowly walked away, Lu Hongwen and the others could not help but stand up. They watched as these people left, still unable to react. Seeing this, Zhang Feng exchanged glances with Yu Shernan and the others again. They took the bait. Everyone, it's time for dinner. Old man has prepared some wine, please come with us. Yu Shernan said with a smile. When everyone heard this, who would dare to disobey? They hurriedly thanked him and followed Yu Shernan and the others. They hung around with mixed feelings. Zhang Feng also took the opportunity to introduce the construction of the college, the technology building, the activity room, and so on. In any case, he described everything as awesome, especially the basketball. In the end, Zhang Feng and Lord Qian from the Ministry of Works laughed and hugged each other, calling each other brothers. No one knew what they were talking about. Although Ouyang Sun did not like it and felt that it was a disgrace to the educated. Although that was what he said, when he saw Zhang Feng and that person's behavior, he could faintly feel that there was something fishy going on. Yu Shernan secretly patted Ouyang Sun's shoulder and signaled him to ignore it. Ouyang Sun shook his head and walked towards the cafeteria. The most important place in the White Deer Academy, other than the confidential information room and the teacher's office, would be the canteen. Just as Zhang Feng had said, food was the most important thing in the White Deer Academy. If one couldn't even enjoy their meals in a carefree environment, how would they be able to enjoy their meals? The cafeteria was on the first floor of the dormitory building. Although the dormitory building was not ready, the cafeteria on the first floor was ready first. After all, they had eaten outdoor meals for more than a month. The students on the mountain complained incessantly. The newly built cafeteria was designed according to the university cafeteria of the 21st century. It was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was for students, but the second floor was awesome. There were stir-fried dishes and small private rooms. You could receive guests here on a daily basis. Even if you were a student, as long as you had a meal ticket issued by the college, you could come here to spend money. As for money, sorry, we won't accept it. I don't know. At this moment, in a private room on the second floor, a dazzling array of specialty products were piled up on the table. After the hosts and guests sat down, Ouyang Kai hurriedly stood up and said to Ouyang Sun, Mr. X and Ben, do you remember? I don't know. Without waiting for him to finish, Ouyang Sun directly interrupted Ouyang Kai. He really did know this person. Although his surname was also Ouyang, they had nothing to do with each other. Now that he said that, Ouyang Kai could only smile and raise his wine cup. I am Hongwen Guan's chancellor and also the dean. Ouyang Kai is also here. Today's visit was a little rushed. Another day I will bring gifts to apologize. I hope the 4 teachers can forgive me. Ouyang Sun ignored him and continued to drink. Seeing this, Chu Suiliang laughed and raised his wine cup. Today, White Deer College did not take care of you well. I hope everyone can forgive me. After a series of superficial pleasantries, everyone fell into the trap. Now that Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu were gone, everyone was more relaxed. After all, it was not appropriate to have women in this kind of situation. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, especially the pig feast on the table, as well as the 3 beggars' chickens and the big geese, everyone had a rich aftertaste. After the meal, it was time to talk about business. Lord He glanced around and then discussed something with Lord Qian and another official from the Ministry of Rights whose name he did not know, as well as Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai. At this moment, Yu Shernan said faintly, since you still have things to talk about, old man and the others will not disturb you. As for other things, the old man and the others can't make the decision. Therefore, everything depends on President Zhang's decision. While speaking, Yu Shernan and the others slowly walked out of the private room with their hands behind their backs. Until now, Ouyang Kai and the others were completely relaxed. They looked at each other and raised their wine glasses, saying, President Zhang, Brother Zhang, we don't know each other until we fight. Now there are only 4 academies in Chang'an City. We should be united and fight for the rise of the Tang dynasty together. After the 2 of them spoke a lot of nonsense passionately, the atmosphere changed. Their faces turned bitter as they said, but after seeing Brother Zhang's academy and thinking about our academy, it's just like, alas. Brother Zhang, let's not beat around the bush. We also know that you like to be straightforward. In this case, let's be frank. Can you give up these things of your academy? Hearing this, Zhang Feng cracked his mouth and smiled. It's reasonable to say that all academies in the world are descendants of Confucius and Mencius. But as you have seen, my academy is small and I'm suffering here. Chapter 10-11. Hearing this, the 5 of them couldn't help but be vigilant. But they also saw this thing, and it was indeed the academy. Whether it was the dining hall that was brighter than their extra bedroom, the unconventional teaching building, or the cement, all of them were things that they coveted. But now, although they knew that Zhang Feng didn't have any good intentions, and they had targeted Zhang Feng before, it would be strange if Zhang Feng didn't take revenge on them. However, since they had already spoken, they were prepared to be cheated. As long as they got these skills, no matter how much they were cheated, they believed that their master would bear it and give them a big credit. This was the reason why they were prepared to speak this time. Their families had huge industrial chains, and if they could get the materials used by Zhang Feng to build the academy, this unique building method, and this method of training students, even if Zhang Feng wanted their official positions, they would immediately give them up if they could get their hands on it. After thinking all this through, Lord He and Zhongtian of the Ministry of Personnel looked at Zhang Feng, who had been poor all this time, and said, "Prince Zhang, I think you don't know that we are the children of the 8 big families in Guanlong. I think you also know this. I admit that we did have some estrangement and misunderstanding before, but in this world, there are no eternal conflicts, only eternal interests." Zhang Feng knew that these people would say this. On the way to the dining hall just now, the official surnamed Qian was fooled. At this time he was still thinking about the basketball that could prolong people's life and the formula of the bone-strengthening powder. Seeing that Lord He was talking, how could Lord Qian sit still? He hurriedly got up and said, "Brother Zhang Feng, I am not talented. This time I am prepared to offer 50,000 taels of gold to buy the formula of the bone-strengthening powder. What do you think? As for the rest of the things, as long as I can afford it, as long as you say it, even if it is my life, I will give it to you. I have a lot of properties in Chang and city, about 73 in total. Although most of them are my family's properties, the deeds of these properties are in the hands of someone before me. Also, there are thousands of acres of fertile land outside Chang and city. In Liang province, they are all my properties." Lord Qian talked about his background in a roundabout way, but as for whether he was telling the truth or not, only God knew. However, when Zhang Feng carefully observed their faces, he found that even though Qian Jinbao's words were enough to shock Zhang Feng, these people still didn't bat an eyelid, as if they were used to it. At this time, Zhang Feng really realized the horror of these big families. If he didn't count, he wouldn't have known, but now that he did, the great Tang was basically a mere figurehead. At this time, if he really went to war with them, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, at this time Old Ox and the others had already gone to chase the mysterious man. If they really went to war, then the matter would be completely serious. Especially the one in the palace, sending Li Xiaogong out to hold the fort at this time was enough to explain a lot of problems. In case that one made up his mind and decided to completely go against these big families, then the consequences were obvious. No matter how many new tricks he came up with, he would only follow in the footsteps of Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty. Zhang Feng sighed and said with a wry smile, "Old Qian, you really scared me. I have seen rich people, but I never thought that you were hiding so deeply." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Well, I know everything about you. We did have some misunderstandings before. As old he said, there is no lasting hatred in the world, only eternal interests. I, Zhang Feng, opened the academy for fame and profit. What else can I do besides that? But now you have said so much in one breath. I can't take it. How about this? Let me think about it. You don't have to leave today. You can stay on my mountain and let your students have in-depth experiences and exchanges with my academy students on the mountain. What do you think?" Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai heard this and their eyelids couldn't help but twitch fiercely. If Zhang Feng hadn't mentioned it at this time, they really would have forgotten about it. To be honest, the environment on the mountain made even the few of them have the urge to not walk, let alone the students. Seeing that Zhang Feng wanted to calm down. At the same time, they urgently needed to send all their students back to the academy. Moreover, they knew that this kid must have never seen so much money. Everyone pondered for a while, then nodded heavily and said, "Since that's the case, let's talk again tomorrow at this time. How about it?" "Sure." Zhang Feng heard this and nodded quickly. "Then we won't disturb you anymore. Let's walk around the mountain and experience the scenery of White Deer College, okay?" Zhang Feng agreed wholeheartedly. He hurriedly leaned against the window and grabbed 2 passing students to walk around the mountain. Then he rushed out of the canteen to find Zhang Sun and said hurriedly, "Go down the mountain immediately and hand over Lao Li to me. Tell him that something big has happened. Now all the matters against those aristocratic families are to be suspended." Chapter 10-12. After Zhang Feng sent these people away with great difficulty, he thought it over and decided that it would be best to send Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu back to the residence. After all, Biyuan was located in one of the 16 royal cities. It was also the safest place at the moment. From the looks of it, this matter wasn't as simple as Zhang Feng had thought. If he completely fell out with the 5 surnames and 7 Wang, the Guanlong 8 great families and the Shandong clan, the consequences would be unthinkable. Moreover, this matter had already involved 2 families. The Shandong landowning household had yet to appear, so no one knew if the Shandong landowning household was involved. Therefore Zhang Feng felt a bit guilty. It wasn't that Zhang Feng was afraid, but that once this matter began, there would be no turning back. At that time, there would only be 2 paths to choose between life and death. There wouldn't be a third possibility. Zhang Feng smoked one cigarette after another. The small wooden hut was quickly enveloped in a thick gloomy atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Sun rushed in with Li Shimin and Lu Ruochen. They hurriedly rode their white horses and killed their way to the main entrance of White Deer College. Li Shimin's expression was very ugly. He urged his horse to look around the mountain entrance and coldly asked the guard at the entrance, "Where is Zhang Feng?" The guard had never seen the emperor reveal such an imperious aura outside the palace. After all, this was the first time he had seen it on this desolate mountain. His heart trembled as he hastily pointed in the direction of Zhang Feng's small wooden hut. Li Shimin urged his horse on and didn't care about anything else as he charged straight for the door of the small wooden hut. The galloping white horse was rather docile. Just as it was about to crash into the small wooden hut, Li Shimin pulled on the reins. The white horse raised its head to the sky and neighed. Then it snorted and spun around on the ground. Only then did Li Shimin jump off the horse's back. Although this white horse was selected from tens of thousands of horses after a strict screening by the people in the palace, according to the appearance of the white horse that Li Shimin had beheaded at the bank of the Wei River. Although it was still not as brave as Li Shimin's white horse, it was good that this horse was docile. Just like Li Shimin at this moment, Li Shimin was very fond of her. Even though Li Shimin was already standing at the door of Zhang Feng's cabin, the white horse still rubbed against Li Shimin's sleeve, as if asking if he should wait here. Li Shimin stroked the white horse's mane, then looked at Cheng Chumo and said, "No one is allowed to enter the cabin within 10 steps of it." After giving the order, Li Shimin took a deep breath and entered the cabin. As soon as he entered the cabin, Li Shimin frowned slightly. Looking at the smoke and fog in the cabin, he suppressed his anger and went in. As soon as he entered, Zhang Feng saw Li Shimin. He pointed to the stool next to him and asked, "Why are you only here now?" Li Shimin was a little speechless. After receiving Cheng Chumo's message, he suspended all the government affairs and rushed over without stopping. He even rode the white horse all the way from the palace. He also heard something from Zhang Feng's words and hurriedly asked, "What happened? Do you know what those people promised me today?" Zhang Feng's expression was solemn, and he stopped fooling around. He looked at Li Shimin and asked. Li Shimin frowned and said, "It's nothing more than those gold, silver, jewelry, rare treasures and the like. What else can they have?" Zhang Feng nodded and then shook his head. "In fact, they didn't promise me anything today. They just gave me a list, especially the guy surnamed Qian. Do you know that his family has more than 70 branches in Chang'an City, and these are just the shops, not including other houses and the like. Moreover, they are just in the area of Liang Province." From what he said, it seems that all the properties in Liang Province belong to his family. And outside Chang'an City, there seems to be thousands of acres of fertile land. Do you know what this means? Li Shimin's face couldn't help but become gloomy in an instant. He had been very vigilant about the Guanlong 8 families and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs. He was so vigilant that he would personally ask about them every time. But even so, he still couldn't imagine that these people actually had so many properties in Chang'an City. If the Guanlong 8 families were like this, then what about the other 7 families? What about the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs? What about the people in Shandong? In that case, how many properties in Chang'an City belong to individual investors? Li Shimin couldn't help but change his expression again. At this time he also thought of many things, especially what Zhang Feng just said. He even thought about it to the extent that Zhang Feng couldn't imagine. After all, he had dealt with these families more times than Zhang Feng, so he definitely knew more inside stories than Zhang Feng. At this time, Li Shimin turned to ask Zhang Feng, "Fengzi, what do you think about this matter? I heard from Tainyo and Chongzi that when you confronted the people of the Imperial College in the Red Pavilion during the mid-autumn hunt, did you find a person hiding nearby? Did you see who this person was? Or did you remember his appearance?" Chapter 11:13. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I just vaguely felt a pair of cold eyes staring at me from behind like a poisonous snake. However, this feeling was very subtle. I just subconsciously turned my head to look for him. By chance, I saw that person's back and that person disappeared. Then Li Xiaogong from the Ministry of Personnel, Lord Li and Old Qin chased after him at the same time. I don't know what happened after that, but I think this matter should have something to do with the people of the Taiyuan Wang clan. When Li Shimin heard this, his intuition told him that this matter seemed to be a little strange. He asked, "Then do you think this person could be someone else? For example, the farmer who grazes in the mountains, the child, or the people of the Shandong gentry?" Before he finished speaking, Li Shimin felt a little ridiculous. Before the mid-autumn hunt, he had already contacted the local officials. The local officials would also send out all the notices a month before the autumn hunt began. They would also conduct a search of the entire area before the mid-autumn hunt began. Under normal circumstances, the location of the mid-autumn hunt could only be determined 3 days before the mid-autumn hunt, or on the same day. On one hand, this could play a role in protecting the public. On the other hand, it was to ensure the order of the autumn hunt. However, Li Shimin heard that there were still many onlookers at the scene. Although they were standing far away, what did this mean? This meant that this matter was uncertain. If the people of the Taiyuan Wang clan were here, they definitely knew that they would definitely be watched this time. Moreover, as one of the 5 clans and 7 watches, if they could come, it meant that they already knew everything. As one of the 4 gods of war of the Tang dynasty, Niu Jinda would be watched by countless people at any time and place. At this time, when Li Shimin sent him to Nantian County, there would definitely be countless people staring at Niu Jinda. When he sent Niu Jinda here, he wanted to let him intimidate these people. However, even with that being the case, the people from the Taiyuan Wang clan still came. However, Li Shimin felt that this time, it was very likely that they had come to get close to Zhang Feng. It was very likely that they didn't know there was a coal mine here, but they wanted to find out what Niu Jinda was doing. As long as they arrived, they would definitely know that the mid-autumn hunt was being held here. But even so, as long as they had the slightest bit of intelligence, they would never do something so stupid as to alert the enemy. Then, who was the culprit behind this? Li Shimin could not help but feel dizzy. There were many uncertain factors in this. If only one of them made sense, he would let it go. However, the more he investigated, the more he found out. The more people were involved, the more chaotic it became. Before this, he had already made corresponding arrangements in the palace. Especially before Zhang Sun arrived, he had already received the news about what happened in Lantian County and the fact that Li Xiaogong and Qing Yaojin were searching for the mysterious man. Li Shimin had already sent 5,000 elites from the Chang and military camp to Lantian County. He swore that he must find the mysterious man and try to get something out of him. However, less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea after his secret order was sent out, Zhang Sunchong brought him a piece of extremely shocking news. Zhang Feng actually asked him to stop dealing with Guanlong, the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, and the Shandong aristocrats. He even directly treated the incident in Lantian County as if it had never happened. Li Shimin really did not understand what Zhang Feng was thinking. He even mistakenly thought that Zhang Feng had reconciled with the people of Hongwen Guan and the Imperial College. However, at this time, it seemed that it was not so simple. Just from the fact that Zhang Feng mentioned the industries managed by the Ministry of Personnel Affairs, Li Shimin felt the seriousness of the matter. He immediately denied the possibility that the Wang clan of Taiyuan was involved. If it was not the Wang clan of Taiyuan, then who was it? The more Li Shimin thought about it, the more he felt his head hurt. Here. After smoking 5 cigarettes in a row, Li Shimin asked, somewhat annoyed. "Frenzy, what do you think we should do now? We can't keep hanging like this. This matter has to be solved sooner or later." Zhang Feng nodded. "This matter does have to be solved, but not now and not in the future. In short, Lao Li, you only need to remember one thing. If you move, you must make a thunderous strike. Otherwise, you have to lie down steadily. Otherwise, for us, it will be a disaster." Li Shimin naturally understood the meaning of Zhang Feng's words. However, could he sit still at this time? The matter against the Guanlong Corporation had actually started long ago. However, because of the 8 waters of Chang, and these people actually all went into hiding. This gave Li Shimin no excuse to make a move. However, at this time when he finally found an excuse to make a move, just let them go like this? Li Shimin was not willing to accept this. Zhang Feng also saw Li Shimin's unwillingness. He smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you should be able to understand that I called you up the mountain today. You should be able to guess that I have already thought of a way to deal with these people." Li Shimin heard this and instantly understood. You scared me. Since you know, you should have told me earlier. You made me worry for a long time. Tell me, what are your plans?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "I don't have any plans. However, I have a brilliant plan now. Now they are not interested in my bone-strengthening powder and my paper-making technique. Anyway, in short, they are interested in all the things that I, Zhang Feng, have made now. Do you think I will let them go easily? Chapter 11:14. Hearing this, Li Shimon's eyes flashed with an unconcealable murderous intent. However, Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, Lao Li, don't worry. You know these things will spread in the Tang dynasty sooner or later. I'm still thinking about how to speed up the spread of this thing, especially this basketball thing. It's difficult to spread this thing with only our family, but if these big families do it for us, think about it. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimon with a smile. Seeing that Li Shimon was silent, he laughed and said, although all our plans are very good at this time, there are also great risks. For example, what if these people make a bad move? What should we do? Haven't you seen the key point that they haven't made a move yet? Li Shimon stood up with a swoosh sound. His eyes revealed a contemplative look as he muttered to himself. You're saying that this autumn hunt is actually a warning to you? If you don't take the bait, they will. Zhang Feng nodded with appreciation. Yes. I only used one trick to beat them at their own game. While speaking, Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Oldly, you're a businessman. Think about it. One day you offend someone. Someone brings a group of people to mess with your business and they do it every day. They even stab you in the back and make you feel disgusted. What would you do? Li Shimon nodded with a gloomy face, but he still said with some uncertainty, doesn't that mean that everything we do now will become a wedding dress and benefit those people? This was something Li Shimon didn't want to see. Once it happened, Li Shimon would dare to strangle all these things in the cradle at all costs, even if he really went to war with these three families at this time. This was Li Shimon's bottom line. He couldn't break through. However, Zhang Feng slowly said, Lao Li, don't worry. I have a solution for this. Think about my winemaking technique. Although I was tricked by you last time, we are brothers, so I'm not afraid. But even so, I still have a trick up my sleeve. Maybe you haven't realized it yet, but there is still a final step to the winemaking technique I gave you. Is it stuck in my hand? Zhang Feng laughed complacently. Li Shimon's eyes slightly moved, but he still forced a smile and said, actually, I've already thought about this matter, but as you said, we're brothers, so we don't care. You should know that in this world, a person's heart is always like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Today he has obtained what you have, but tomorrow he will want what you have. Especially the Guanlong 8 great clans as well as the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Otherwise, how do you think they have managed to survive all these years? Why does the current emperor want to deal with them? And to put it bluntly, do you think Lao Li has a good life because of me? In fact, I've been targeted by them for a long time. Otherwise, what do you think I've been busy with during this time? In fact, I've been busy with these things. Li Shimon casually made up a lie. Combining the lie with the truth, he mixed his thoughts and brought them out. However, Li Shimon was right about one thing. That was, the history of the Guanlong group and the 5 surnames and 7 hopes was really a bit despicable. Once, for a gold mine, the Wang clan even slaughtered an entire village overnight. Even though he was extremely angry at that time, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Because at that time he was still unable to compete with them. But now it was different. The door of water trade had been opened. The water trade that basically belonged to the imperial court had been completed, even if they were in a deadlock with them at this time. That would not paralyze the economy of the Tang dynasty at this time, but it would still have a certain impact. For example, at this time the outside world was uncertain. This was something that Li Shimon had some concerns about. If they were going to attack Zhang Feng at this time, Li Shimon would never sit back and do nothing. After all, Zhang Feng had developed this kind of invincible weapon at this time. What was Li Shimon afraid of? Moreover, he also knew that once the invincible weapon in Zhang Feng's hands was leaked, it would bring terrible consequences to the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Li Shimon, at this time, you would rather fight to the death than let this thing fall into the hands of others. If he waited for another month and the firearms mentioned by Zhang Feng were produced, Li Shimon would dare to drive all the aristocratic forces out of the Tang dynasty in half a year. Moreover, he would be able to make those dishonest Turks and other countries around the Tang dynasty obediently stay at home. He could even fight on 2 or even 3 fronts at the same time. This was Li Shimon's confidence. His confidence came from the invincible spear and the invincible shield. Although he was not sure about the power of the firearms at this time, Li Shimon also had some expectations for the weapons that Zhang Feng praised so much. However, this expectation was not strong. After all, according to Li Shimon's way of thinking, fighting on 2 fronts was nothing more than a battle of strength and strength, as well as the range of arrows and so on. Chapter 11:15. As long as he had Zhang Feng's steel, Li Shimon could raise the combat effectiveness of the already powerful Tang dynasty soldiers to another level. However, while Li Shimin was indulging in his imagination, Zhang Feng said, "In fact, what you said is also possible, but the premise is that those people are waiting for us to do it. Those people are just waiting for us to deal with them. Otherwise, do you think they're fools? Do you think they'll just wait for us to come knocking on their door to harvest leeks?" Hearing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He sighed and said, "Then tell me, what are your plans?" Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. "Actually, I've already told you about it. It's just like liquor. It's a new business model." Business is business again. Li Shimin was speechless. His previous lie had caused Zhang Feng to think that he was a businessman. Although Li Shimin had accepted the idea of running a country through business, and the Tang dynasty was basically running in this way, he still felt uncomfortable. Although he felt a little speechless, he still listened to Zhang Feng patiently. Zhang Feng continued, "In fact, I have already discussed this new business model in advance. For example, the hotels of White Deer College in Chang'an." Li Shimin was slightly surprised. "Are you talking about the Chang'an Hotel?" "Yes." Zhang Feng nodded. "In fact, this is a business model. Think about it. As long as we control the supply, they are only responsible for running errands, operating and retailing for us. Although we may lose a lot in a short time, have you thought about how many people they have? Not only can we sell this thing, but we can also give them the recipe of this braised meat. But do you know how many ingredients are in the recipe of this braised meat? Only we can make these ingredients. If they want to make it, I can guarantee that there is no second person in the world except for me, Zhang Feng. Even if old Sun makes it himself, he can't make the same level of braised meat as I make it." Li Shimin could not help but frown. "You brat, could it be that you want to use this method to firmly grasp these people in your hands, just like how you dealt with the Turks and Tibetans back then?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng laughed and said, Oldly, you finally comprehended the Tao. Not bad, not bad. This is my method. What do you think? As long as we always have a piece of meat in our hands, no matter if they are wolves, tigers, leopards, or wild dogs, they will follow us closely. Moreover, once we take back this piece of meat, these people will be like dogs, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Do you believe me?" Seeing that Li Shimin was a little confused, Zhang Feng could only say, "I'll use the braised meat business method as an example. In fact, this is very simple. As long as we have the recipe of the braised meat, we will sell them the management rights. For example, the management rights of a store, which is the franchise fee of the branch, we will sell a store to them for 500,000 strings of cash or 1 million strings of cash. Moreover, we will only sell them the right to operate the store. They will all fight to get it. Do you know why? Because you have seen the prospects of this braised meat. What they value is the profit margin, so they will not hesitate to pay a mere 500,000 strings of cash or 1 million strings of cash. But do you think that is the end?" Zhang Feng smiled coldly. "This is just the beginning. After receiving the joining fee, they will have to pay us an additional fee every time they purchase braised food. Let's say that a bag of braised food can be used to braise 2 caddies of meat, but we only told them that it can only be used to braise 1 caddy. Do you think they will notice anything? If they don't do it according to our method, we only need to add that they will be responsible for the consequences. Do you think they will dare to not listen to us?" Li Shimin heard this and pursed his lips. At this time he was actually speechless. He was deeply stunned by Zhang Feng. Who taught this kid this business method? Li Shimin was speechless and gave a thumbs up. "You are too sinister, kid. But I like this. Continue talking. What do you want to do next?" "Do what?" Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder with certainty. "It's very simple. Just sit there and collect money. Think about it. We have arranged everything. Why do we have to spend so much effort to do things? For example, we have hired assistants. Why do we have to do it ourselves? They bought one of our branches and tasted the benefits. They will definitely want to operate a second, third, and fourth branch. If that is the case, what do you think will happen to us?" Hiss. Li Shimin sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 11:16. Take the Chang'an Hotel for example. Although it was said that there were only 70 branches in Chang'an City, the business of the other restaurants and taverns in Chang'an City was monopolized in an instant after they opened. Just think about it. There were only 70 branches. Besides Chang'an City, how many prefectures and prefectures were there in the Tang dynasty? How many counties were there? How many places were there where restaurants could be opened? If all these places were filled with such hotels, what would it be like? However, the more he thought about it, the more scared Li Shimin was. He hurriedly asked, "If that's the case, won't they earn all the money? Even if they only take half of the money, it's still an extremely terrifying number." Zhang Feng pointed at Li Shimin's head and said, You're muddle-headed, but sometimes you're really muddle-headed. Do you think that I, Zhang Feng, only have one business? When Li Shimin heard this, he said, don't tell me you want to hand over all your assets to them to manage. If that's the case, wouldn't you be raising a tiger and inviting calamity? No, you can't do that. You're definitely raising a tiger and inviting calamity. How could Li Shimin allow such a thing to happen? At this time he couldn't wait to kill all these people himself. How could he let these people do these things? What was this? This was raising a tiger and inviting calamity. However, Zhang Feng didn't think so. He was just like Qianlong and Hushan. Why did Qianlong put Hushan in such an important position? He knew that Qianlong was insatiably greedy because of Hushan's greed. Zhang Feng once saw the most classic scene in the TV series. It was when Qianlong Emperor entered the prison to visit Ji Xiaolan and said, the more greedy a person is, the more he wants to get more. Because he has a goal, that is, greed. The premise of his greed is that he can get it from you. If he can get it from you continuously, then he will try his best to do things for you. What did Qianlong do in such a cycle? He only did one thing. That was to give He Jin a hard time and beat him up. He arranged for Ji Xiaolan to be by his side. There was another sentence that Zhang Feng remembered very clearly. Hushan fell and Jiaqing was full. This was also an invisible boss gift that Emperor Qianlong left for Emperor Jiaqing. Qianlong Emperor couldn't bear to do anything to He Shen because he was merciful. After all, he had followed him for his entire life. There was no merit, but there was hard work. Moreover, a lot of the dirty work was done by He Shen. After all, He Shen didn't do anything that he particularly hated. But what about the 5 families and 7 Wangs and the Guanlong family? At this moment, the emperor wished he could drink their blood. Zhang Feng explained everything he knew to Li Shimin in detail, especially the matter between Qianlong and He Shen. He explained it to Li Shimin in a different way. Lao Li, I once saw a fragment in an unofficial history. There was once a king of the state of Qi. The only thing he did in his life was to raise 2 people. One of them was surnamed He, and his name was Hushan. He was a scholar official of the current dynasty. He was very greedy, but he was very capable. Every time the Qi emperor gave him a task, he would always think of a way to get it done, especially if it was related to money. King Qi also thinks highly of that person. However, there is another scholar official in between. That scholar official's name is Ji Xiaolan. That scholar official is incomparably honest and incorruptible, but he abhors the insatiable Lord He. There was once when Lord Ji reprimanded King Qi for using corrupt officials in court. King Qi flew into a rage and locked him up in prison. When King Qi visited him in the middle of the night, he said something to Lord Ji, how to write the official title of an official and the meaning behind it. With Zhang Feng's explanation, Li Shimin finally understood. He couldn't help but think of the policy Zhang Feng had formulated to deal with Tubo. Thinking about it carefully, Li Shimin seemed to have misled him. Li Shimin said with some admiration, fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, I really don't know how to resolve this matter. You know, when I was notified, I was almost ready to report this matter to the Lord Jiangsun. I even began to deploy. I took in all the servants in Chang'an and the surrounding industries, as well as the guards I had recently taken in. Almost 2,000 people. I was prepared to capture this mysterious person and the person behind this mysterious person. Thinking about it now, I really did have some impulse. Li Shimin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Zhang Feng laughed and said, now do you understand why I'm doing this? In fact, sometimes, the way of business can also be regarded as the way of national policy. Today Lord Qian told me something. It was also because of this that I was enlightened. He said that there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. You know, if we wholeheartedly think about their money when our textile factory, rubber factory, tin boat and iron wheelbarrow all start operating, we won't even consider this. In addition, you have seen the new construction methods of White Deer College on Shao Mountain, as well as the cement and other things. Although these things seem to be making a lot of money now, the more their industries expand, the more they will spread out. At that time they will be more and more involved with us. When that time comes, once you decide to attack them, it will be impossible for them to gather all their forces together. Chapter 11:17. Zhang Feng turned around and took out a cigarette from the bamboo tube on the table. You see, what I'm holding now is actually the current state of the Guanlong group and the 5 surnames, 7 hopes and the Guanlong group. At this time they seem to have twisted into a force. Even if we know that they are very soft, you can squeeze your fist and see if you can crush them. While speaking, Zhang Zhong opened the palm of the incense in his hand and sprinkled the incense all over the table. Then Zhang Feng pointed to the cigarettes on the table and the ground. But this is the situation after they took over our business. We are always waiting for them to exhaust themselves. We are always in the planning, but they are tired of making money and dealing with their business. They are not in the mood to do something. In this case, think about it. Once we gather a force at this time and break them one by one, do you think they have the time and ability to organize a force that can compete with us in a short time? Aristocratic families are very cruel. The only purpose of their existence is to expand the family business. In this way, their bloodline will occupy more resources in the family. In other words, sometimes they are not united in their own interests. Every single one of his properties needs guards, and every single one of his properties needs a manager. Unknowingly, the backbone of his family has been scattered. If we were to attack the root of the problem at this time, think about it. Was there a need to think about it? Zhang Feng had already explained it in detail. If he still didn't understand this, Li Shimin would really have lived in vain. Li Shimin wanted to look up to the sky and roar at this time, as if he had already seen the miserable state of the Guanlong group and the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Fengzi, oh Fengzi, I really don't know how your brain works. You actually came up with such a sinister plan. Since that's the case, I won't care about this matter anymore. You can do whatever you want to do. But remember, you have me behind you and I have Lord Zhang's son behind me. You should know very well who is behind Lord Zhang's son, because that person hates these clans more than any of us. Li Shimin left in the same hurry as when he came. It was just that when he came, his face was very gloomy, but when he left, his face was brimming with an unstoppable smile. No one knew what was going on with him. Even Zhang Sunchong acted like a monk. He rubbed his head and looked in the direction Li Shimin had left, then looked at Zhang Feng's hut. In the end, he mumbled something to himself and left. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Cheng Chumo hurriedly came to Zhang Feng's cabin. Fengzi, get up, something's wrong. Under Cheng Chumo's crazy shaking, Zhang Feng was dragged out of bed with sleepy eyes. Zhang Feng glared at Cheng Chumo and said angrily, if you have something to say, say it. If you have something to fart, then scram. Cheng Chumo excitedly pointed at the door and said, a lot of people came here early in the morning and they even brought boxes of things to move up the mountain. 2 hours ago there were already people moving things up the mountain. Those people were like a long line from your door to the mountain gate. They were all piled up to carry such a big box. Cheng Chumo finished what he wanted to say in one breath. Furthermore, he made an exaggerated gesture of hugging, indicating how big the box was. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. If he knew how big the box was, couldn't he just go out and take a look? Did he have to be like this? Cheng Chumo didn't see Zhang Feng rolling his eyes and continued, go take a look outside. There are still people moving things up. I heard that those were brought up by the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Personnel, Imperial College, and Red Pavilion's deans who came with us yesterday. They said they wanted to give it to you. As he spoke, Cheng Chumo shook Zhang Feng with all his might and said, Fengzi, you've really struck it rich this time. Don't forget about me, your brother. Do you know that I'm so poor now that I haven't even gone to Swallow Descent Restaurant in a long time? Upon hearing Swallow Descent Restaurant, Zhang Feng couldn't help but want to beat someone up. Previously, this fellow had gotten someone pregnant, and he still didn't know what happened in the end. Now that he was itching for a beating, he was thinking about that again? Zhang Feng pushed away the big face in front of him and glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Cheng Chumo didn't care about those things, but he felt that Zhang Feng's choice of words was a little inappropriate. You can kick with your feet, but you king beat with your hands. What's the meaning of that? Wasn't this description a little too feminine? Zhang Feng didn't feel sleepy at all. He didn't know what these fellows were up to, so he hurriedly put on his clothes and went out to take a look. The moment Zhang Feng went out, he saw boxes of things piled up at the mountain entrance. It was as tall as a small mountain. At this moment, there were even a dozen people from Tong Huifang taking notes. As they were taking notes, they were also talking to the people who were dressed like butlers who were delivering the boxes. At this moment, the old village chief was like a smiling Buddha. He watched as the boxes were placed in front of Zhang Feng's door. Only then did he look at those people as if they were thieves. When those people left the boxes, he smiled and went to welcome the next person. Chapter 11:18. At this time at the mountain gate, He Zhongjing and the others from yesterday were accompanying the old village chief, making him laugh heartily. The old village chief also saw Zhang Feng come out. He hurriedly leaned on his walking stick and hobbled over like a 3-year-old child. Before he got close, he said with a smile, "Yo, you're awake?" This call was very affectionate. Zhang Feng was speechless. He pointed at the door and said, "Old village chief, what's going on? What are all these things?" The smile on the old village chief's face was as bright as the blooming chrysanthemums in the mountain. He hurriedly whispered into Zhang Hong's ear, "Kid, I don't know what you're doing. These people are crazily moving money up the mountain. I saw that this box is full of money. And it's not copper coins, it's gold coins." These people really didn't want to give up. They really wanted to get their hands on the things in his hands. Without even waiting for his consent, he had decided to go all out and burn all the boats? At this time Lord Qin, Lord He, Lu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai saw Zhang Feng come out. It was as if they had just seen Zhang Feng. They said in surprise, "Ah, isn't this Prince Zhang? Why don't you rest for a while? After all, you've been tired for the past few days. Prince Zhang, these are just small gifts from us. I hope you don't mind." How could Zhang Feng sleep at this time? He cupped his fists at them and walked quickly towards them. He also instructed the workers in Tonghui Lane to be gentle when moving things. There were treasures in here. If they bumped into anything, he wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it. When he reached the 5 people, Zhang Feng pretended to be angry and said, "I say, brothers, what is the meaning of this? Moving so many things here so early in the morning, where do you expect me to put my face? Those who don't know might think that I, Zhang Feng, am a petty person who forgets righteousness in the face of profit. Quickly take them back. We can't do this." The eyes of the 5 of them flashed when they saw this, and they hurriedly persuaded earnestly. "Ayaya, brother Zhang Feng, what are you talking about? We should have come here a long time ago. You should be aware that there are many miscellaneous matters in the academy, and we can't leave for a short period of time. Since White Deer Academy is about to open its doors, we don't have anything else, so we could only bring these ordinary things. I hope brother Zhang Feng won't blame us." Zhang Feng saw that they were sincere. Even Ouyang Kai was about to cry and was about to kneel down in front of Zhang Feng. He hurriedly grabbed Ouyang Kai's arm and sighed emotionally, "That's my brother. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many things to take care of, I would have dragged you 5 brothers here today and become sworn brothers. Let's go, let's drink. If there's anything, let's talk inside, okay?" Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the 5 people instantly calmed down. They hurriedly said, Okay, let's go, let's talk inside. There's no rush." As they spoke, the 5 people crowded around Zhang Feng and hurriedly entered Zhang Feng's little wooden hut. This was the first time they had entered Zhang Feng's hut. Once they entered, everything they saw was strange. In addition, Zhang Feng was deliberately showing off. As soon as they entered, he gave out handfuls of cigarettes to the 5 of them as if they were free. Although the 5 of them had seen these cigarettes before and heard of their reputation, this was the first time they had smoked to their heart's content. After all, these things were too expensive. The most important thing was that these things were in Chang'an City. No matter how rich you were, you might not be able to buy them. Although they were coughing non-stop at this moment, they still grinned and exclaimed repeatedly, "Good stuff, this is the real good stuff." Hearing this, Zhang Feng slapped his thigh. What kind of good stuff is this? These are all cheap things. You brothers probably haven't drunk the wine I brewed myself. Today I'll let you brothers have a good eye-opener." While speaking, Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and quickly closed the door. Then he ran to his bedroom. The 5 people's eyes lit up when they heard this. They hurriedly stared at Zhang Feng. After a while, Zhang Feng looked very distressed as he took out a jar of wine covered with dust. The wine jar was not big. It seemed to be able to hold 2 caddies of wine. They looked at each other, not knowing what Zhang Feng was up to. Zhang Feng took out a few exquisite glass cups from the drawer. The cups were not big, only the size of a walnut. Then he carefully opened the mud seal on the wine jar. In an instant, the strong smell of wine made the 5 people's nostrils twitch uncontrollably. He Zhongjing asked in surprise, "Brother Zhang Feng, what kind of good wine is this? Why haven't we drunk it before?" Zhang Feng smiled as he poured the wine. "This is not something good. This is the white wine I brewed at home when I had nothing to do. I hope the 5 brothers can taste it. I wanted to give some to you brothers, but time is tight and I don't have time to brew it. There is only 1 jar left from the previous stock. When I brew it in the future, I will personally give some to you brothers. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's have a drink first. I can guarantee that you won't be able to drink it anywhere else in the world except here. As long as you can drink it, it must have come from me, Zhang Feng. There's no doubt about it." Chapter 11:19. Seeing how amazing Zhang Feng's description was, they were also interested. Although they were criticizing Zhang Feng for being so stingy in their hearts, they still held the wine cup in their hands as if it was a treasure and tasted it. However, the moment they tasted it, they felt as if there was a flaming knife in their throats, going straight into their stomachs along with their intestines. However, after this spicy feeling, they felt extremely comfortable. Their eyes couldn't help but light up. They didn't care about Zhang Feng anymore and began to drink by themselves. At this time, the Tang's alcohol tolerance was amazing. Everyone was addicted to alcohol, mainly because the alcohol in this era was basically fruit wine or grape wine from the western regions. The alcohol content of the wine was almost negligible, and it was almost the same as fermented glutinous rice. However, when they accidentally drank such spicy white wine, although their faces and ears were red from singing, the five of them stared at the small jar of wine on the table with burning eyes after thinking about it. Seeing this, Zhang Feng asked, "How is this wine?" "Brothers, I didn't say anything wrong, right? Is this good wine?" "Good wine, it's really good wine. It's a rare good wine in the world." "Brother Zhang Feng, did you really brew this wine?" When Zhang Feng heard Qian's words, he realized that these people were finally on the right track. He nodded and said, "Yes." However, Zhang Feng immediately asked, "From what you mean, are you suspecting that there's something wrong with this wine? Or rather, where have you drunk this wine before? If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to tell me. If there is, I, Zhang Feng, am willing to give all my skills to you for free. Then I'll live in seclusion in the mountains and never come out. How about it?" The few of them didn't know that Zhang Feng would be so easily offended. They could only see Zhang Feng's angry expression at this time, and couldn't help but believe it a little more. They repeatedly apologized. Seeing this, Zhang Feng gestured for everyone to continue drinking and ignore him. Then, he inadvertently opened the drawer as if he was looking for something. At this moment, a pair of sunglasses fell to the ground. Zhang Feng saw this and his face changed. He hurriedly sighed and said, "Oh my God." He hurriedly picked it up and looked at it carefully. Then he patted his chest and said, "Fortunately, it didn't break." Zhang Feng looked at them from the corner of his eyes. Then he blew a breath on his sunglasses, wiped it with his sleeve and put it into his pocket. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Where is the formula of the bone-strengthening powder that we talked about? I remember that I put it in this drawer." "What? Can't you find it all of a sudden?" How could they still be thinking about the bone-strengthening powder at this time? He Zhongjing held a wine glass and came to Zhang Feng's side with a smile. He touched Zhang Feng's arm and asked in a low voice, "Brother, just now the thing on the ground was..." Zhang Feng was not that kind of money grubber. He didn't even look at the boxes outside, but for this thing his face changed greatly when it fell to the ground. This was obviously an incredible treasure. Before He Zhongjing finished speaking, Zhang Feng's face suddenly changed. "Nothing, nothing, nothing. It's really nothing. This is just a small thing." When He Zhongjing and the others saw this, they all rolled their eyes in disdain. If everyone still felt that this was nothing at this time, then weren't they no different from that idiot? He Zhongjing laughed dryly, then sighed and said, "I even thought that Brother Zhang Feng really regarded us as brothers, but now it seems that we don't have the qualifications to enter Dean Zhang Feng's discerning eyes. If that's the case, then we will leave. See you another day." As he spoke, He Zhongjing and the others looked unhappy and were about to leave. Zhang Feng was anxious when he saw this. He pulled him and hurriedly explained, "Ayaya, old brother, why are you like this?" Okay. If that's the case, then I will let you see it." Zhang Feng took out the sunglasses from his arms and carefully put it on He Zhongjing's eyes. Then he asked, "Brother He, what do you think?" At this time, Qian, Ouyang Kai, Lu Hongwen, and the others looked at He Zhongjing eagerly. They almost wanted to snatch it from him. He Zhongjing had never seen this kind of thing. He subconsciously closed his eyes, but after waiting for a moment, he felt that it was nothing and opened his eyes. But when he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but be startled. His surroundings instantly darkened. But when he looked at the door, he found that the color of the scenery outside the door had become softer. It was that kind of dazzling feeling, but that feeling was very comfortable. He Zhongjing said in surprise, "Brother Zhang Feng, what is this thing of yours? Why is it so magical?" As He Zhongjing spoke, he took off the sunglasses from his eyes. In the Nashi area, he repeatedly experimented with it several times. He couldn't help but have fun. Ouyang Kai and the others gritted their teeth, but they couldn't do anything. When Zhang Feng saw this, he gritted his teeth and sighed. "Well, since we are all brothers, I happen to have a few pairs here. I originally planned to give them to the best students in the academy this time." Chapter 11:20. When they heard this, their faces changed. Ouyang Kai held the box of sunglasses sadly and said, "How could you give such a good thing to those people? How would they know the value of this thing? How would they know how to cherish it?" Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Didn't I meet you today?" While speaking, Zhang Feng handed an exquisite wooden box to Ouyang Kai. Ouyang Kai wiped his hands on the clothes under his armpits as if he had received a treasure. Then he carefully took the box. Inside the box was a pair of sunglasses that were exactly the same as the one in He Zhongjing's hand. There were 2 black glass pieces in the frame. They looked a little strange, but when He Zhongjing and Lord He put them on just now, everyone felt that it was so magical. Most importantly, it was very beautiful. Ouyang Kai couldn't wait to put on the sunglasses. In an instant there was a burst of exclamations. After they played for a while, Zhang Feng saw that it was almost time. He waved his hand and said, "Brothers, now that I am on the mountain, I can only give you these things. When I am free I will give you more. How about it?" While speaking, Zhang Feng changed the topic and said, "I thought about what we discussed yesterday. As I saw a sentence in the unofficial history before, it is better to be alone than to be together. What old Shen said yesterday also benefited me a lot." They asked suspiciously, "What sentence?" "It is that sentence, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests." Zhang Feng sighed and said, "I was a little narrow-minded before. In fact, in terms of age and aptitude, I should respectfully call you elders. Logically speaking, I should have visited you as soon as I opened an academy in Chang'an City. However, I neglected this matter and was impolite. This is a small matter, but I am wrong. I apologize to you here." While speaking, Zhang Feng bowed respectfully to them. They looked at each other and let go of the last bit of grudge in their hearts. Like true brothers, they stepped forward and held Zhang Feng's hand. "We're all brothers, why do you have to be like this? Why do you have to do this? Don't say such things that spoil the mood. If you continue, then you're not treating us as real brothers." Zhang Feng could only lower his head and nod desperately. If he continued to listen and make up stories, Zhang Feng was afraid that he would throw up his dinner from last night. However, for the sake of the plan, Zhang Feng suppressed his disgust and pulled Ouyang Kai with one hand and He Zhongjing with the other to sit down. The few of them were already well aware of Zhang Feng's situation. In Chang, and apart from the Ao Lai Tavern, there was only one other tavern. They didn't know why Li Shimin would secretly come to Zhang Feng every few days. At this time, when they saw that Zhang Feng was so forthright, it was no different from the information they had gathered before. Moreover, this person was not scheming and had many treasures. Not to mention Li Shimin, even they wanted to treasure Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Feng pulled on their hands and said, "You should all know what happened to me in Chang'an before. Look at my academy. There are so many people supporting it. Although I have made some things, it's hard to support it alone. Although Lao Li and the others are helping, the progress is too slow. For example, the basketball now and the football and so on. If all of them were to be promoted, oh yes, and the bone-strengthening powder, you should know about it, right? But look at what the bone-strengthening powder looks like in the end. In the end, besides going into the pockets of the residents, what benefits did the people get? They got nothing." Zhang Feng said with righteous indignation, and the others listened and nodded. At this time, Zhang Feng continued, "So I have been thinking about how to promote basketball during this time. This is a good thing for the country and the people. These 2 days I met several brothers at the mid-autumn hunt, and this idea came to me. Where can this thing spread the fastest? The academy. In addition, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Officials, and the Ministry of Rights, 3 top departments of the Tang dynasty. If they can help, think about it, this is a rare opportunity to improve your reputation. If you help, I can guarantee that within a year your official ranks will be promoted, and you will be the real ones." Hearing this, the eyes of the several people instantly turned red. In the current imperial court, it was harder than ascending to the sky to be promoted, and it was a big grade. It was simply a fool's dream. In addition, the emperor was deliberately targeting them at this time. At this time they were simply unable to move an inch. In addition, each grade of official was divided into upper and lower grades. That was the difference between the 3 grades. Although it was only a difference of 1 word, the difference was huge that night. Only the higher one climbed, the greater the influence in the family, and the more benefits he could get. This was the cruelty of being a big family. They always only valued the family's interests and the contributions you could make to the family. They never cared about who you were. Chapter 11:21. Zhang Feng's words ignited a flame in everyone's hearts. Zhang Feng ignited the flame in everyone's hearts. It was the flame that could start a prairie fire. Zhang Feng saw that the matter was almost settled, so he talked about the basketball. "As for the basketball, I won't charge any of you. Just treat it as a free gift. How about we treat it as our gratitude for recognizing our worth?" The basketball training method wasn't a secret in the first place. The best way to increase the reputation of White Deer Academy was to promote this method, and these fellows were the best boosters. In addition, each basketball was sold for 100 copper coins. What was this? This was where the profits were. The few of them said that they couldn't accept it. However, no one said a word about whether they would pay or how much they would pay. This was within Zhang Feng's expectations. He didn't say anything and rummaged through the drawer for a while before taking out a small booklet. The booklet was made of white paper and was about the size of a book. When he took out the booklet, the five of them couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. Everyone knew the price of white paper. It was 700 copper coins per caddy. This booklet looked like it was about 3 taels. How much was it? This didn't include the things recorded in the middle. Zhang Feng placed the booklet on the table and said, "This is about how to use the basketball and the rules. I've recorded it in detail. Later on you brothers will have to work hard and make 4 copies. How about that?" The few of them were overjoyed and promised repeatedly. Only then did He Zhongjing from the Ministry of Works happily take the booklet. He held it tightly with both hands in front of his chest. Only then did he stop. Then, everyone knew that the matter had reached the most critical moment. Zhang Feng took out 4 more booklets from the drawer. "Now that we've settled the basketball issue, let's treat this radio gymnastics program as a meeting gift for my brothers. After all, my brothers will have a lot of influence after being promoted, and it will be more helpful to us in our future business chain." Chain? No one was surprised as they asked in return. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "That's right. It's a chain store. I'm sure you brothers have visited Chang and restaurant before. Have you seen the small words below the signboard of Chang and restaurant? White Deer College's first branch or something like that?" The few of them nodded. Zhang Feng then said, "That's what a chain store means. You brothers can arrange for your own stores. You can open them wherever you want. I won't charge you a single copper coin. You can treat it as a free gift. But there's one thing. This brazing material and this recipe have been passed down in my family for hundreds of years. It's a secret recipe. Yesterday it was because of this that I didn't promise you in time. I hope you don't mind. Since this thing has been passed down for hundreds of years and hasn't been passed down, it must be an extremely precious heirloom. Today Brother Zhang Feng is so generous to pass it down, it must have suffered a great psychological burden. Let's not talk about it anymore. We brothers have already done you 2 favors. You don't need to talk about the braised meat anymore. We all know how much the braised meat is worth. So we will give you 1,000 gold taels as a joining fee for every restaurant. What do you think? 11,000 gold taels? Oh my God. Lao Tzu originally thought that a few thousand strings of coins or a few hundred taels of silver would be enough. He was worried that they would just leave. His brain wasn't sharp enough. How did his vision become so low? Zhang Feng had the urge to slap himself. When they saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know why Zhang Feng had such a pained expression on his face at this moment. They thought that he felt that the money was too little. The few of them looked at each other, and finally He Zhongjing gritted his teeth and said, "I'll make the decision. We'll give you 1,500 taels of silver per restaurant. This is our limit. But don't worry, as long as we can earn money or get the approval of our families, this can only be considered as a deposit. When the time comes, we'll give you extra support. Brother, we'll give you more than this. What do you think?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he finally felt relieved. At the same time, he silently calculated. How much did they earn in this short period of time? How much wealth did these aristocratic families hoard? From the historical records, Li Shimin had to live frugally or cry about being poor everywhere in order to raise money for the military or when there was a disaster. Only then would he be able to raise some money. However, now that he had transmigrated, he truly realized that what Bulsh *T Dubai's nouveau riche was a real nouveau riche. Zhang Feng excitedly held Ouyang Kai and Lu Hongwen's hands. He stuttered for a long time but couldn't say a complete sentence. In the end he forced out 2 words. "Righteous." Chapter 11:22. Since all of you have said so, then the joining fee is settled. From now on, this restaurant will be charged at 1,500 taels of gold. I'm only talking about the joining fee for one restaurant. No matter how many years you stay, I won't charge you a single coin. Hearing this, their eyes lit up. Previously, they thought that 1,500 taels of gold a year was a little too little. They had also inquired about the braised meat. If every shop did not accept food and changed to a cashier, they could earn at least 100 taels of silver a day. This was already considered the least. Under normal circumstances, if they took over the hotel, they would directly renovate it and only open it to the wealthy merchants and officials of the imperial court. Then they would earn more and not less. At this moment, hearing Zhang Feng's words, they really felt that Zhang Feng was really ignorant and inexperienced. They even felt that the money was too little. Ouyang Kai sighed, patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "Good brother, don't worry. We brothers know that you are helping us, so don't worry about this matter. This 1,500 taels of gold is only a deposit, I can guarantee it. At worst, we will write a contract for you later. The 1,500 taels of gold can only be considered as a deposit. When the time comes, we will divide the money into 3 portions, a total of 7,500 taels of gold for the first 2 portions of the year. If you are a brother, you must not refuse, otherwise we will feel guilty even in our dreams. What else could Zhang Feng say? He didn't think so much at first. How could he have been so muddle-headed as to allow this group of rich people to raise his price to 7,500 taels of silver? Motherf asterisk cur. He had seen people who gave him money, but this was the first time he saw people rushing to give him money. How could he refuse? Zhang Feng cupped his hands in front of his chest and excitedly bowed to them again. Then he sighed and said, "Well, since the joining fee is settled, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about the next thing." But at this moment he Zhongjing and Lord he said, "Brother Zhang Feng, since the joining fee has been settled, can we change the name of the restaurant? After all, this is our restaurant. If we still use the name of Chang and University, isn't it a little bit?" Only then did Zhang Feng understand. He asked, "Aren't the names of the shops chosen by my brothers? Since we are all from big families. But for the sake of distinguishing, I have a suggestion. That is, each family can only use the same name. For example, Brother Ouyang, you can use Ouyang Family Hotel. What do you think? But the place of signature must be Chang and Hotel Branch. What do you think?" Well, after pondering for a while, they gritted their teeth and said, "Brother, since you are so generous, let's make a small request. We will agree." After this matter was settled, Zhang Feng drank 2 glasses of wine with them as a celebration. Then he said, "Just now this kid said that this brazing material is the secret of our Zhang family. Based on this, you should have seen it a few days ago. My fiancé has been following me, so we know about this. Brother, you don't have to say any more. We understand, we all understand. Brother, how about this?" He pondered for a while, then said with a solemn expression, "Since this is your secret, we won't force you. You name a price, and as long as it's on time, it will be given to us to provide for our daily consumption. What do you think?" They had long been familiar with the business model of Chang and Hotel. Every day the brazing material of Chang and Hotel was brought down from Shao Mountain. Therefore, although they wanted this recipe very much, they also knew that since Zhang Feng had mentioned his fiancée, it was tantamount to cutting off their thoughts. However, just when they had lost hope, Zhang Feng said, "Brothers, since we are doing business openly, I can give you some of the recipes. However, brother, please allow me to take the most important thing. After all, I don't know how many stores I will open as a brother, and I don't know how many stores I will open in a month. If all the materials are sent out through my academy, it will be inappropriate. Then my academy will directly close down." When they heard this, they looked at each other and laughed. After laughing, Zhang Feng pushed a small booklet on the table and said, "In this booklet is the recipe for my brazing ingredients. However, the ingredients for these recipes still need to be found by brothers. I'm only responsible for the most important thing. If you need it, bring the document and directly go to my food factory at the foot of the mountain. Take out the proof and hand in the money you win to receive it. How about it? How about this? I will charge you 10 copper coins for a portion of brazing material. What do you think?" Chapter 11:23. 10 copper coins? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. What was this amount of money to them? Even if it fell to the ground, they wouldn't bother to pick it up. Zhang Feng actually sold this braised food to them for 10 copper coins. What was the difference between that and giving it away? Furthermore, it was a recipe that had been passed down in their family for hundreds of years. Zhang Feng belonged to the Fenghuang Ridge in Yangzhou. Furthermore, they had been to Fenghuang Ridge before and even brought back Zhang Feng's portrait for comparison. When the people there saw Zhang Feng's portrait, they couldn't help but sigh. They all said that the Zhang family actually had descendants. Wait a minute. The tragedy of the Zhang family couldn't be faked. If only a few families said so, they suspected that it was a trap set up by Zhang Feng. However, they had traveled to almost every corner of Phoenix Ridge, from children to teenagers. Even the elderly, who were 70 or 80 years old, could recognize the portrait at first glance. Unless they had lived together for a long time, it was impossible for them to remember it so clearly. However, after experiencing all this, he was actually so generous as to use 10 copper coins to sell this recipe at such a cheap price. What was the difference between this and giving it away for free? They couldn't help but thank Zhang Feng again from the bottom of their hearts. Then they discussed the details of their cooperation once again. They sat for a full 6 hours. Just as the oil lamps were about to be lit, Ouyang Kai's people left in satisfaction. Looking at their departing backs, Zhang Feng's smiling eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. However, at this moment He Zhongjing, who had already left, hurriedly returned. He looked at Zhang Feng and slapped his forehead, saying, "Ayaya, I almost delayed something important. Isn't this the mid-autumn poetry meet on the 12th? Here is an invitation letter. I hope that Brother Zhang Feng will be magnanimous enough to forgive us. Due to procedural reasons we forgot about the autumn harvest and only remembered about it now. Without this invitation letter announcing the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel, we would not be able to enter that place." The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched as he silently cursed the old fox. However, his expression was one of pleasant surprise as he received the invitation letter from He Zhongjing's hands. At this moment He Zhongjing said, "Brother, let's meet again 12 days later at Swallow Descent Restaurant?" Zhang Feng cupped his fists. "All right, let's meet again at Swallow Descent Restaurant 12 days later." 12 days? Since there were only 12 days left? Zhang Feng sighed as he watched them leave. Only then did he open the invitation in his hand. The invitation card detailed the things to take note of at the Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet and other things. Looking at these things to take note of, Zhang Feng was also secretly preparing in his heart. The things to take note of for this Mid-Autumn Festival Poetry Meet. If it was poetry, a center could easily come up with it. However, it seemed a little too monotonous. Football was even worse. As for morning exercises, to do it in the middle of the night? The light at night in the Tang dynasty was not good. If he did that, it would simply be a disgrace. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng suddenly realized that he really did not have anything to take out. He could not help but search for some images of him participating in such activities in the future. One by one they flashed through his mind. Then, according to the current situation, Michael Jackson suddenly froze in Zhang Feng's mind. The father of street dance. If it was Class 1's dance, it would be at U Descent Restaurant, a place that specialized in such things. If Zhang Feng only found some girls there, it would only smear Zhang Feng's reputation. In the Tang dynasty, except for the top few singers were all the lowest positions. They were things to please people and they were the lowest people. As for Jianghu, her attainments in music had already reached the peak. If it were not for the difference between men and women, perhaps at this time, Jianghu could really become a master in music. After Zhang Feng excluded the girls from the dance, Zhang Feng could not help but look at Idiot Wei, who was poking his head out of the door. These guys were obviously people with excessive energy. If they were coached, they should be able to complete some simple movements in 12 days. Street dance movements? The weather was getting colder and colder and the fog in the mountain was getting thicker and thicker. It was another morning and Shao Mountain was as mysterious as a fairy mountain hidden in the clouds. At this time the wake-up bell had been rung 3 times. Usually at this time the academy would have been overcrowded. The students had already gotten up and were in the courtyard in 2s and 3s, exercising their voices, reciting poems, or practicing the 5 animal frolics. However, since the appearance of morning exercises, all the students were most enthusiastic about basketball. At this time no one could be seen, but if one went to the basketball court in the sports field, one would definitely see it. However, it was a little strange recently. Perhaps due to the cold weather, only after the bell had rung 3 times for a long time could one faintly see students in 2s and 3s. They shrunk their necks and hurriedly walked to and fro in the academy. Some of them even had rice bowls under their armpits. They shrunk their necks and walked towards the canteen while reading a book. It was obvious that they no longer had the lively feeling from before. This was all caused by the cold weather. Chapter 11:24. The ringing of the bell was to inform everyone that it was time for breakfast and to herald the arrival of a new day. A moment later, the sound of reciting the 4 books and 5 classics could be heard in the square outside the first floor of the teaching building. The sound gradually grew louder and louder as more and more people gathered. Finally, it formed a wave of sound that reverberated throughout the entire Shao Mountain. Because of the sky, the morning exercises were delayed for more than 2 hours. When the sun slowly rose from the horizon, the bell for the morning exercises rang. Only then did the students gather in the center of the campus. At this moment, Zhang Feng slowly yawned, wrapped his robe tightly around him and crawled out of the room. Looking at the fog outside, Zhang Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly walked toward the teaching building. When Zhang Feng arrived, the 3 rounds of morning exercises had already ended. At this moment, Qian Wanli led the running team and slowly walked past Zhang Feng. The students hurriedly stood still and saluted Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng chuckled and waved at them. Then, when no one was paying attention, he called out to Chen Chumo and the others. When they saw Zhang Feng acting so sneakily, they thought that something big had happened and hurriedly followed Zhang Feng into the small wooden house. Once they entered the small wooden house, everyone felt a trace of warmth. Once they entered the small wooden house, Chen Chumo and the others returned to their natural instincts. They were either lying down or sitting on chairs, minding their own business as they searched for prey or wanted to discover some miracle from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone, then stared at Li Qingqian and said, "There are still 11 days until the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, right?" Li Qingqian didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to say, but he still nodded. Yes, there are still 11 days. Therefore, during this period of time, we will also be diligently practicing basketball, football, and morning exercises. When the time comes, I believe that with these 3 things, the fame of White Deer College will definitely spread throughout the world. Is there even a need to say that? With the few of us taking action, it will be hard for us not to become famous. When I think about those little girls in Swallow Descent restaurant, no, those girls screams, I'm really excited. Seeing Ching Chumo's wretched smile, Zhang Feng was speechless and scolded, "Get lost, can't you think of something else? Women, women, women all day. Sooner or later you will die on a woman's belly." Chin Chumo just smiled and didn't answer. Zhang Feng was so angry that he didn't want to talk about it anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I have a plan here. You can think about it and see if it works." The importance of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet to White Deer Academy was obvious to everyone. At this moment, Cheng Chumo had also retracted the mischievous smile on his face and sat obediently on a stool at the side. He crossed his legs and swung them with all his might. This made Li Qingqian want to rush up and beat him up, but Zhang Feng suddenly spoke. "You all spend all day at Swallow Descent restaurant. Do you all know how to dance?" Li Qingqian and the others' expressions instantly froze. We know a little." But Li Qingqian seemed to have thought of something and asked hesitantly, "Fengzi, what do you mean? I don't know what you were thinking all day. Could it be that you want to go to Swallow Descent restaurant? Basically, we all know a little about the things in Swallow Descent restaurant. Why are you asking this?" Li Qingqian had a bad premonition. Zhang Feng became spirited. He looked at Li Qingqian and asked, "Tell me, what do you all know? Is it a horse riding dance or something? No, tell me, what kind of dance do you all know? Tell me, maybe we will know when the time comes." Hearing this, Li Qingqian and the others' expressions suddenly changed. "Dance? I am the crown prince and you want me to dance? And a man at that? If this was really done and it was spread back to the palace, someone would die." Li Qingqian didn't know what Zhang Feng meant. But since he had said this, he followed Zhang Feng's train of thought. But no matter how he thought about it, he still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying disaster it would be if those coquettish songs changed their faces to his own people. Although the palace seemed calm, it was still turbulent. Everyone's eyes were on him. Because he was the crown prince, if he did anything wrong he would be bombarded by everyone. At this moment this brat Zhang Feng wanted him to dance. Even if he died he couldn't lose face. However, Li Qingqian wanted to know the meaning of this. After a fierce struggle in his heart, Li Qingqian said, "Yes." After struggling for a long time, he reluctantly said, "Tell me, what is the difference between this dance you speak of and the dances performed by those singers? If it is the kind of dance performed by singers, then if any man performs that kind of dance in public he will be chased out of the family, a scandal that will be laughed at for the rest of his life." Zhang Feng also knew what Li Qingqian meant. But he also had the impulse to slap him. His mouth was too fast. Damn it. He didn't think that there would be such an awkward silence. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "As brothers, how can I let you do such a thing? The dance I speak of is not the same as theirs. Let me ask you, do you want to learn it? Do you want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? Just now it was just a joke. A joke is a joke. Just treat it as a joke." Chapter 11:25. Li Qingqian was speechless. He was almost scared to death by Zhang Feng. This kid actually said that it was just a joke? Li Qingqian became especially cautious. After thinking for a long time, he stared at Zhang Feng for a long time before saying, "Fengzi, you should know the significance of this Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. We sincerely want to establish White Deer College. If a woman can't become a great scholar because of this, my brothers will feel uneasy for the rest of their lives." He didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Feng today. He thought that Zhang Feng was testing him. But how was Zhang Feng testing him? Zhang Feng immediately interrupted Li Qingqian's cliché and said, "I didn't expect you to be so unyielding in the past. Alright, since that's the case I'll teach you this dance. But don't worry, the dance I'm talking about is different from the dances you know of. It's more powerful and domineering. It shows the might and majesty of a man. I can guarantee that as long as you dance like this in Yanlai restaurant, not to mention Chang'an City, even the Tang dynasty won't be able to hold your reputation. No matter where you go, you won't lack girls. I Zhang Feng can guarantee it with my head. Cheng Chimo's eyes turned red when he heard the word girls. He jumped up from the stool and walked quickly to Zhang Feng. He stared at Zhang Feng with a burning gaze and asked, "Is what you said true?" At the same time, a morning class was going on in the military camp. The morning class was actually very simple. They followed the military training method and tossed and turned on the horizontal bar, the parallel bar, and the wooden horse. Then they had to climb over the net, rope, and obstacle course. However, just as everything was going smoothly, there was a sudden commotion. A moment later, a military officer suddenly appeared in front of Yu Qigong's tent. He hurriedly woke Yu Qigong up. Yu Qigong wanted to slap the person away, but the person seemed to be prepared. When Yu Qigong's palm came, the person quickly dodged and said, "General, something bad has happened. Niu Jianhu is in trouble." At this moment, Yu Qigong, who was a little sleepy, heard the words Niu Jianhu, and his drowsiness instantly disappeared. He hurriedly opened his eyes wide and asked, "What happened?" "Niu Jianhu's training was going smoothly today, but I don't know what happened to him. He suddenly broke his leg," the commandant said in a frightened voice. "Was?" Yu Qigong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He grabbed the collar of the commandant's armor and asked murderously, "What did you say?" The military officer was already trembling in fear from Yu Qigong's murderous aura. However, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly said, "Niu Jianhu broke his leg this morning. He fell down when he was climbing over the net and broke his leg. His leg is broken." With a bang, Yu Qigong could no longer hold on to the commandant. He loosened his grip and the commandant fell to the ground. Then he hurriedly scrambled out of the tent. Yu Qigong was no longer in the mood to sleep. He sat on the chair in a daze for a moment and murmured, "How is that possible? That kid broke his leg?" Yu Qigong suddenly thought of something and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Men, hurry up and bring that kid Niu Jianhu here." Niu Jianhu was his good brother's only son. He was like the apple of his eye. Now that something had happened to him in his camp, then, he really didn't know how to explain it to Niu Jinda. If it had been anything else, he could have just recuperated. However, a broken leg and a broken arm meant that he would have to live with crutches for the rest of his life. If he wanted to join the army, it would be impossible. After a while, the doctor in the army carried the pale Niu Jianhu into the tent. When Yu Qigong saw Niu Jianhu's face, his heart suddenly changed. He grabbed the doctor and asked, "What the hell is going on? What happened to Niu Jianhu's leg?" How could Lang Zhong not know the relationship between Yu Qigong and Niu Jinda? How could he not know whose son Niu Jianhu was? Although he was afraid at this time, he still said with a bitter face, replying to the general, "Niu Jianhu, he may not be able to keep his leg." After receiving another confirmation, Yu Qigong's face instantly turned pale. This old brother of his had been on the battlefield all his life and only had Niu Jianhu as his precious treasure. In this era, breaking a leg, especially for someone who was born in the military, was tantamount to a death sentence. For the incomparably arrogant Niu Jinda, it was simply a disaster. Moreover, Niu Jianhu had only one son in the Niu family. At this time, Niu Jianhu had not yet married and had children. He had not yet left a seed for the Niu family. If such a thing happened at this time, who would be willing to marry him? Yu Qigong's chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he hurriedly asked, "Lao Tzu asks you, can Niu Jianhu's leg be saved?" Chapter 11:26. In an instant, Yu Qigong's face was filled with sorrow. The lieutenant wanted to comfort him, but when he saw his bloodshot eyes, he retreated. At this moment, Niu Jianhu was casually holding back his tears and pain. He grinned and said, "Uncle Yuchi, this is a small matter. It's fine. Don't, shut the F***ck up, Lao Tzu." Yu Qigong roared angrily and slumped on the stool like a deflated balloon. He stared at Niu Jianhu, who was lying on the soft couch, and his leg, which was dangling at the side without any feeling. His face was extremely pale. He didn't know how to face his old friend. A living person had been placed in his hands, but if old Niu returned from Lantian and wanted to see the results of his son's training, what should he say? Should he just pat old Niu on the shoulder and say that his son was dispirited? Or, after letting his imagination run wild, Yu Qigong rubbed his face hard and asked the physician weakly, "Let me ask you, is there still hope?" Silence. Dead silence. At this moment, no one dared to speak because no one knew if Niu Jianhu's leg could be saved. The result was obvious, but no one dared to say it. At that time, everyone had seen it with their own eyes. When Niu Jianhu was climbing over the net rope wall, his ankle was caught by the net rope. Just as he was about to climb over the railing, everyone heard a cracking sound. Then they saw a bone sticking out of Niu Jianhu's leg. If it could be reattached, then it would be a miracle. With a bitter expression, the military doctor lifted Niu Jianhu's armor skirt and removed his boots. At this moment, Yu Qigong discovered that the gap between the skirt and the armor had long been dyed red with blood. Even the underwear was stuck to the blood. A section of shining white bone shards dazzled Yu Qigong's eyes, causing him to feel pain. At this moment Yu Qigong was in despair. If there was still hope, it would only be saved by a god. When he thought of that, Yu Qigong suddenly thought of someone. That's right, he thought of Zhang Feng. However, when Yu Qigong stood up and was about to walk out excitedly, he was stunned when he reached the entrance of the tent. After a deep sigh, he returned to the tent. Just now, the military doctor's action of tearing his trousers seemed to have affected his wound. At this moment, Niu Jianhu's face was pale and he had fainted. Because of the operation just now, the blood on Niu Jianhu's leg was gushing out even more violently. The military doctor had a panicked expression as he hurriedly ordered a few people to pick up some quicklime and other things that the military used to stop bleeding. Niu Jianhu's bleeding seemed to be making a final struggle. Seeing this, Yu Qigong could no longer sit still. He tore off his armor and rushed out of the camp. The army camp was not far from White Deer Plains. However, when Yu Qigong left the military camp and looked in the direction of White Deer College, he was slightly stunned. He didn't know what to say. What if even Zhang Feng and Dr. Sun couldn't do anything? At this moment, Zhang Feng and Dr. Sun were Yu Qigong's last hope. If these two people couldn't do anything, then who else in the world could save Niu Jianhu? If he didn't save Niu Jianhu would definitely use up his last bit of life force in less than 3 days. Thinking of this, Yu Qigong didn't hesitate anymore. He fiercely kicked the warhorse beneath him. The warhorse neighed in pain and madly galloped in the direction of White Deer College. At this moment, everything on the mountain was proceeding in an orderly manner. Those who were studying, and those who were doing other things were doing other things. It was rare for Zhang Feng to have some free time. He basked in the warmth of the sun and instructed Qing Chumo and the others in their clumsy street dance moves. He would stand up from time to time and teach them. However, because Qing Chumo and the others were too stupid, and because they were acting like young girls, they became shy. Zhang Feng was so angry that he simply brought the others along. At this moment, Zhang Feng faintly heard the sound of hurried horse hooves. His heart trembled and he was surprised. He thought that it was Ouyang Kai and the others returning. However, in the blink of an eye, he saw the answer. He saw Yu Qigong appear at the entrance of the college with a pale face. Zhang Feng was shocked when he saw this. Old Yu's condition wasn't right this time. Every time he saw Yu Qigong, he was always in a good mood. He had never seen him like this before. The people around him also saw the expression on Yu Qigong's face, and they were all shocked. Zhang Feng hurriedly instructed everyone to continue practicing, and then hurriedly caught up. Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng and then at Li Qingqian and the others. He sighed and said in a muffled voice, "Let's talk inside." Then he plunged into Zhang Feng's small wooden house without looking back. When he entered, Zhang Feng wanted to say something. However, with his sharp senses, he actually noticed that there were a few drops of blood on Yu Qigong's face. Although the blood had already coagulated, when combined with Yu Qigong's current complexion, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Old Yu, what happened?" Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng. He wanted to say something but stopped. After looking at him for more than 10 breaths, he sighed heavily. His mouth opened for a long time before he finally squeezed out a few words. "I'm fine, but I'm afraid Xiaohu won't live for long." Chapter 11:27. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's face suddenly changed. He asked, "What happened? Wasn't he training at the foot of the mountain? How did this happen? Tell me what exactly happened." Yu Qigong didn't know how to tell Zhang Feng at this time, and he didn't know if it would be useful. He opened his mouth and finally said, "Everything was fine, but I don't know what happened today. I heard that when Xiaoyu was training, he seemed to be climbing the god's net wall or something. One of his legs got stuck on it, and in the end it broke." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was shocked and hurriedly asked again, "Who did you hear this from?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Yu Qigong seemed to use the last of his strength to say this. His lowered eyes flashed with tears as if he was thinking of Niu Jinda, who had gone through fire and water with him. He could understand the scene after seeing his son's miserable state. Zhang Feng was anxious. He grabbed Yuqigong's shoulder and shook him hard. However, Yuqigong was like an iron tower. No matter how hard Zhang Feng shook him, he didn't move an inch. Zhang Feng was so angry that he pounded on his chest and shouted, "Tell me what happened to him. Even if his leg was broken, how broken is his leg? If it's just a little bit, I can fix it right now." "Fix it? Ah." Yuqigong laughed bitterly and said, "Even the bone stubble is out. Even if there are elixirs or gods, I'm afraid there's no way to fix it." Yuqigong looked at Zhang Feng unwillingly, but suddenly a glimmer of hope burst out from his desperate eyes. He asked, "Fengzi, you just said you have a way? Do you have a way? You know Xiaonu's situation. He's the only child in his life. What? Do you have a way? I owe you my life. How about it?" Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, Yuqigong's eyes reddened. "Take it that I owed you and begging you. Tell me you have the most ideas. Help me think of a solution. I really don't have the face to face old Nyo." "What are you talking about? Of course I have a way. If nothing goes wrong, not only will Xiaohu not die, he will be a good man again in 2 months. Do you believe me?" Yuqigong was slightly taken aback when he heard this. A glimmer of hope flashed through his eyes as he looked at Zhang Feng, but he immediately laughed bitterly and shook his head. When Zhang Feng saw that Yuqigong did not believe him, he hurriedly rummaged through the first aid kit in the house. At the same time, he went into the bedroom and took out the last half jar of alcohol from under the bed. This was the last half jar, but at this time, in order to set Niu Xiaohu's bones, Zhang Feng did not care much and took it all out. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Yuqigong was slightly taken aback. A look of surprise flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Fengzi, can you really save him?" Zhang Feng glared at Yuqigong. "Get out of the way. When have I ever lied to you? If I say he won't die, he won't die. Get out of the way. Don't block me from saving him." After hearing this, Yuqigong ran behind Zhang Feng with a whoosh and looked at Zhang Feng without blinking. Zhang Feng went out and saw that Yuqigong was still like this. He sighed and hurried to the mountain gate. As he ran, he shouted, "Quickly go and get Dr. Sunday. Ask him to come down the mountain with me immediately." Although Zhang Feng did not know the situation at this time, if it was just a broken leg, Zhang Feng was really confident that he could set it back. However, he still needed a person, and that was Sun Simiao. After all, he was not a serious medical student. He could still perform surgery, but he had to see how serious the injury was first before he could make a decision. Moreover, if Sun Simiao followed him, his reputation as a miracle doctor was not just for show. At least, he still had to rely on Sun Simiao to seal the blood vessels and so on. How could he, a dabbler, know these things? Seeing Zhang Feng running down the mountain in a hurry, Yuqigong came back to his senses. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and glared at Li Qingqian, who was stunned in place. Li Qingqian only came to his senses at this time and hurried to the small bamboo house where Sun Simiao lived. Originally, Qing Chumo and the others wanted to go down the mountain to see who was and what happened. However, when they saw Yuqigong's expression, they retreated in fear and continued to practice and dance. Yuqigong quickly followed Zhang Feng. Although he was worried about this matter, he was more worried that this brat would charge into the military camp head-on. If that happened, he would not even know how he would die. As for Sun Simiao, he naturally knew the pros and cons of this matter and knew where to find him, so he did not need to worry too much. Yuqigong rode his horse and caught up with Zhang Feng, who was sitting on a pole. He reached out his hand and gestured for Zhang Feng to get on the horse. However, Zhang Feng glared back, but he also knew that this was the time to save people, so he could not care less. Yuqigong practically lifted him onto the horse's back, and then he heard Yuqigong say, "Hold on tight." In the next moment, Zhang Feng truly felt the effects of a 100-meter catapult jump. Chapter 11:28. Xiao Mountain was about an hour away from the barracks. However, due to his eagerness to save Niu Xiaohu, coupled with Yuqigong's valiant horsemanship, his unusually cold expression, and the fact that Zhang Feng was sitting behind the horse, the crowd from afar consciously opened up a path for them. Soon the two of them arrived at the barracks. Zhang Feng entered the barracks under Yuqigong's roar and saw the dying Niu Xiaohu. At this moment, Niu Xiaohu's face was as pale as paper. This was obviously a sign of excessive blood loss. Zheng Feng looked at Niu Jianhu speechlessly. Then he looked at the doctor who was using quicklime to stop Niu Jianhu's bleeding. He asked, "Is there anything to replenish blood here?" From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, he was a military doctor. Even Yuqigong had to treat him politely in the army. When he saw a young man approaching, he wanted to scold him, but when he saw that it was Yuqigong standing beside him, he answered honestly, "Yes, there is." Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, Yu Qigong roared, "Since there is, why don't you go and prepare it?" What could the doctor say? He hurriedly ordered 2 of his disciples to prepare the herbs to replenish the blood. The doctor felt a little strange. Why was General Yu Qi so polite in front of this young man? However, he also knew that this was not the time to ask. He could not ask. If he angered this fiend, it would be a different matter whether he could leave this place alive today. After Zhang Feng asked the doctor to leave, he took out alcohol from the first aid kit and a disinfectant bowl. He poured some alcohol into the bowl and soaked the dagger that Shiva had given him in it. Then he took out a pair of scissors and asked for a lighter. With a bang, he lit the alcohol and carefully baked the scissors in the alcohol. Only then did he carefully cut all the cloth on Niu Jinhu's broken leg. Even though Zhang Feng was already mentally prepared, he still could not help but feel nauseous when he saw Niu Jinhu's miserable state. He could not help but feel nauseous. His face turned pale. At least 3 centimeters of the bone stubble was exposed. The fracture was still fine. There were no fragments or mud. However, the blood on the wound had already soaked the bed and soft mattress under Niu Jinhu's body. The blood had already flowed down the soft mattress and into the yellow soil on the ground. At this moment, the soft mattress had become muddy. The tent was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Zhang Feng could not care less. He knelt in the pool of blood as if he was making an extremely exquisite piece of art. He used a pair of small scissors that no one had ever seen before to slowly clean the leg hair and dried blood scabs on Niu Jinhu's leg. His other hand held an iron clamp with a ball of cotton. From time to time he would dip the cotton into the bowl filled with the smell of alcohol and wipe it. This continued for a very long time. It was only when all the dirt on Niu Jinhu's right leg had been cleaned that Zhang Feng noticed his wound. Liu Jinhu's wound was obviously caused by a rapid fracture when he leaned back. This kind of wound was very difficult to treat and required surgery. On the way here, Zhang Feng had thought a lot. If the bone was broken but did not pierce through the flesh, then it would be fine. He only needed to make a plaster splint and lie down for 2 months to recover. However, at this moment this was a little uncertain. After all, just as he had thought earlier, he was not a serious doctor. He was only a dabbler and only knew a little about physiology. At this moment he could not care about anything else. After all, Niu Jinhu's leg was still bleeding. This was the most fatal point. If the blood loss was serious, even if his leg was reconnected, this kid would not be able to keep his life. At this moment, Li Qingqian hurried into the tent with Sun Simiao. As soon as they entered, Sun Simiao hurriedly put down the medicine box in his hand and squatted beside Zhang Feng. He looked at Niu Jinhu's leg and then looked at Zhang Feng. He asked, "Do you think he can still be saved?" Zhang Feng nodded heavily. "I'm going to reconnect his bones." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was greatly shocked. Reconnect bones. This kid actually said that he was going to reconnect Commandant Niu's bones? They had only heard of Guan Yunchang, the divine Dr. Bianc, who had scraped his bones to treat his injuries. However, they had never heard of anyone who could connect bones in such a manner. Everyone knew that if one wanted to connect bones, one would have to cut open the flesh. Sun Simiao opened his mouth to ask, but in the end he did not ask anything. He only asked, "Are you confident?" How confident was he? Zhang Feng did not answer Sun Simiao's question. Instead he asked, "Can you help him stop the bleeding? If it continues to flow like this, even if his leg is reconnected, he may very well die from excessive blood loss." Sun Simiao pondered for a moment. He seemed to recall the book that Zhang Feng had given him. There was indeed such a record in it. He did not waste any time. Imitating Zhang Feng, he took out a large handful of silver needles and stuffed them into Zhang Feng's bowl of alcohol that was still emitting flames. He skillfully inserted needles all over Niu Jinhu's body. After a moment, a perfectly fine person's body exploded like a hedgehog. Niu Jinhu also seemed to be in pain. Although he was unconscious, he still let out painful groans. Chapter 11:29. When the last of the 99 silver needles entered Niu Jinhu's body, the wound on his right leg stopped bleeding. However, the moment the blood stopped flowing, Niu Jinhu's calf swelled up. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. As long as the wound didn't bleed, it would swell up a little. It was better than dying from blood loss. Using alcohol to clean Niu Jinhu's wound was troublesome. Alcohol was irritating to begin with. If Niu Jinhu woke up from the pain, he would be in big trouble if he couldn't hold on. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng decided to use a small cotton ball to clean up the wound bit by bit. It took more than 2 hours. After cleaning up, Zhang Feng took the gauze soaked in alcohol and roughly bandaged the wound to prevent it from getting infected. After that, Zhang Feng drove everyone out of the tent. He took Yu Qigong and Sun Simiao to the entrance of the military camp and squatted in a corner. Zhang Feng thought about something as he smoked. Sun Simiao couldn't figure out what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He hurriedly asked, "Kid, why are you squatting here?" Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He just thought about something quietly. Sun Simiao didn't want to disturb Zhang Feng, so he just sat there with him. After a while, Zhang Feng threw away the cigarette in his hand and asked, "Old Nyo, do you have any lambs or calves in the military camp?" Zhang Feng didn't know how old you got into the military camp. Yu Qigong nodded seriously and asked doubtfully, "We have cows and lambs, even calves and mules. What do you need them for?" Although he wanted to ask when Zhang Feng would start saving people, he didn't dare to ask. Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain. He just waved his hand and hurried him to prepare. "You'll find out later. You just need to find me a sheep. It's best if it has a broken leg recently." Yu Qigong seemed to have understood something. There weren't any broken legs in the army, but there would be soon. Only after Yu Qigong left did Sun Simiao come to a realization. "Don't tell me this is the first time you've done it?" Zhang Feng nodded speechlessly. "You've seen it for yourself. Although I know a lot, I only know a little about a lot of things. Especially when it comes to military medicine, I still have to rely on you to operate it. Although I can talk a little, I really can't do it if I really have to do it." Sun Simiao was a little speechless. Was this kid really treating people like a dead horse? But at this moment he also knew that even if he came, there was nothing he could do about Niu Jinhu's leg injury. Since this kid said so, he should have a certain degree of confidence. After all, this kid never did things that he was not sure of. Moreover, he had a very good relationship with Niu Jinda. If Niu Jinhu died in his hands, then this kid would probably live in guilt for the rest of his life. After a while, Yu Qigong found two young soldiers to carry a mule with a broken leg. He came forward and asked, "Fengzi, do you think this will work?" Zhang Feng looked at the mule that was tied up and then looked at the mule's leg. How could he not understand that this kid had just broken the leg? However, this was not the time to blame Yu Qigong. Moreover, the Tang dynasty had always been tough. If a mule could be exchanged for a person's life, then there probably wouldn't be a mule or even a donkey in the Tang dynasty. After everything was ready, Zhang Feng tore off a few threads that were thinner than hair from the gauze. However, after tugging he couldn't be stubborn. Zhang Feng instantly became distressed. He was so anxious that he scratched his head. However, in the next moment, Zhao Feng saw that Yu Qigong's hair couldn't be washed. He couldn't help but have an idea. "Old Yu? What? Can I see a few strands of your hair?" Yu Qigong didn't know what this kid was up to, but he still pulled off a small handful of hair from his head and handed it to Zhang Feng. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, but he sighed heavily and quickly left without looking back. After he left, Zhang Feng found himself in a difficult situation. He originally wanted the two soldiers to move the mule to another place, but now it was just him and Sun Simiao. They had to drag the mule with a broken leg to a secluded place. Using the same method, they shaved off all the hair on the mule's leg and disinfected it with alcohol. However, the mule was tossed around until it cried out a few times. Before it could do anything, a young soldier punched the mule in the face. The mule fainted from the pain once again. The young soldier chuckled and signaled Zhang Feng to continue. However, Sun Simiao was also staring at Zhang Feng. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, he couldn't help but be shocked and asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 11:30. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He soaked an embroidery needle in the water and stirred it 3 times over the fire. Then he put on a strand of hair and got to work. First, he slowly sewed up the torn flesh. After a while, Zhang Feng took out the dagger that was soaked in alcohol for a long time and was studded with gems. He gently separated the flesh from the mule's leg in a straight line, revealing the deep white bone inside. He cleaned up the residue on the bone, then pulled the flesh apart and carefully joined the bone back together. This was a physical task. Even though it was such a simple action, it still took about half an hour. By the time he finished sewing up the wound, he had already wasted 2 hours. Sun Simiao looked thoughtfully at Zhang Feng as he finished sewing up the last thread. At this moment he suddenly realized. "Are you going to use this method? Are you going to reconnect that brat's leg?" Zhang Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead and panted, "It's not me, it's you." At Taiji Palace, Li Shimin had just finished his morning court session and hurried to the imperial study. The moment he entered the imperial study, he saw a young general kneeling in the middle of the hall. Li Shimin asked the moment he entered the imperial study, "What's going on? Did something happen in the military camp?" When the young general heard this, he hurriedly rushed over and kowtowed twice. Only then did he tell Li Shimin about the injury of the ox's leg. When Li Shimin heard this, his expression suddenly changed. His hands trembled as he lit a cigarette and walked around the imperial study twice. However, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly asked, "Did anyone go to find Sun Simiao? Also, what did Great Dr. Sun say?" Although he already knew the consequences of a broken leg, he still asked with hope. "Your Majesty, the general has personally gone up the mountain to find Great Dr. Sunday. Great Dr. Sun should have already gone to the military camp." Li Shimin was slightly comforted when he heard this. However, the young general continued, "However, I heard that the general didn't go up the mountain to find Great Dr. Sunday. He seemed to have gone to find the dean of White Deer College." Ah! Li Shimin was stunned. Find this brat? Why did he look for him? She was not a doctor, but suddenly you seem to think of Zhang Feng. Previously, he had kept a jar of something called alcohol like a treasure, and he had also heard this kid bragging about medicine and so on. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't know if this kid could save Niu Jinhu's leg. After all, this was an ancient and unchanging truth that everyone knew. Broken legs were basically one of the top 10 terminal diseases. Once a leg was broken, it was very likely that the person would become a cripple. If he used crutches, he could still walk 2 steps. However, the news that Li Shimin received was indeed that Niu Jinhu's bones were already exposed. How could it be reattached? Even if Hua Tuo was still alive, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. In the end, Li Shimin placed his hopes on Zhang Feng, who had been creating miracles for him. After thinking for a while, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Quickly send a message to the Imperial Physician Institute. Tell them to go to the barracks immediately. Whoever can help Niu Jinhu connect his bones will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver." On the other side, on an official road not far from Shao Mountain, Niu Jinda led his men and rushed unhurriedly in the direction of Chang'an. The mysterious person who had sneaked into Lantian County had been surrounded by him, Li Shaogong, and the others in the depths of Air Pai Gully in the newly dug mine. However, just as Yu Qigong was about to go forward and conduct the final search, he suddenly received an order from the emperor to temporarily stop the capture. Seeing the mysterious person who was about to be caught escape right under his nose, Niu Jinda was so angry that he broke the mo knife in his hand with a punch. He sighed and left angrily. He wasn't angry at the emperor's secret order. It was because no one had caught the mysterious person, and the person had actually escaped right under his nose. This was a disgrace to him, but he couldn't do anything about the emperor's order. At this time, when he thought of the mysterious person, Niu Jinda was itching with hatred. If he were to find out who the mysterious person was in the future, he would definitely take revenge. Then he would definitely take revenge 10 times over. Thinking to this point, Niu Jinda couldn't help but take out the Mitsubishi military knife and wave it around in his hand. Then he laughed and hid it in his bosom again like a treasure. Although he didn't get the person this time. But to be able to get the 203 rhombus bayonets from Zhang Feng, this was the biggest gain for Niu Jinda. At this time, the sound of hurried horse hooves on the official road made Niu Jinda and the others quickly alert. Everyone gave way to the main road and stood on the side without moving. After waiting quietly for a moment, a jujube red horse hurriedly stopped beside Niu Jinda. Niu Jinda couldn't be more familiar with the general on the jujube red horse and the insignia on his military uniform. At this time, Niu Jinda's eyes slightly narrowed. That little soldier didn't hesitate and dismounted to salute. After he finished, he said, "General Niu, this little one is under the order of General Yuqi to ask General Niu to quickly return to the camp." Hearing this, Niu Jinda frowned slightly and said, "Did something happen in the army? If it wasn't something that even Yu Qigong couldn't handle, why would Yu Qigong be in such a hurry to ask him to return?" Hearing this, that person instantly didn't know what to say. He didn't know if he would still be alive after saying that his son's leg was broken. But after weighing the pros and cons, he still gritted his teeth and hurriedly said, "Niu Jinhu Yu Wei encountered an accident during training and broke his right leg." When Niu Jinda heard this, he was instantly stunned. His subordinates' faces also changed greatly at this time. Instantly drawing the long knife at his waist, that little soldier thought to himself that as expected, he smiled bitterly and waited for the judgment of fate. At this time, when Niu Jinda heard that his son's leg was broken, his entire person was in a state of confusion. Although the word, impossible, kept flashing in his mind, the other voice of his son's leg being broken kept ringing in his ears. After a moment, Lu Juanda angrily roared, "Jia!" Chapter 1131. With his angry roar, the horse he was sitting on instantly felt the pain. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it quickly galloped in the direction of Shao Mountain. Niu Jianhu was his only son, his only precious son. He was already 46 years old this year, and because of years of war and some other factors, he was only pregnant with Niu Jianhu at the age of 37. Niu Jinda was so excited that he didn't close his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. He told everyone he met that he had a son. Thinking of the excitement at that time, Niu Jinda couldn't help but cry. It was as if the scenes of the past had just happened yesterday. Impossible. My son was born smart. How could such a disaster happen to him? I've been honest all my life. I've never done anything heartless. Impossible, impossible. What? Why is it my son Jianhu? Why not someone else? Niu Jinda roared again and again as he ran madly to the military camp. At this time, the news that Niu Jianhu had broken his leg was quietly spreading in Chang and city. After Cheng Chumo and the others finished today's dance training and all the other training, they hurriedly stayed at the academy during the meal break. Only then did they learn of this matter. After learning of this matter, they were stunned for a long time. Then they rushed to the military camp without delay. It was hard for them to imagine how Niu Jianhu had survived. They originally thought that someone in the military had an accident and even made fun of that person for being a coward and needing Fengzi to deal with this kind of thing. However, this person was their brother, so they couldn't sit still anymore. When they arrived at the military camp, except for the commander-in-chief, even Yu Qigong could only squat outside the camp and smoke. The people around him didn't even dare to breathe. Li Qingqian took the lead and jumped off the horse. He hurried to Yu Qigong and asked, "Uncle Yu Jianhu, did something really happen to him?" Yu Qigong's bloodshot eyes looked at Li Qingqian, and only then did he let out a snort as a response. "You've got a definite answer." Li Qingqian and the others couldn't stay calm in an instant. "Really, it's all true. How is this possible?" "It was true. Wasn't this kid still alive and kicking a while ago? Didn't we sneak down the mountain and go to Swallow Descent restaurant together? Why is it suddenly gone? Oh my God, what is going on here?" He really couldn't imagine it. He hurriedly pulled the deputy general next to Yu Qigong to the side and asked, "Let me ask you, what is going on?" The deputy general naturally knew Li Qingqian. After he explained everything in detail, Li Qingqian couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't know what to say. He could only sigh heavily. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Qingqian gritted his teeth and decided to go in and take a look. Yu Qigong had wanted to stop him, but he sighed and ignored him. Cheng Chumo and the others hurriedly followed Li Qingqian into the tent. In the tent, Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao were observing Niu Jianhu's injured right leg and discussing something in low voices. Hearing someone enter, Zhang Feng subconsciously turned around. When he saw Li Qingqian, he waved at him and said, "You've come at the right time. Little Tiger needs blood urgently. I need a few things. Go find them for me immediately. I want to give Little Tiger a blood transfusion." A blood transfusion? Li Qingqian and the others were unfamiliar with this term. They all knew what it was. At this moment there was a commotion outside the door. Zhang Feng seemed to be afraid of disturbing Niu Jianhu. When he went out, he saw Yu Baolin kneeling in front of the tent with red eyes, carrying 3 people in uniform. When he saw Zhang Feng, Yu Baolin looked at Zhang Feng and said, I just eavesdropped on your conversation. I heard that you want to give Little Tiger a blood transfusion? Do you think these 3 people are enough? If not, we still have a lot more. How many do you want?" When he saw Zhang Feng hesitate, Yu Baolin gritted his teeth and said, "If it really doesn't work, we can use my blood. Little Tiger saved my life before anyway. I'll just treat it as paying him back with my life." Zhang Feng couldn't help but admire Yu Baolin. He couldn't help but give Yu Baolin a thumbs up. What a good man. This was a true brother. When Zhang Feng heard this, he gave a rough explanation of blood transfusions, blood types, and so on. Then he saw a large hand slap the back of Yu Baolin's neck. "Lao Tzu isn't dead yet. When will it be your turn?" Yu Qigong pushed Yu Baolin aside and stood in front of Zhang Feng. His eyes were red as he asked, "Fengzi, does it have to be our own blood or human blood?" Yu Qigong's killing intent seemed to be brewing. He seemed to be very emotional. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. He sighed and said, "Yes, old Yu. As long as it's human blood and the blood type is suitable, it won't be a problem. The key is matching the blood type." Before Zhang Feng could finish, Yu Qigong roared angrily. In an instant, a dozen Turks who had been tied up with ropes were brought forward. Yu Qigong reprimanded them. "Look at these guys. Can't they do it?" Zhang Feng was a little speechless. He quickly said, "I'm not sure either. We'll have to do a blood test first." "Then do a blood test. How do we do it? Do we kill them first?" Chapter 1132. A blood test could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. In the future, a blood test was the simplest thing to do. It only needed a piece of test paper, a straw, and a needle to solve the problem. But where was this? This was the Tang dynasty. Everything had to be made by himself. Just now he was talking to Sun Simiao about this. The glass was easy to make. Zhang Feng took off the sunglasses he carried with him, but the remaining things were difficult. Zhang Feng thought for a long time before he finally found something that could be used for the blood type test. Zhang Feng did not have time to think about these things at this time. He picked up a sterilized dagger and cut the fingers of the Turks one by one. He squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on the self-made test paper. Then he put it on a large copper tray. Under the tray was a tray of warm water. At this time, the wet paper on the snow was rippling with the water. Zhang Feng's eyes were fixed on the test paper. The mark was very simple. It was 5 red lines, but they were arranged horizontally in an order. It took Zhang Feng a lot of effort to remember the sequence. He didn't know whether or not he had used a red card. He could only pray to the heavens in his heart. But fortunately, Lu Jianhu was a blood player. It wasn't a lot of facts. He just needed to prepare the blood needed for the surgery. As for what happened after, this kid's body was strong and should be able to survive. After all, this was all he could do. He was a little doubtful and missed the medical equipment of the future. If he had a set of equipment in the Tang dynasty, or if he could activate his golden finger, how good would it be? If he encountered such a thing again, he would not have to worry so much, but it was useless to think too much. The most important thing at this time was to quickly think of a way to solve the blood problem. After testing 3 people in a row and still failing, Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little discouraged and anxious. Suddenly, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something. In ancient times, there was no scientific basis for the blood test. However, it seemed to have seen a video explanation on Bilibili. Although there was no scientific basis for this method, it could still test the simplest kind of matching or similar blood type experiment. He could not help but feel happy. He hurriedly followed a small bowl of water into the tent. He carefully pricked a drop of blood on Niu Jinhu's finger and dripped it into the bowl. Then he drilled out of the tent again. After repeating this process 9 times, he finally found 3 people with matching blood types among the 9 slaves. Now that the blood problem was finally solved, Yu Qigong wanted to say something but hesitated. But after thinking about it, he held himself back. In the end, Yu Qigong couldn't help but ask with a guilty conscience, "This is a matter of life and death. Are you sure you can do that?" Zhang Feng carefully searched his mind for knowledge in this area. After confirming that there was no mistake, he said, "Don't worry, we are all brothers. I will do my best." Yu Qigong heard this and sighed heavily. "Just do it. No matter what kind of psychological pressure you have, even if you can't save him, I believe old Niu won't say anything." Zhang Feng's eyes reddened as he glared at Yu Qigong. "Who the hell said I can't do it? If you are a man, you can't say you can't do it." As he spoke, Zhang Feng blocked everyone outside and went into the tent alone. At this time, Niu Juanda rushed into the tent. As soon as he entered the military camp, Niu Jinda saw the people outside the tent. His heart could not help but thump. He felt dizzy and fell off the horse's back. Everyone was so frightened that they hurried over and helped Niu Jinda up. After Niu Jinda woke up a little, he grabbed Yu Qigong's hand and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother, my family's who? Don't worry, old Niu. With Fengzi here it should be fine. You know this kid, he has a lot of ideas." When Niu Jinda heard this, he laughed bitterly and did not say anything. He did not want to put pressure on Zhang Feng, but he also wanted to protect his son. However, he also knew the meaning behind Yu Qigong's words. He could only drag his heavy steps to the side and squat on the ground. He stared blankly into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 1133. At this time, Zhang Feng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly lifted the curtain of the tent. He shouted to the outside, "Bring in the 3 people who were marked just now." Hearing this, everyone could not help but be happy. Niu Jinda was still squatting there like a wooden sculpture, pretending that he did not hear anything. After being in the army for so many years, he had also encountered such things. Every time he met those soldiers, the final outcome was extremely miserable. Even now, he could still clearly remember the horrible scene before those people died. He did not expect that it would happen to his son at this time. Niu Jinda did not know if this was retribution or something else. Yu Qigong looked at Niu Jinda and sighed heavily, but he did not say anything. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at the 3 tied-up Turks being brought into the tent and kneeling in front of Zhang Feng. Although they did not know what Zhang Feng's people were talking about, their intuition told them that it was definitely not something good. They desperately shrank back and struggled. Even when several burly men grabbed their hands and brought them in front of Zhang Feng, the three people were still trembling with fear. At this time, Zhang Feng suddenly felt like he was a person from Sakura Island. After stepping on the blood from their hands again to confirm the blood type, Zhang Feng ordered several burly men to wash the arms of the three people well. He did not know whether these Turks were born like this or what. Their hands were full of greasy stains as if they had been soaked in mud. Zhang Feng did not want Niu Xiaohu to die of a bacterial infection. The three Turks were washed clean. At this time, except for a piece of cloth, their bodies were as red as cooked shrimps. Obviously, the bath just now was very uncomfortable. Although the three of them were blindfolded, their instincts made them struggle desperately. Under the efforts of several burly men, they were forced into the tent. The three of them were still forced into the tent. On the soft mattress, Zhang Feng used a bamboo pole, the urine bladder he obtained from the mule, and the intestines of a carp. There were also 2 hollow fish bones. The hollow fish bones were connected to the 2 ends of the fish intestines. One end was above the mule's urine, hanging high on a frame, and the other end was dripping with a drop of alcohol. After several burly men knocked the 3 Turks unconscious and fixed them on the frame, Zhang Feng's guilt made him say, "Amitabha," several times in his heart. Just like the imperial army, he suddenly felt that in order to be a good brother, Zhang Feng forcibly brainwashed himself. This was the Tang dynasty. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Feng rubbed the alcohol on the shoulder of a Turk, and then stabbed the fish bone fiercely. In Zhang Feng's worry, the black blood slowly flowed into the mule's urine. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's face lit up. He hurriedly took out another tube which was connected to the hollow fish bones and the fish intestines from the alcohol basin, and pierced it into the urine. After the blood slowly flowed out from the other end of the tube, Zhang Feng carefully inserted the fish bone into Niu Jianhu's artery. After carefully observing for a moment and seeing that the blood was slowly and orderly entering Niu Jianhu's body, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. However, at this time, Zhang Feng didn't dare to relax. After all, he had never tried this method before, especially when he wasn't sure if the blood type really matched. He waited for another half an hour. Niu Jianhu's originally weak breath slowly changed, gradually becoming longer. His chest also slowly regained a trace of vitality, rising and falling rhythmically. His slightly purple lips also began to have a touch of blood. Only then did Zhang Feng heave a sigh of relief. He quietly walked to the door and waved his hand at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao hurriedly entered the tent. When he saw this magical scene, he didn't have time to marvel. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Let's check his pulse first and see if this method is effective." Sun Simiao didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly put his hand on Niu Jianhu's pulse. When he saw that the pulse was gradually stabilizing, he was relieved. "It's done." This sentence seemed to affirm Zhang Feng's efforts at this time. Zhang Feng sat down on the chair like a deflated balloon. He let out a few long gasps. After hearing Sun Simiao's affirmation, Li Qingqian, who was lying at the door, exclaimed in a low voice, "Xiaohu is alive! Xiaohu is alive!" Hearing this, everyone was pleasantly surprised and cried tears of joy. Yu Qigong instinctively glanced at Niu Jinda and sighed heavily. No one knew better than him how his old friend felt at this time. Patting Niu Jinda's shoulder, Yu Qigong sighed and said, "Xiaohu is fine." Hearing this, Niu Jinda was stunned. He wanted to refute, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. He didn't even bother to take the cigarette. He hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed into the tent. He looked at the strangely shaped blood transfusion device. Then he looked at Niu Jianhu, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Niu Jinda, who was like an iron tower, suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 1134. Zhang Feng was afraid that the agitated Niu Jinda would affect Niu Jianhu's recovery. She hurriedly pulled him back and motioned for him to calm down. However, who could endure this kind of thing? Niu Jinda suppressed the excitement in his heart and took a deep breath before asking in a low voice, "Fengzi, is Xiaohu really okay?" Zhang Feng nodded heavily and looked at Niu Jianhu. Under the first step, Xiaohu's life is saved. However, if he wants to recover his leg, he still needs a few days. At the very least, he needs to recover his lost qi and blood first. Let him recover some of his physical strength before he can undergo surgery. Surgery to set the bone. Niu Jinda didn't know what surgery was, but when he heard Zhang Feng's words, he knew that Niu Jianhu would definitely not die. Thus, he made a gesture to kneel down. Zhang Feng hurriedly hugged Niu Jinda tightly and said, "Old Niu, if you dare to kneel down, then our brotherhood will come to an end. I, Zhang Feng, will turn around and leave now. I will never acknowledge you as my brother again." When Niu Jinda heard this, he didn't know whether to kneel or stand. After pondering for a moment, he rubbed Zhang Feng's head. Although Zhang Feng hated it when others touched her head, she also understood how a father felt at this moment. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a sudden coughing sound caused everyone inside and outside the tent to hold their breaths. Zhang Feng, Sun Simiao, and the other three hurriedly looked at Niu Jianhu on the bed. Niu Jianhu had unknowingly opened his eyes. Although it was a little weak, Niu Jianhu still forced himself to stay awake. He looked at Zhang Feng with a bitter smile and said, "Fengzi, I'm useless. I've caused you trouble." Zhang Feng's eyes became hot. She patted Niu Jianhu's shoulder and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You've already done enough. Don't think too much about it. Just focus on recuperating. In a few days I'll let you witness a miracle. Lao Tzu will let you climb back up just like how you fell." Niu Jianhu laughed bitterly when he heard this. He knew that he couldn't keep his leg. He thought that Zhang Feng was comforting him, so he nodded respectfully and agreed. Only then did Niu Jianhu look at Niu Jinda and call him father with a choked voice. Niu Jinda shuddered when he heard the word father. Although he tried to hold back his tears, his trembling body betrayed him. Niu Jinda sighed hoarsely. Niu Jianhu comforted him. "It's all my fault. I was careless. I hope father won't blame others. I didn't do well enough." I know. Just focus on recuperating. Fengzi said that you'll be able to walk in 2 months. Don't think too much about it. Otherwise Fengzi will be busy for half a day. Don't cause trouble for lunatic. However, before he could finish, Niu Jianhu fell into a coma again. When he woke up this time, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. When everyone saw that Niu Jianhu had fainted, they wanted to say something. However, Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating that he was fine and that he had just lost a lot of blood. Then he asked everyone to leave the tent. At that moment only Zhang Feng, Sun Simiao, the unconscious Turk, and Niu Jianhu were left in the tent. Zhang Feng looked at Niu Jianhu and said, "Elder son, we only have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, this surgery must be done. If we don't do it on his leg, the wound and bones will become infected. When that time comes, we'll have to amputate his leg." Sun Simiao frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just faintly agreed. After all, the military camp wasn't a place to stay for long. When Niu Jianhu's condition improved slightly, Zhang Feng made a stretcher and ordered someone to send him back to the academy. After all, there were many things that weren't easy to use in the military camp. For example, there were some materials for experiments and surgery, as well as some anti-inflammatory and disinfectant items. When they were on the mountain, they had prepared a lot of things when they had nothing to do. When they came, they didn't know what was going on, so they just picked up the important things and brought some. As soon as they left the military camp, Zhang Feng looked at Qin Chumo and couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't I seen General Yuqi or General Chen since I came from the military camp? It's been more than 2 hours." Qin Shuming had long known that Zhang Feng would ask this. After all, everyone would ask the same question. How could there be such a person in the military camp? He felt a little helpless, but he looked at his shoulder and asked, "Do you think that if someone went up the mountain to look for you, you would definitely be on the mountain?" This question made Zhang Feng a little surprised. Qin Tiniu was right. According to the usual practice of the Tang dynasty, Qing Yaojin might not be here at this time because of other things. After all, such a big thing had happened before, so it would be strange if Qing Yaojin could sit still in the military camp. As for Yu Qigong, Zhang Feng really didn't know. Zhang Feng also wanted to meet the 2 legendary gods of war of the Tang dynasty. But at this time it seemed that it was not fate. Then he shook his head and went up the mountain in silence. After going up the mountain, Mr. Zhang Feng ordered people to use mugwort to empty a cabin that Qin Chumo and the others had built separately. He smoked the whole cabin with mugwort inside and outside before he let Niu Jianhu in. Chapter 1135. Dugo watched all this with his eyes wide open. He opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say a word. He could only stand aside silently as if this room belonged to him. But Zhang Feng didn't care about this anymore. There was only a broken wound on Niu Jianhu's leg, but there was also a wound on his arm that seemed to be caused by something. The wound was about 12 centimeters long, but it was only a superficial wound. At this time the blood had already dried up. Zhang Feng speculated that it might have been caused by a scrape or something on the wooden pile after falling down when climbing the net wall. At this time it couldn't be seen. Zhang Feng took the cotton dipped in alcohol with tweezers and carefully cleaned Niu Jianhu's arm. He even shaved off the hair on his arm. He didn't want Niu Jianhu, who had survived with great difficulty, to have any sequelae. Therefore, before doing everything, he disinfected with alcohol again and again. At this time, Sun Simiao had completely become his assistant. Each of them took a needle and carefully stitched up the wound. Although Sun Simiao's hands were trembling badly, and the stitches were twisted and turned, he still persisted. Anyway, this Niu Xiaohu didn't rely on his appearance to earn a living. Moreover, only the inner side of his arm was exposed. Ordinary people wouldn't notice the wound on his hand unless they looked carefully. It was already good enough that a man didn't die. How could he be picky? The Turk who transfused blood to Liu Xiaohu had died before the blood transfusion was completed. He didn't die from blood transfusion, but was deeply frightened to death. As for the death of the Turk, although Zhang Feng felt a little guilty, other people didn't have any reaction to it. It seemed that the death of the Turk was not as worthy of their sympathy as the death of a sheep. Zhang Feng also didn't understand what was going on. In the end, he could only conclude that the people at this time were tough. Thinking about it in reverse, if the people of the Tang dynasty fell into the hands of the Turks, their end would be even more tragic. Zhang Feng also thought of this at this moment. He shook his head and reminisced. Zhang Feng invited Sun Simiao up the mountain for a certain purpose. Although teaching was one aspect, he invited Sun Simiao up the mountain in name to make the bone-strengthening soup and 8 treasure porridge. If he really wanted to make those things, he could make them in one day. Zhang Feng had never told Sun Simiao the truth. He was looking for some medicinal herbs to treat red wounds. These things were just some of the things that Zhang Feng thought of according to the formulas in his memory. However, this was not a difficult task for Sun Simiao, even though Sun Simiao did not know what cephalosporin was and what amoxicillin was. But when he heard that it was something to reduce inflammation, stop bleeding, and promote blood circulation, he immediately listed more than a dozen prescriptions for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was stunned. In the end, Zhang Feng remembered the process of making penicillin mentioned in the textbook before. He simply made a set of experimental equipment and collected some penicillin. This thing was too precious. Zhang Feng hesitated for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth and took out a porcelain bottle from his arms. The porcelain bottle was not big, only the size of a walnut. But even so, it took Zhang Feng half a month to collect this small bottle of penicillin. At this time, Zhang Feng wanted to pour the penicillin powder on Niu Jianhu's 2 wounds, but after thinking about it, he poured some back and slowly sprinkled it with his fingers. This thing was too precious. He would need it during the surgery. If he gave it to Niu Jianhu at this time, what would happen if he bled out during the surgery? Moreover, these people had infinite strength and were as strong as bulls. Zhang Feng could only hope that their bodies could bear it. Later he found Li Gan and the others to take care of Niu Xiaohu. Then he threw the medicine that Sun Simiao brought to them. Sun Simiao also told them how to take the medicine and so on. Finally, the 2 of them walked out of the cabin. As soon as they walked out, Sun Simiao saw Zhang Feng's dignified face and asked with a smile, "Don't you already know how to perform the surgery? Why do you like it now? And you have a lot on your mind." Zhang Feng shook his head with difficulty. "It's no problem to experiment on animals with this thing, but did you see the mule come back to life later?" When he said this, Sun Simiao could not help but be stunned. It seemed that the mule did not come back to life in the end. Chapter 1136. Sun Simiao didn't understand why Zhang Feng was still thinking about the mule at this time. On second thought, he felt that what Zhang Feng said was not unreasonable. If the mule was already like this, then if it was used on people, although Luozi's leg was broken by someone, and it was broken in 2 or 3 sections, this was not the main point. In the end, it was still connected. The main point was the process of how to connect the bones. This was the main point. Sun Simiao was also a smart person. He didn't need Zhang Feng to explain it in detail. He already knew the knack of it. "Do you mean that you want to continue the experiment, and these 3 days are the time left for the experiment?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, but these 3 days are for the 2 of us. I don't know if elder son dares to accept it. After all, I've said before that I only know a little bit. If I really want to use a knife, I'll have to rely on Mr. Sunday. I'm just a person who fishes for fame. If I really want to use a knife, I'll tremble." Sun Simiao laughed and said, "If that's the case, then old man will go back first and think about it carefully. How should we do this thing? But do you think this kid can last for 3 days?" Zhang Feng nodded. 3 days is definitely not a problem. After all, the bone contusion and muscle damage are too serious, so we have to wait for his wound function to recover a little. There are some things that I can't tell you in 1 or 2 sentences for the time being. After dealing with Xiaonyo's matter, I will tell you in detail. How about the whole process of this operation?" Hearing this, Sun Simiao nodded with satisfaction. But the next moment, Sun Simiao said earnestly, Kid, I know you are kind, but it also depends on the place. The blood to create life, the blood to return the soul, and the bone connection technique have never happened since ancient times. You should also know what the consequences will be if this matter is spread out. Zhang Feng was worried about this. He sighed and said, Elder son, I know everything you said, but you have to give me some time. After all, it's a matter of life and death. I was too agitated back then and didn't care about anything else. However, I don't think anyone will care about something like that. Sun Simiao looked at Zhang Feng meaningfully. Then, without saying a word, he went to prepare for the operation on Hua Xiaohu. After sending off Sun Simiao, Zhang Feng dragged his tired body back to the cabin. Just as he was about to sit down, he realized that Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong were quietly sitting on the side of the recliner, staring at him. This scared Zhang Feng so much that he trembled. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, Yu Qigong stared at Zhang Feng and asked, Kid, I'm going to ask you a question. You have to answer me seriously. You can steal blood and return souls? Yu Qigong's eyes were fixed on Zhang Feng. He was just short of sticking his face to him. Zhang Feng turned his head with some difficulty. He was not used to talking to people like this. I can't. Yu Qigong's question was too ambiguous. Moreover, Zhang Feng was still thinking about Sun Simiao's words and the look in his eyes when he left. Therefore he made a prompt decision to deny it. Otherwise, who knew if this old man would think of a way to make him use the blood-stealing soul-returning technique again? That would be troublesome. However, Yu Qigong obviously had no intention of letting him go. He asked again, Why did you take a section of fish intestines and 2 hollow fish bones to draw blood into Little Tiger's body? Little Tiger came back to life, but the Tujua died. If this isn't blood-stealing soul-returning technique, then what is? Yu Qigong's eyes were burning with flames as he stared at Zhang Feng. He seemed to be trying to figure out something from Zhang Feng's every move. Zhang Feng was speechless when he saw Yu Qigong's burning gaze. How could I tell you this? This is some common knowledge that I need to learn during the military training held by the school twice a year. However, it's only common knowledge. This is the first time I've performed a blood transfusion and sutured a wound. If I say this, won't you slice me up on the spot? Don't you think you'll cut me up on the spot? Just like what the doctor in the military training class said, saving lives was just like that. The more you treated the other person as a human, the more likely you were to save them. Humans were actually very strong. There were people in ancient times who scraped the bones of Guan Yu and Guan Yunchang to heal their wounds. The main thing was that Fei did not remember it. After all, he was not omnipotent. He could remember everything clearly. Western medicine originated from barbers. If one could cut people's hair, one could become a doctor. Perhaps even the stupid pig craftsman could become a founder. Letting blood out was a cure for all kinds of diseases. If the feet hurt, the hands would be chopped off. If the hands hurt, the hands would be chopped off. As for headaches, there was no way to treat them. If Lao Tzu knew how to disinfect the brain with alcohol, it was simply a groundbreaking invention. When it came to the latter, wouldn't they worship him like he was their ancestor? Chapter 1137. Just as a madman once said, what's so great about a car? It's just an engine for people and a metal box. How wise is that? Anyway, I heard that his car company is very popular, and I haven't heard of any major problems. Similarly, what is a person? 2 arms and 2 legs at home, a body full of carbohydrates. If you know the cause, you can treat it casually. Didn't you see that the calf came back to life? As long as the calf can come back to life, it proves that my theory is correct and must be carried forward. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's heart calmed down. Xiaohu had an accidental fracture, so you also saw that bone fragment. If you don't stop the bleeding, he might really die. If he loses too much blood, find someone with the same blood type to give him a blood transfusion and he'll come back to life. Do you still need to ask? Zhang Feng seriously doubted whether he was playing the lute to a cow. Discussing blood types with the ancients was purely because he had nothing better to do. Sure enough, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong both blushed and stared at Zhang Feng as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Zhang Feng hurriedly begged for mercy, saying that he had just finished the operation to treat Xiaohu's injuries and had exhausted a lot of energy. Only then did he succeed in fooling the 2 people. However, it was clear that Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong had no intention of letting Zhang Feng go. After Zhang Feng lay back on the recliner, the 2 lit up their cigarettes and sat on either side of Zhang Feng. They asked, Feng Zi, your medical skills were all taught by your master. Then tell us, other than being able to set bones, change blood and take lives, what else can you do? Zhang Feng knew that the 2 of them would not let him go. Smoking, he made up a lie. My master said that learning these things is only a small path after all. There are many things that my teacher is not willing to teach me. He said that life is full of troubles, and it's enough as long as I don't get cheated by others. The more I learn, the more trouble I will have. He hopes that I can live a simple life. Heaven and earth have their own rules, and forceful interference will only add new troubles. It's better to let nature take its course. I understand. I've seen my master perform these things before and I'm just copying them. Zhang Feng had no choice but to brag to the psychiatrist during his military training and set up a high ranking for him. Yu Qigong was a bit disappointed that Zhang Feng didn't live up to his expectations. He was a bit depressed, but he couldn't say a word as he looked at Zhang Feng for a long time. In his opinion, Zhang Feng had such a miraculous master every day, and he only learned a little about medicine. Which one of these skills wasn't earth-shattering? However, Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng for a long time and didn't know who to blame, so he put down his hand. After all, Zhang Feng had already done a good job, and as he said, his master had only taught him for a very short period of time. It was already enough for him to learn so much. Moreover, it was already good enough that he could change the legs and blood of Niu Jianhu after seeing it a few times. If it was another person, they would probably be scared to death at this time. How would they dare to do such a thing? Qin Yaojin rolled his eyes and said with a laugh, Feng Zi is so capable. As his older brother, I'll be blessed in the future. If I have any difficulties in the future, I'll look for you. Old Yu, this is Feng Zi's secret. Why do you care where Feng Zi learned it from? A blind cat, a dead cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Don't you understand this principle? Qing Yaojin repeatedly gave Yu Qigong a look, then hugged Zhang Feng and said with a laugh, let's not talk about these annoying things. Let me show you something good. Old Niu told me to give it to you. Qing Yaojin's mind was more lively. It wasn't that he was careless. If Qing Yaojin was really careless, then you were the real idiot. Which person who could become a duke wasn't a shrewd person? However, compared to Qing Yaojin's simple-mindedness, Yu Qigong was somewhat depressed. He walked out of Zhang Feng's small wooden house and smoked while squatting at the door to study the strange blood transfusion equipment. The equipment was very simple. In fact, it was just a piece of fish intestine, 2 hollow fish bones, and a mule whose leg had just been broken by her. Yu Qigong couldn't help but be deeply shocked. However, at this time, looking at the two laughing and joking around, Yu Qigong couldn't help but smile. When a person became younger, their heart also seemed to become younger. Zhang Feng, who was 34 or 35 years old mentally, and a person who was actually close to 30 years old. However, the strange thing was that Zhang Feng didn't have any real generation gap. Compared to Yu Qigong, Zhang Feng preferred to spend time with Old Qin. Old Qin's thoughts were very simple and he was a very good person. This made Zhang Feng very happy. After all, every time he spent time with Old Qin, his mind and body would be extremely relaxed. Zhang Feng couldn't remember when was the last time he laughed and joked around without hiding anything. Maybe it was a month ago. Chapter 1138. Since he had nothing to do, Zhang Feng curiously asked, Old Qin, do you know what's going on with those Turkic slaves in the army? They seem to have just been sent here. You can even tell? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. I'm not a fool. I really can't tell. What do you take your brother for? Qin Yaojin laughed and told Wang Zhong the whole story. During this period of time, more and more soldiers had been garrisoned in the Lanzhou and Liangzhou camps, even extending to Chiaotzi city. However, with more people, more military supplies were transported. This also attracted the attention of the Turks who were pacing back and forth on the east side of the hall. They were also short on supplies and they didn't even have enough to eat. When they saw a long line of caravans, there were naturally people who were willing to take the risk. The ones who were caught were a group of Turkic scouts. Half a month ago, according to Old Qin, his camp had been ambushed by these people. After sacrificing more than 30 people, Old Qin's subordinates had finally managed to kill these Turks. Even so, these people were still lying on the salt bags like mad dogs, crazily eating the salt one handful after another. They also lacked salt. Qing Yaojin had kept the price of salt at 1 yuan per caddy. Moreover, there was a price but no supply. How could this not cause resentment among the people? Qing Yaojin opened up the supply of vinegar cloth and a small amount of fine salt to eat. At least it had the taste of salt. Anyway, the common people usually didn't eat much salt. The purpose of this was to strictly prevent the Turks and the streamers from causing trouble and spreading this precious thing. After all, the salt sold to the public at this time was poisonous. This was something only a few of them knew. If the matter of these years was spread out, it would be big trouble. Therefore, Qing Yaojin did not care about anything else and kept these people here. In this regard, Zhang Feng also faintly felt that the Turks lacked salt. The Turks' geographical location was very special, belonging to the high-altitude plateau. No one could last more than a few days in a high-intensity activity. Moreover, the situation was unclear at this time, and the Tang army had dispatched so many troops to sneak here. In order to survive, these Turks were originally good at long-range raids, so they had evil thoughts. They took the risk out of desperation, and when Qing Yaojin and the others were not paying attention, they were able to take advantage of the loophole. However, they didn't expect that this group of caravans was actually the transport team of the officials of the Tang dynasty. Those who could escort the officials were all good men in the army. In this battle, Qing Yaojin lost more than 30 people. One could imagine how tragic this battle was. According to Qing Yaojin, only a few of the 7 Turkic fishermen were left alive. They even knew how to open a trap and brought them back. As for the rest, regardless of whether they were crippled or not, they were all killed. Thus, the scene that her husband saw in the camp happened. Living in a peaceful world, when had she ever experienced such a tragedy? That was more than 100 fresh lives. Just because of a mouthful of salt and a mouthful of rice, they lost their lives. In Zhang Feng's view, this was simply inconceivable. For him, not to mention a gene of salt, even 2,000 gene of 1 yuan was only worth 2 to 3,000 yuan in the future. Even if it broke the sky, it would only be worth 4 to 5,000 yuan. More than 100 Turks were all killed for this thing. Zhang Feng didn't think that the other dozen people who fell into Old Chen's hands could survive safely. After all, Old Chen was only a businessman. The real power to execute these people was in the hands of the 2 great generals in the army. However, even if one's head was cut off, it would only be a scar the size of a bowl. Why did rich people cherish their lives more? As the saying goes, the richer you are, the more afraid of death. This was an eternal truth. Poor people lived a life of suffering. If they couldn't even bear this, there was no need for them to live. They couldn't stay in the house anymore. There were 2 big chimneys. God knew how long they had been smoking in the house. At this time, after smoking 2 cigarettes, Zhang Feng was so choked that he couldn't speak. He hurriedly went out to see the sun. He simply lay on the grass and looked up at the clouds in the sky that came and went in a hurry. Seeing this, Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong smiled and lay on the grass and looked up at the sky like Zhang Feng. The sky around Xi and in the Tang dynasty was very pure. There wasn't a trace of pollution. It was as pure as a newborn baby. The sky was so blue that it was a little dark. The clouds in the sky were like a bunch of cotton ready to fight in the air. When the wind blew, the clouds would ripple. Looking at the deep black, there was a sense of vicissitudes of mystery in the dark blue. Unlike in the future, it was extremely rare to see a trace of blue in the sky of Shihan. Not to mention Xi, and it was also extremely rare to see such a pure blue sky in other places. Chapter 1139. The weather at the beginning of August was very strange. From morning to night it was extremely cold. Especially at night, it was as cold as winter. However, at noon it was very hot. It was even hotter than summer. At this moment, the entire academy was filled with people who were moving construction materials in a hurry. At this time, when he looked around, he saw a group of men with their crotches wrapped in cloth. They were carrying construction materials or wood and running around under the sun. Their bodies were as black ghosts. Zhang Fengyu suddenly had the illusion that he had entered a Japanese military camp. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. He was looking for something in the crowd. However, he suddenly saw Qing Chumo and the others who were carrying food bowls. They were talking and laughing as they walked while removing clothes. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. These people were also doing the same. This was a disgrace to the educated. Zhang Feng also didn't have the desire to continue looking. He thought that if he really couldn't stand such a crude scene, especially in the academy that he had single-handedly managed, then he, Zhang Feng, would really eat that thing? He found some linen and then found the old village chief. After asking him, he found a few men who knew how to sew in Tonghui Square. He then went to the sticky candy at the foot of the mountain and found some rubber that was dripping and solidifying. It was the kind of rubber that was thinner than chopsticks. The longer the rubber was boiled, the better its toughness would be. In fact, when the materials and people were all here, Zhang Feng even drew and gestured on the paper to let them understand that he was going to make a few pairs of underwear. However, even so, Zhang Feng and Zhang Fei were useless. It took a lot of talking to make these people understand. After all, it was still very difficult to make them understand one thing. After wasting 2 hours, Yu Qigong and Qin Yaojin were a little tired. They yawned and went down the mountain. Zhang Feng didn't know. After explaining for a long time, everyone finally understood. Zhang Feng dragged his tired body and went to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Feng received a pair of boxers that had been made in a hurry. Looking at the size, he was quite satisfied with the elasticity of the rubber. He rewarded all of them with 3 taels of silver each, causing them to tremble all over and repeatedly say that they did not want it. To be able to obtain Zhang Feng's satisfaction was a piece of great news for these people on the mountain. After the tailor finished kowtowing, he walked away happily. As he walked, he muttered excitedly, "The prince is arrogant, the dean is worthless," and he even thanked me with a smile. My God, this is logic. This high and mighty profession actually treated me like this. How dare they treat me like this? The principal even praised me. From now on, I will also be someone who has been specially praised by the principal. Let's see who dares to not treat me well in the future. Zhang Feng didn't know that he had unintentionally become a tiger. He took the pair of boxers that looked a little too big and rushed to the residence of Chen Chimo and the others. At this time, Chen Chimo's people seemed to have just finished their morning exercise. At this time, a group of people were next to the wooden bucket at the door. They took off all their clothes and washed up. Everyone was tired under their crotches. They shamelessly showed off their not-so-perfect figures in broad daylight. Chen Chimo's black hair made Zhang Feng wonder if this guy had completed his evolution. When they saw Zhang Feng coming, they restrained themselves a little. They didn't intend to avoid arousing suspicion. While washing, Chen Chimo waved his hand and said, "Fengzi, why are you here so early? Do you want to wash together? The water has just been boiled and is still warm. The temperature is good for washing now." Zhang Feng looked at them with some disdain. However, he was once again sure of one thing. That was, he must build a bathhouse for these guys. Otherwise, the atmosphere on the mountain would be foul. He didn't want to see a group of people wearing boxers walking around blindly when he opened the door to save people. It was fine for him, but what about Zhang Yuyao and the others? What if they bumped into them? "Tainyo, come here. I made a pair of underwear. Put it on and have a look." "Underwear? What's that?" Hearing this, Chen Chimo and the others looked curiously at the linen thing in Zhang Feng's hand. They didn't even intend to wipe off the water droplets on their bodies and hurriedly gathered around. At this time, after taking a bath, the smell of their feet, sweat, and someone's body odor had been reduced a little. Zhang Feng also didn't feel so dizzy. Only then did he shake the two small corners of the thong in his hand. With this, they instantly looked at the boxers under their crotch. Chen Chimo pointed at the boxers and then at his own boxers and said curiously, "Fengzi, I remember that I saw you wearing this thing when you took a bath. Is this?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes instantly turned red. He bared his teeth and asked, "Tell me clearly, when did you see me take a bath?" Chen Chimo knew that he had said something wrong. After stammering for a while, he laughed and then bypassed this matter. Obviously, Zhang Feng didn't. He meant to forgive them. Chapter 1140. At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly caught a glimpse of Yu Qigong walking out of Niu Xiaohu's house. He was smoking and staring at the thong in Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng was a little surprised, but he understood after thinking about it. He asked, "How's Xiaohu's injury?" "He's fine. He drank a bowl of bone-strengthening powder this morning and fell asleep again. His complexion has recovered a lot. Other than his leg being unable to move, he's basically no different from a good person." Yu Qigong's mood was a little better today, but when he saw the strange thing in Zhang Feng's hand, he asked curiously, "What is this?" Seeing this, Zhang Feng shook the thong in his hand and said, "This is that, crotch cloth. I don't know what's going on these days. They all like to wear crotch cloth when running around. It's a disgrace to the academy. So when I saw them like this yesterday, I really couldn't bear to look at them, so I got someone to make one for them to try first. If it fits, then I'll get someone to. Leave this matter to me. You should take a good rest. Treat Xiaohu's legs first. Leave these miscellaneous matters to me." Yu Qigong didn't wait for Zhang Feng to finish and interrupted him. He took over this matter. He also didn't know what this thing was and whether it would be awkward to wear. But since it was made by Zhang Feng, it was definitely a good thing. So Yu Qigong made a prompt decision and packed it up. After all, he had already taken over the textile factory. In his opinion, this thong should belong to this category. As long as it belonged to this category, he would be in charge. Zhang Feng was a little stunned, but before he could speak, Yu Qigong took the thong from him and threw it on Chen Chimo's head. "Go and change it for me now. Ask Lao Tzu to see what magical thing it is." Chen Chimo was overjoyed when he heard this. He hurriedly put the thing on his body in front of everyone, following Zhang Feng's instructions. After putting it on, Chen Chimo really did look better. Chen Chimo walked back and forth, even showing off his butt, twisting it in front of Zhang Feng. Looking at Zhang Feng, Chen Chimo was embarrassed, but he suppressed his embarrassment and pretended not to see it. This guy really deserved to be taught a lesson. Finally, Yu Qigong couldn't take it anymore. He scolded Chen Chimo angrily, "That's enough. What are you doing? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Hearing this, Ching Chimo resentfully put away his desire to show off. Anything that happened on the mountain would always reach Li Shimin's ears. At this moment, in the imperial study, Li Shimin was looking at Niu Jinda anxiously. After listening to Niu Jinda's detailed account of Lan Tian's situation, Li Shimin asked, "We heard that Jianhu's leg was broken? Is there such a thing? After hearing about it yesterday, we sent the imperial physician to the military camp. How is he now?" Niu Jinda was stunned when he heard this, then bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My son was blind during training and broke his leg." Li Shimin heard this and his face was full of worry. He got up and came to Niu Jinda's side, patting him on the shoulder and said, "No one wants such a thing to happen, but I heard that Zhang Feng seemed to have gone to the military camp to pick him up. I heard that he has a way to fix his broken leg. Is this true?" "Yes." How could Niu Jinda dare to hide anything? He then told Li Shimin everything he saw after he went to the military camp, especially how Niu Jinhu woke up after Zhang Feng displayed that magical writing technique. Li Shimin was stunned when he heard this. There was actually such a thing in the world. There really were all kinds of strange things. At this time, Li Shimin even wanted to go up the mountain to see for himself how Zhang Feng fixed the bone, and even more wanted to see how he used other people's blood. However, Li Shimin was more interested in the set of equipment that Zhang Feng used to transfuse blood to Niu Jinhu. It was actually 2 fish intestines, a hollow fish bone, and a mule urine bubble. I don't want you to feel that way. He even had the impulse to test it himself, but now was not the time to talk about this. Li Shimin could only suppress the thoughts in his heart and asked, "Was everything okay when Jianhu was here?" 3 days later, did Fengzi say whether the bone could be fixed? Niu Jinda was stunned when he heard this. Not to mention Li Shimin now, he also didn't know. However, he didn't dare to not answer the emperor's question. After a moment of silence, he said, "It should be possible." Both of them couldn't help but be silent. Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed and said, "Heaven helps the worthy. Relax a little. If you believe that it can be done, then there should be no problem. Don't you believe in Fengzi's ability?" Li Shimin was also a little uncertain, but since it had happened at this time and it was such a thing, he knew what to say and could only comfort him. Chapter 1141. Niu Jinda hurriedly thanked Li Shimin and was about to leave. Li Shimin thought for a while and felt that it was inappropriate. If we count today, there should be more. The surgery will be done the day after tomorrow. If it's the day after tomorrow, I'll go with you to take a look. On the mountain. Zhang Feng walked out of Niu Jinhu's room 2 hours later. He then went to change the gauze on Lu Jinhu's wound. After cleaning the wound and making sure that it was not infected, he heaved a sigh of relief. In this kind of situation, the scariest thing was inflammation and wound infection. However, on one hand, it was because of Niu Jinhu's strong physique. Coupled with his anti-inflammatory medicine, the greatest effect was still seen by Zhang Feng. It was the bowl of Chinese medicine that was placed beside Niu Jinhu. One had to know that although penicillin and alcohol could play an anti-inflammatory role, it could not reduce the swelling of Lu Jinhu's injured friend so quickly. Sun Simiao must have used some magical medicine to make Lu Jinhu's leg recover so quickly. After bandaging Lu Jinhu's wound again, Niu Jinhu looked at Zifei, who was meticulously bandaging his wound. He felt a little guilty and said with slightly cracked lips, "Fengzi, if you can't do it, then forget it. Don't force yourself. At most, after 18 years will be another." Before he could finish, Zhang Feng glared at Niu Jinhu and said, "Shut up. If you're my brother, then don't say that. Don't you believe that I'm waiting for you? As long as you don't die, then I, your brother, can guarantee that you will recover. You only need to recuperate in peace. You can eat and drink as much as you want. But remember that you can't eat spicy food during this period of time. You can also not touch alcohol. Your diet can only be mainly bone-strengthening powder and some cooked food. Pork leg bone." Lu Jinhu nodded heavily with tears in his eyes. When Zhang Feng saw this, he felt a little depressed and did not know what to say. He left Niu Jinhu's room. Once he left, Chen Chumo and the others closed the door and started talking at once. It was Zhang Feng's turn. Little Tiger's head and leg injuries shouldn't be a big problem. There's no inflammation or infection at the moment. This is a very good sign. Zhang Feng did not dwell on this matter. After all, it was an endless process. Telling them was like playing the lute to a cow. It was far better than playing the lute to a cow. Sun Simiao was straightforward. After all, if you played the lute to a cow, would the cow understand? Hearing this, the few of them were relieved. They didn't know what was wrong with the weather at this time, but it was slowly becoming hot and dry again. The room was so stuffy that Zhang Feng couldn't breathe. At this time, he realized that the back of his clothes had long been soaked with sweat. Cheng Chumo, as if he was presenting a treasure, revealed a jar of grape wine from under the bed and invited Zhang Feng to drink. However, after filling Zhang Feng's glass with wine, he took a bowl and gulped it down. The warm wine could instantly increase one's qi and blood. Zhang Feng slapped Chen Chumo's hand and said, "How can you spoil things like this? How can you drink this grape wine without ice?" Li Qingqian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Fengzi, you actually know that grapes taste better with ice?" Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't speak, Li Qingqian said, "After the grape wine is chilled, it is indeed very refreshing to drink. However, at this time, where can we get this thing? Even in the ice cellar of the Imperial Palace, this thing is probably very rare." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Shao Mountain is White Deer College. Tai Niu used some unknown ability to secretly hide a jar of grapes. If it weren't for you working hard during this period, he wouldn't have been willing to take out this plate of grapes. It was said that this grape wine was inadvertently given to Uncle Chen by Lord Zhang's son when he drank with his father last time. Hearing that it was given to Yuqi Jiaoyang from the Imperial Palace, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He hurriedly picked up the wine cup and sniffed it. It really was different from the usual grape wine. At this time, Chen Chumo, Wei Shuyu, and the people crossing the ditch had already been tempted by the chilled grape wine mentioned by Zhang Feng. Looking at the steaming grape wine, they no longer had the desire to drink wine. Chen Chumo licked his face and shook Zhang Feng's arm. He chuckled and said, "Fengzi, do you have a way to get ice? If that's the case, then it's really great. Tell me, where can we get ice? I'll send someone to get it now. As long as it's not too far away, maybe we can drink it tonight." Zhang Feng only thought of this method of artificial ice by chance. It was also during this period of time when Niu Xiaohu's leg was broken that he thought of it unintentionally. However, after hearing what he said, Zhang Feng also missed the iced grape wine a little. Chapter 1142. It is indeed impossible for others to make some ice now. Where would we get ice at this time? Unless we go to the ice cellar in the palace or go to the depths of the Turks, we might be able to get some if we go back to the Qi nation. But if we go back and forth, we might as well wait for winter in the main hall. Everyone was a little disappointed when they heard this, but Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "But I am talking about others. As long as you can find saltpeter, I can make the ice for you." Cheng Chumo was too lazy to even ask about the method. He got up and rushed out of the room. Saltpeter was not easy to get, but he vaguely remembered that there were some saltpeter in the barracks at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, there was saltpeter in the smoke. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Cheng Chumo came back with a big bag of saltpeter. Zhang Feng found a water jar and poured the saltpeter into it. Then he directed a few people to pour more than half of the water into the vat. The water and the saltpeter produced a violent chemical reaction. The water splashed and there were occasional bursting sounds as if the water was boiling. Those who saw it were greatly surprised. Under the gazes of the few people, the water surface gradually calmed down. Zhao Feng poured the prepared cold water into the copper basin and let the basin float on the water surface. Soon, under the astonished gazes of the few people, some white ripples began to appear on the water surface. Then the white ripples gradually became clear. The bottomless water slowly turned into the color of rice soup. After what seemed like the time it took to eat a meal, the surface of the water jar was covered in white. It was like the kind of smoke that was spat out. It had accumulated all over the salt city. At this moment, the water in the copper basin began to slowly freeze. Moreover, it was rapidly freezing under everyone's gazes. Cheng Chumo secretly touched it with his hand. Instantly, he retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "F***C, brother, how did you do it? Isn't this the last few days of the hot summer? This is even hotter than June. You can actually make the water freeze. My God, even the storytellers don't dare to say this." "Shut up, don't ask if you don't know. We'll be relying on it to make a fortune next year. You don't know how poor I am right now. Do you think it's easy for me to raise 2,000 to 3,000 people on the mountain? Let's talk about this first. Don't tell anyone about this. This is a way for us to get rich in the future. Do you want to drink some cold beer?" Cheng Chumo nodded his head like a rattledrum. He looked at Zhang Feng as if he was looking at a god. Cheng Chumo didn't want to continue talking about this matter. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, he kept his mouth shut. He always felt that it wouldn't be difficult for his brother to earn money. There was no need for him to make preparations now. After all, whether it was the white paper or the braised meat, etc. There was also the matter with those old bastards a few days ago. Those were all ways to make money. Moreover, those dozens of boxes of money were stored in ink. Even if it was the 2 to 3,000 yuan on the mountain, if they didn't do anything and just relied on the money to buy rice and food, they would still be able to live in luxury for 3 to 5 years. Why did this kid say that he was so poor? However, this wasn't the time to think about this. Being able to drink the iced grapes was the most important thing. Several people sat cross-legged around the vat. After waiting for the water in the basin to slowly freeze, Zhang Feng took out a small hammer and broke the white ice. Everyone couldn't wait to take the ice and bite it in their mouths. Then they carefully took a few ice cubes and put them in their glass cups. Lying on the grass and drinking the refreshing iced grapes, they instantly felt very cool. The ice cubes hit the glass cups, making tinkling sounds. At this time, it sounded like a moving lullaby, making people feel refreshed from head to toe. No one was in the mood to talk. They just looked at the clouds floating in the sky, bumping into each other. From time to time, 1 or 2 little birds flew over their heads and played. Qin Chumo was a drunkard. He wasn't used to drinking small mouthfuls of wine. After drinking a bowl of wine, he got up and poured the ice cubes in the half-copper basin into the wine jar. Putting the wine jar beside him, Qin Chumo felt comfortable. He drank the wine and fell asleep for a while. Thunderous snoring sounded. Zhang Feng and others drank the wine in their bowls, looking at the sky and smiling bitterly. The weather in August was so strange and changeable. Sometimes he was as gentle as a woman's hand gently stroking her cheek. Sometimes he was as cruel as a strict father, cold and heartless. Sometimes he was as passionate as fire. He just lay there and fell asleep. When Zhang Feng opened his eyes again, the sky was already full of stars. It looked like a jade belt across the sky. The vexed Zhang Feng found the 2 stars, Cowherd and Vega, in the sky. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. They would have a chance to meet each other once a year. As for him, he still had such a chance. The distance between him and his old mother at home was more than thousands of years. This was more than 1,000 years. Not to mention this life, even in the next life he probably wouldn't be able to meet her again. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and picked up the remaining wine in the bowl. He seemed to be toasting to the Cowherd and Vega in the sky. He said softly, "Take care." Chapter 1143. After finishing his words, he drained his wine and tossed it far away into the darkness of Mount E. During this period of time, Zhang Feng did not feel a trace of danger approaching after agreeing to the clan's business. Every day there would be a large number of people from aristocratic families coming to visit the mountain, and Zhang Feng did not reject them. Who didn't like money? Zhang Feng's generosity was also deeply liked by these aristocratic families. They had long known about Zhang Feng's character. They had investigated his character and found out that he was so generous to everyone. Therefore, they let go of the last trace of doubt in their hearts and wanted to pull Zhang Feng into their camp. Therefore, they were almost in a state of competition. The things that each family gave out were incomparable. From the beginning it was gold and silver, to the end it was rare treasures. Anyway, the rarer the better. No one knew where they got to know that Zhang Feng liked to collect those strange things. During this period of time, among the rare treasures that Zhang Feng received, those strange things accounted for more than half. For example, ivory carvings. Zhang Feng even found a few things like meteorites in this large pile of things. It seemed that Zhang Feng's plan had worked. However, Zhang Feng was not sure if these people were scheming against him. However, it didn't matter because the fish had taken the bait. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard Shiva's excited voice not far away, "Dean, Dean." Shiva's voice brought Zhang Feng back to reality. Seeing Shiva, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "Dean, what's wrong? What happened?" "The old village chief of Chang and University is here." Hearing this, Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Logically speaking, the old village chief would not come up the mountain. Could it be that something had happened? After kicking Cheng Chumo and the others awake, he went to check on Yo Jinhu's injuries before hurrying back to the wooden hut with Shiva. Yes, the old scholar had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, the old village head asked, "Back when I was at Chang and University, I heard that you were in the military camp for old Nyo's son. In the end, you even gave him the blood-seizing and soul-exchanging technique? Is there such a thing?" Zhang Feng knew that the old village chief must have come for this matter. He nodded, then shook his head and said, "That's a blood transfusion to set his bones." "This is true. I'm preparing to help little Tiger with Dr. Sun the day after tomorrow. As for the blood transfusion, those are just rumors. You also know that there are some things that I'm too lazy to explain. Even if I explain, it won't make sense." He quietly looked into Zhang Feng's eyes. After a dozen breaths, seeing that Zhang Feng was not lying, he sighed and said, Okay, I just don't want to say anything more. It's fine as long as you know what you're doing. But let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't touch it. If Sun Simiao can do it, then let him see it. After all, his reputation is out there. You should understand the principle behind it. If you kill your way out and claim this matter as your own, I can guarantee that you won't be able to stay in the academy in less than 10 days. Hearing this, Zhang Feng suddenly realized that he understood the old village chief and the old scholar's meaning. Then Zhang Feng helped him with some future arrangements and the old village chief's opinions. The two talked until late at night. Early the next morning, Zhang Feng personally sent the old scholar back to Chang'an. When he went to the tavern to deal with some matters, he suddenly bumped into the steward of the Zhang mansion when he went out. When the steward saw Zhang Feng, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. After taking a closer look, he shouted in surprise, "Hey, when did you come down the mountain, young master?" Zhang Feng was a little speechless, but he still made a fist and palm salute and said, "Well, I had something to do, so I went down the mountain early this morning." "I didn't know that you went so early. Where did you go?" Seeing that Zhang Feng was so polite, the old steward smiled even more. His eyes narrowed into slits and he said, "What can I do? A few rich young masters came to the basketball court over there and wanted to eat the snacks of our Yixing pastry shop, so I sent someone to the shop. But it was too early, so the shop didn't make the snacks. So the old master asked me to send them here quickly so as not to lose our reputation. I just sent the snacks to them, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Miss misses you very much in the mansion." The steward insisted that Zhang Feng go to Fuli to have a seat, but Zhang Feng didn't want to go. At this time he still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have time to delay. However, after such a fuss, more people saw Zhang Feng. Helpless, Zhang Feng had to go to Fuli with the old steward. Zhang Feng hadn't been to Chang'an City for a long time. At this time he was strolling in Chang'an City. Looking at the garbage everywhere in Chang'an City and the dirty environment, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of the magical country of India in the future. People in the future like to describe the people of the Tang dynasty as dirty and stinky men. But in the face of such people, Zhang Feng could only laugh. It seemed that as long as the rich didn't bind their feet and didn't stick to one person until the end, it was a hurried thing. At least at this time, although Zhang Feng saw a little dirty and messy, it was only a temporary solution. On normal days, there would still be some people coming to clean these things on the streets. But at this time, the morning market had just ended, and many vegetable farmers didn't even have time to take away the vegetables, so it looked a little dirty and messy. However, compared to the mystical country of India in the future, it was simply a heaven-like existence. At this time, Zhang Feng and the old steward were strolling in Chang'an City. From time to time, they could see a teenager jumping back and forth in a basketball court. They even saw a group of old ladies smiling from ear to ear on the basketball court, which made a group of old men scream. Chapter 1144. Zhang Feng really did not see what was so exciting about this, but perhaps these people had their own interests. Zhang Feng did not disturb them. The basketball court was built for these people to play. After a while, the two walked to the door of Niu Pai Huang's workshop with the billowing smoke. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. The old butler knew that Zhang Feng wanted to go in, so he did not say anything and stood aside to wait. Zhang Feng walked towards Niu Pai Huang's workshop. Logically speaking, the rented house should have been moved to the mountain at this time. Why were there still people cooking here? When Zhang Feng came closer, there were still many people, about 50 at this time. There was a long line here. Everyone stuck their heads out and waited for something. Niu Pai Huang's wife recognized Zhang Feng. She was also a snob. When she suddenly saw Zhang Feng in a sky-blue robe in the crowd, she thought that it was a handsome young master coming to greet him. She rubbed her eyes and found that it was Zhang Feng. She exclaimed, "Oh, I was wondering who it was." It turned out to be Prince Zhang. At this time, the people at this time did not think that it was Zhang Feng. But when they greeted the wife, they reacted and treated Zhang Hong as the master. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly, cupped his fist and apologized to the people. Then they entered the workshop. Niu Pai Huang heard the sound outside and ate a meal with the wife. Then he accompanied Zhang Feng into the workshop. After entering the bridal chamber, Zhang Feng asked, "Old Niu, what's the matter? Didn't I tell you to move to the mountain? Why is it still here?" Niu Pai Huang smiled bitterly and said, "I did want to move to the mountain, but at this time last time when I went to the mountain, the old village head told me to wait. He said that this thing was too scary and would disturb the name of the students on the mountain and ruin the reputation of the academy. So I heard that the workshop is being repaired in a valley downstream of the paper mill." Zhang Feng heard this and understood. It was indeed so. Originally, Shao Mountain was just a barren land. But because of this academy, this barren land gradually gained away and an academy. Even now, it seemed to be more lively than Chang and City. He could not help but think of a wonderful idea. Now the basic industries in Chang and City were controlled by those big families. It was harder for ordinary people to buy real estate and land than to reach the sky. If his brain could develop Xuanshan and turn it into a residential area, that would be. Zhang Feng could not help but have his eyes turn into the shape of copper coins. In his mind he instantly imagined rows of connected villas in the future. If it was built, as long as he, Zhang Feng, was willing, it could be said that in less than a month, there would be no empty space in the whole of Shao Mountain. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could not help but feel excited. Young Master Zhang sat there alone, giggling and making greedy noises from time to time, which surprised Oxhide Huang and his wife. They mistakenly thought that Zhang Feng was angered by them. Oxhide Huang was so angry that he beat Zhang Feng fiercely. "Yes, it's all because of you, stinky woman. I've already said that we won't do anything here. We'll go to the mountain even if it's just a shack. It's all because of Mr. Zhang that we have today. It's all because of you, stinky mahjong. Stinky woman, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. What do you think we should do?" Niu Pai Huang's wife had never seen such symptoms before. At this time she was also stunned by the beating and could only hug her head and cry bitterly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could only quickly mediate. "This has nothing to do with you. It's my fault. Let's put the matter on the mountain aside for now. Let's talk about the basketball business first. How's the basketball and football business recently?" When it came to serious matters, Niu Pai Huang and his wife were simply like. They spoke excitedly as if they had opened up a chatterbox. "Young Master Zhang, there's something you don't know. Last night, Lord Niu came to me personally and told me about this matter. In the past 2 months, those aristocratic families have been clamoring for it. The orders for basketball and football are terrifying. Yesterday and tomorrow, there were already 1,000 orders for basketball, and about 300 for football. And those people outside seem to have heard about the Imperial College in Hongwen Hall. I don't know why, but they personally went to Fuyang to place their orders this morning. After hearing about it, these people came over like crazy and queued up to buy the basketball." Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little more confident after hearing this. After that, Zhang Feng went to the county yamen again. Niu Weili had already sent the first 2 parties back to Zhang Feng's residence. After that, because he could not refuse Niu Weili's kindness, he could only have lunch at the cliff. Then, under Niu Weili's arrangements, he went to Zhang village. When Zhang Feng arrived at the Zhang residence, he learned that Zhang Yuyao and Zhang Sheng had already gone to his residence. He had no choice but to go in circles and rush back home. He was speechless. If he had known, he would have gone straight home. He would not have had to go in circles on Chang'an Street and be looked at like a monkey. Chapter 1145. The news of Zhang Feng's return spread quickly as if it had wings. When Zhang Feng returned to the gate, Jin Shu, Zhang Yuyao, and Zhang Shan were already waiting for him at the gate. Old Wei and Old Fang also crossed their arms and looked at him with a smile. Zhang Feng got down from the sedan and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Old Wei, I didn't expect you to come too. Old Master Zhang, long time no see. You've been healthy recently." Then Zhang Feng naturally took Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao's hands. Zhang Yuyao's cheeks turned red, but she still sweetly followed him in. He was addicted to holding hands. The first few times he held hands. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Zhang Feng's list became bigger. As soon as he entered the gate, Zhang Feng was shocked by the scene in front of him. Inside and outside the gate, there were more than 30 burly men standing upright holding short sticks. When they saw Zhang Feng, they shouted angrily in unison, "Old Master has returned." Those who didn't know would think that he had come to the Duke's public house. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "This is?" Zhang Shan looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and said, "Aren't they the people you asked old you for? Do you still remember that group of veterans?" Only then did Zhang Feng remember this matter. He greeted them and entered the courtyard. The courtyard was very big. It was so big that Zhang Feng and the others had to walk around 7 or 8 corridors before they reached the living room. There were already maids in the living room, who had prepared seasonal fruits and tea. After the guests and the host sat down, they asked almost in unison about what had happened during this time, such as the basketball. They also asked about the dozens of carriages of gold and silver and those rare treasures that had been transported last night. They all asked what Zhang Feng had done and why there were so many things suddenly. They also asked about the 2 guys from the Imperial College in the Hongwen Guan. They had heard that they had always been at odds with him. Why did it suddenly become like this these few days? Zhang Feng also patiently told them about the recent events. Only then did they realize what had happened. They praised Zhang Feng again and again, saying that he was good at doing business. Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling were even more amazed. They really wanted to ask Zhang Feng about the specifics of this matter, but Zhang Feng just said that he had discussed this matter with Lao Li and dismissed them. The two of them were not fools. Since the emperor knew about this matter, it meant that Zhang Feng was not willing to talk about it in detail. It meant that the emperor and Zhang Feng had made a plan. As for what the plan was, the two of them really did not know. For a moment, the two of them were lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhang Shan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Men, bring the account book. Since the son-in-law is back, it's better to leave this matter to him." The old housekeeper happily entered the classroom and handed a thick account book to Zhang Feng. Zhang Shan patted the account book in his hand and said, "Feng Zi, the money recorded in this account book as well as the paintings, porcelain and so on, have been converted by old man for you. There are about 20,13,20,003 taels of gold, more than 1,000 taels of silver, and more than 50,000 strings of copper coins. As for the other things, I don't know what strange things they are. I have put them in the study for you to see later." Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned when he heard this. Where did so much come from? Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Shan smiled and stroked his beard. "This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, where would we get so much money from by handing over all the branches of Chang and hotel to them? You led each of the Guanlong 8 great families by the joining fee of 1,000 branches in one breath. These are only a part of it. There are also some, such as the Shangxi Wang clan, Longxi Li Shi, and others. Recently they have also been negotiating with us. But we dare not agree. After all, I also know that you have conflicts with them. I was thinking of going up the mountain to talk to you, but I didn't expect that you would make this matter become like this. So, how do you think we should deal with this matter?" Zhang Feng did not have any good ideas for a while, so Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "I can't deal with this matter. You can leave it to Lao Li and Old Wei. After all, they are businessmen. They are very insightful in this regard. I am too busy these days." Wei Zheng and the others' eyelids twitched. This kid is really cunning. He wants to leave this matter to them? Obviously he wants them to take the lead. Who in the imperial court didn't know that they did not get along with those involved? But at this time they can't say it. After all, the emperor knows about this. Now that Zhang Feng said this, they have to go back and discuss with the emperor before making a decision. After a while, Wei Jing waited for Zhang Feng to talk about the business before asking, "Xiaohu's leg, are you sure you have a way to cure it?" Wei Jing's eyes flashed with a trace of pleading. Although the poison blood life-changing method aroused his interest, he was more concerned about it. What he wanted was the bone-setting method. Chapter 1146. In the early years, it was a clan brother of Wei Zheng's. Because of the war, his legs were crippled. Until now, he had been bedridden. He had thought of many ways and even invited a miracle doctor to take a look. But all he could do was forcefully stuff the exposed bone fractures back into his body. But even so, he still felt unbearable pain all over his body when he moved. He used to be a man like an iron tower, but after a few years of suffering, he was as thin as a stick of firewood. Today, when he heard about this, Wei Zheng could not help but come forward to ask. When Zhang Feng saw this, although he was a little impatient, he still nodded and said sympathetically, "As long as the bones are not broken, it should be fine. The day after tomorrow, I will prepare to set Xiaohu's bones. If you are interested, do you want to go up and take a look?" Of course he had to go and take a look. The two of them decided that 3 days later, they would witness Niu Xiaohu's miracle on the mountain. Then Wei Jing left in a hurry, ready to pass this good news back home and let his family be happy. After Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling left, there was nothing else to do. They simply chatted about the recent gossip and interesting things. The servants in the house had just brought the dishes to the table. In the courtyard, a servant rushed in. Zhang Shan was a little unhappy. He frowned slightly and said, "Why are you panicking?" The servant said in a panic, "Old Master Zhang, it's not good." When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but frown. Before he could say anything, Zhang Shan's face darkened. "Bastard, tell me what's not good?" The servant looked at Zhang Feng and then looked at Zhang Shan. Then he said, There's an employer who wants to escape." When Zhang Shan heard this, his face turned cold. "Bastard, I'm being kind to them. I've served them good food and drinks for so long and they want to run away. Do they think this is a charity hall? Chase after him. I want to ask him what he's trying to do." The meal could no longer be eaten. The mansion was in a state of chaos and some people even brought their dogs. Zhang Feng was looking forward to the two girls following Zhang Shan out of the living room. From afar, he could hear a burst of angry cursing coming from the back pavilion or the east hall. He went forward to take a look and saw a thin and weak body under a wintersweet tree in the east pavilion. He was being chased by people. Everyone picked up their weapons and pressed the person on the ground to beat him. The person was beaten until he screamed in pain and wailed loudly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade them. Only then did they stop. Zhang Feng took a closer look. Although this person was covered in dirt and had unkempt hair and a dirty face, he looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, similar to the dog's age. He asked, "Yuyao, what's going on?" Zhang Yuyao briefly told Zhang Feng what had happened. After Zhang Feng moved into the villa more than 10 days ago, there seemed to be a lot of food left. Therefore, Zhang Shan decided to give the money to the refugees in Chang'an. However, in this way the refugees were bound to stay at the gate of Zhang Mansion every day. Zhang Shan was quite helpless, but there were more and more refugees. Seeing that there would be more and more problems if this went on, Zhang Shan picked out some people he was quite satisfied with among these people and handed them to the steward of Zhang Feng's villa. It was a job for them so that they would not be freeloaders. However, after this matter was settled today, these people actually wanted to run away after lunch. How could Zhang Shan not be angry? Zhang Feng also had a rough idea of what he meant. He was also a little angry. This bastard, not only is he addicted to freeloading, but he has also become a dog skin plaster. Not only is he an idiot, he even steals the food of my Zhang family for half a month. If this spreads out, my reputation will be ruined. Zhang Feng patiently followed in front of that person and asked, "Why are you running away?" I want to go home." That person cried as he rubbed his swollen eyes with heart-rending pain. Zhang Feng asked again, "Why do you want to go home?" "You are here to work. You have to know where your duty lies." Hearing this, the young man immediately wailed and said, "My father wants to work in the field." Zhang Feng was speechless. Seeing that Zhang Feng did not speak, the young man wailed again. "My father wants to work in the field. If he doesn't work, he will starve to death. He won't be able to spend the new year this year." At this time, with the young man's crying and wailing, more and more people gathered. Even the servants in the house frequently looked at him. At this time, Zhang Feng was also close to this young man, and the sympathy in his heart gradually disappeared. If he appeared too weak, there was no way to deter these people. After all, this was a family, and at this time only Zhang Yuyao and the technical department were in the house. He was often not around. If these people thought that he was easy to talk to, wouldn't the price be chaotic in the future? Who could suppress them? Zhang Feng's face turned cold. He asked someone to bring a chair over and sat in front of the young man. He asked, "What does this have to do with your father?" "My father wants to wait for my clothes. He wants to work in the field." Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard this. The young man continued to cry and said, "If I don't go back, he won't have clothes to wear. If he can't work in the field, I will starve. When the sun is dry, I have to go back. Otherwise he will whip me. Everyone in the family will starve. My brothers and sisters may not survive this year." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. He asked, "You and your father wear the same pants?" Chapter 1147. Lowering his head, he saw that the young man was wearing a pair of extraordinarily large breeches. The young man sniffled. In his oily hand there was actually a lump of dirty booger. He rubbed it against the large breeches with familiarity. Zhang Feng was so disgusted that he almost threw up his dinner from last night. He let out a long sigh and looked at the other people who had caught up. They were the newly recruited workers, and their situation did not seem to be much better than the young man's. Zhang Feng turned around and looked at Zhang Shan. "Pass down the order. Make a new set of clothes for every worker. Hurry." Zhang Shan hesitated for a moment, but swallowed the words he wanted to say and nodded. In his opinion, Zhang Feng was too benevolent, too benevolent. This was not a good thing for such a big family, but after all, this was Zhang Feng's own family matter. It was not good for him to interfere. It was also not good for him to say anything. At this moment, the young man heard that he had new clothes to wear. "I finally have my own clothes." In this era he did not have any concept of new clothes. That thing seemed to only appear when his mother saw him getting married. To most people, clothes did not exist. He resisted the urge to make a sound. Zhang Feng could not bear to see such a poor person crying. He could not help but have the urge to curse. Zhang Feng turned around and walked away, hypnotizing himself as he walked. Lao Tzu was here to do business and earn money, not to do good deeds. After he finished speaking, he led the two girls away. The young man was stunned, lying on the ground like a dog. He only reacted when Zhang Feng was a distance away. Suddenly, tears burst out from his red and swollen eyes. Then he quickly kowtowed and shouted, Thank you for the clothes, thank you for the clothes, I will be a cow or a horse for the rest of my life. His head hit the cold rock on the ground. Red blood splattered, dyeing the sparkling marble red. Jiang Feng could vaguely hear the young man's words. His heart twitched and he did not know what to say. After a long time he whispered, "When will this group of people who want to cheat for food and drink disappear?" Although he was cursing, he did not know that a warm current had formed in the depths of his heart. Lao Tzu was going to fall. Jiang Feng returned to his residence and met up with Zhang Shan and the others. They chatted for a while and there was even some unpleasantness because of this ordinary matter. According to Jiang Feng, he wanted Jiang Feng to find an old butler himself. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Jiang Feng recommended several candidates, but Zhang Shan rejected them all. Under Zhang San's inquiry, Jiang Feng said that he wanted to have the old village chief take over the house, but was strongly opposed by Zhang Shan. He was not related to them by blood. If such a huge family property was handed over to him, who would dare to be at ease? In the end, they were in a deadlock and the matter was left unsettled. Jiang Feng was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. After giving full authority to Zhang Shan, he left the mansion and walked up the mountain. This time, Jiang Feng bought some rare materials when he went down the mountain, especially those rare ores. At this time he had to ask for them to prepare for the operation, such as the rubber infusion tube, the glass infusion bottle, and so on. These things were indispensable. It was impossible to use fish intestines and other things all the time, right? This thing was really too unsightly, and who knew how many germs it carried? The most important thing was still the needle. He found some strange things in the treasure room at home and then walked around the streets. After that, Jiang Feng hired a carriage and quickly went up the mountain. At this time, the smelting factory had already entered into a regular operation. Basically, it could produce about 300 jin of steel every day. However, this was under the condition that there was not enough coal. If there was enough coal, it should not be a problem to produce 500 jin a day. By the time Jiang Feng arrived, the sky had already darkened. Everyone was extinguishing their fires and preparing to rest. Arjunan strolled leisurely to the entrance of the workshop. As he looked at the sky, he saw a lantern slowly approaching. Just as he was wondering who it was, Jiang Feng coughed. Arjunan was shocked and hurried to greet him. "Mr. Dean, why are you here at this time?" Jiang Feng did not say anything and asked, "Is Mokido in?" "Yes." "Well, ask him to come out. I have something to discuss with the two of you. Let's go to my cabin." While talking, Jiang Feng left with the lantern. When Jiang Feng returned to the cabin before the lantern was lit, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw two dusty barbarians standing at the door. They were Arjunan and Mokido, who had just finished work. After witnessing Jiang Feng and Arjunan enter the cabin, Arjunan poured out some of the things he bought from the cowhide bag on the table and said, "I need something good now, but I don't know if the two of you can make it." When the two heard this, they were really not sure about this thing. They quickly asked, "Are you talking about the embroidery needle? Or something else?" Jiang Feng nodded. "Yes, it is similar to the embroidery needle, but there must be a hole in the middle where water can drip out. Can you make it?" Chapter 1148. This time the two of them were completely stumped. If it was a needle, anyone could make it. However, it required a hole in the middle, which was difficult. The needle was so thin, but if it was like this, Jiang Feng explained the infusion needle in detail. Only then did Mokido realize, if that's the case, this old servant is willing to give it a try. However, I might not be able to make it. Give me 2 days. Jiang Feng shook his head and extended a finger. 1 day, only 1 day. Hearing this, the two of them could not help but change their expressions slightly. However, they still nodded heavily and left in a hurry. When they left, they took away the infusion needle that Jiang Feng had given her, as well as the syringe and the needle manufacturing blueprints. Then he said to Mokido, "I heard that you were a top glaze master in the western region? An expert glaze master in the world?" Mokido repeatedly declined, not daring to call himself an expert. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "You are worthy of this title. Don't decline. I don't have so many rules here. If you can do it, you can. If you can't, you can't. This is what you have to do." Hearing this, Merkel was a little touched. However, she did not know what he wanted to do. She stood silently at the side, seemingly knowing what he was worried about. Seeing this, Jiang Feng said, "Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Here you are just like home. What are you worried about? Actually, I have something here. If you are willing, I can pass it to you now and let you go back to your old profession." Jiang Feng explained the concept of the infusion tube and the infusion bottle. When he went to Chewing Gum's place, Jiang Feng wanted to talk about this. However, although the two of them had been in contact with rubber for a while, if they wanted to make such a high-end product, Zhang Feng was probably thinking about it himself. That was why he asked Mokito. With Zhang Feng's detailed explanation, the glass bottle and the infusion set were easy to make. However, the main problem was the infusion tube made of rubber. He could not help but feel a little troubled. He knew about rubber because it was sometimes used when making glazes. However, at this time he had to make a plastic tube completely out of rubber. What was plastic? How could it be used to make a rubber tube? Zhang Feng saw that he couldn't explain, so he simply found a piece of rubber from the rare treasures that the 5 surnames and 7 hopes had given him this time. He then found a small copper bowl and placed it on top of the oil lamp to slowly boil it. A piece of rubber about the size of a fingernail was placed in the bowl of soup and let it boil. Mokito's eyes were fixed on the boiling process in the copper bowl. The process was very long. The two of them chatted about other things and Mokito's progress with the firearms. After about 2 hours, the piece of rubber that was originally the size of a fingernail had become as clear as water. Zhang Feng then stood up and took a medium-sized bamboo stick from the broom. He brought it to me in chewing gum and said, "Look carefully. This is the method to make this flexible tube." As he spoke, Zhang Feng used the mud to make a mold that looked like a brick. Then he slowly pressed the bamboo stick in his hand down and made a mold. Then he carefully poured the boiled rubber into the bowl. Halfway through, Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped and filled up the bamboo skewers in his hand. He pressed and rolled them in the gaps between the skewers. Then he poured the real rubber on the bamboo skewers back into the bowl. He increased the flame of the oil lamp and continued to boil. After a while, Zhang Feng took out a sharp knife and cut the solidified rubber along the surface of the mold until it was flat. Then he carefully took out the translucent thing that was stained with a lot of mud and put it aside. Then he made another mold and used the same method to pour the other half in and cut it again. At this time Zhang Feng said, "Look carefully. This is the most important part." While speaking, Zhang Feng used an even smaller bamboo stick to evenly spread the rubber in the bowl on the half of the mold. After he finished, Zhang Feng carefully connected the other half. Only then did Zhang Feng let out a deep sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't know how to make this thing. The key was that he didn't know how to teach, so he could only wait for the plastic pipe to solidify. After that, Zhang Feng cleaned the mud on it. After cleaning it, he left a transparent pipe that was the size of a chopstick. Zhang Feng sent the pipe to Mokito. Mokito was instantly shocked. He took the pipe with both hands. The pipe was very soft like a dried yangjing. It was quite elastic. When he looked at the end of the pipe, he saw that there was a pipe in the middle. It was the size of a small bamboo stick. Mokito couldn't help but ask, "Is this the pipe you were talking about?" Gao Feng nodded, "I want this kind of thing. Now you know what to do, right?" When Mokito saw this, he held the tube like it was a treasure and nodded heavily, "I understand." Then he hesitated for a moment. Then he took out a summary of the medical equipment and sent it to Mokito. "Keep this thing carefully. Don't spread it. This is my secret." Chapter 1149. Mokito was so emotional that he almost knelt down in front of Zhang Feng. He grabbed Zhang Feng with his trembling hand and choked with sobs for a long time. In the end, Zhang Feng smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "If you want to thank me, get it out before tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, or better yet, at this time tomorrow night, I want it in my hands." Mokito wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and nodded heavily. Then he walked out of Zhang Feng's room. It was another sleepless night. For many people it was an ordinary night. However, for many people, it was the beginning of a difficult month, especially on Shao Mountain. The people of White Deer College. Niu Jianhu's leg injury was imminent. Although the wound's infection had been temporarily suppressed, the result was still imminent. Many people, whether it was White Deer College or Chang'an City, had their eyes fixed on the mountain. They were all waiting for Zhang Feng to succeed. The lights in Zhang Feng's room were not turned off for the entire night. Only when the sound of running exercises could be heard did Zhang Feng slowly drag his tired body to a chair in front of the door and sit down. After washing his face with cold water, he hurriedly walked to Sun Simiao's bamboo house. Sun Simiao was brewing tea. When he saw Zhang Feng, he was not surprised. He poured a cup of tea for Zhang Feng and said, "I heard that you didn't sleep last night?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Yes." "What?" "Because there is no time. Xiaohu's leg cannot be delayed any longer. Tomorrow is the last day, so..." Sun Simiao smiled. "So you want to let the old man do it now, right?" He nodded and said, "To be safe, I still want to test it to prevent any mistakes." "Old man, I've thought about it a long time ago. Even if you didn't mention it, I would have thought about it too. I'll look for you later. I heard that Lao Li and the others will come to the mountain to watch tomorrow. Zhang Feng didn't know who spread the news, but he still nodded in tacit agreement. Sun Simiao didn't say anything. He just looked at Zhang Feng and received it. Last night, I heard from old Fart that a lamb in the sheep pen on the mountain broke its leg when it climbed over the fence. Zhang Feng couldn't believe it. How could it be so coincidental? However, he still heard Sun Simiao say, "The sheep are already prepared next door. Let's go to old Gao's place now. There are fewer people there and no one will disturb us. It should be a good place to go." Zhang Feng nodded. "Let's give it a try. But there's one thing, Elder Sunday." This time, without waiting for him to finish, Sun Simiao laughed and said, "I know what you want to say. I've discussed your matter with Mr. Bosher and the others. Isn't it because the situation is unclear at this time? Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll announce that these things were made by me. It won't cause you any trouble. What do you think?" Zhang Feng couldn't help but hesitate. He stared at Sun Simiao, who looked indifferent. "I didn't expect Elder Sun to do this. I'm afraid that it will affect Elder Sun's reputation. Why don't we think of other ways? A person values himself very much." Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of one thing. That was the profession of a doctor. Especially doctors in ancient times. They all lived by reputation. If such a thing happened at this time, it was very likely that something unexpected would happen. Some people might not be able to practice medicine because of this. However, Sun Simiao laughed and said, "Kid, you're thinking too much. What do you think the old man relied on to become a student? He relied on the old man's magnanimity. If the old man felt that it was right, he would do it. The old man never cared about reputation. As long as it was useful, it was the right thing to do. So I'll give you a piece of advice. Sometimes reputation is a good thing, but sometimes it's a poison that harms people." Zhang Feng's expression changed. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I'll remember the Church of Grace." Sun Simiao nodded with satisfaction. After drinking a cup of tea with Zhang Feng, he said, "Let's go. Let's go see that lamb." At this time the farm was very quiet. The infusion was basically done here on Monday. Zheng Tufu had already moved to the foot of the mountain. Only Gaoda and Ma Zhou were left here. Although it was a little dirty, it was considered a quiet place in White Deer College. More than half of the pigs in the farm, as well as pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese and other animals, had disappeared. Some were eaten by the people on the mountain, but more were sent to the tables of the people in Jianghu. As for the farm at this time, there were only a few boars and sows that were deliberately left behind. There was also a group of piglets that were playing around, as well as a dozen groups of chickens, ducks and geese that were leisurely strolling around. At this time, thinking about it again, it was simply a world of difference from a month ago. A month ago, this place was known as the first in the entire Chang'an city and even the surrounding areas of Chang'an. But now this place seemed so empty. The wild grass frantically exuded its fragrance in the farm. Before it could sway in the wind, a little piglet's mouth sniffed it and then bit it off. Chapter 1150. He grew healthily and became the pig's delicacy. Then he grew with all his might and the pig nibbled on him again. The cycle repeated itself. Elder Gao seemed to have known that Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao were coming. He was already waiting at the door. When he saw the two of them, Elder Gao cupped his fists and gestured for them to enter. "The second floor is ready. The hot water and all other aspects are also prepared. We can begin now." Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He just followed Sun Simiao into the spacious room that used to belong to Butcher Zheng. It was now empty. A lamb was placed on the table in the middle of the room. It was tied up on the table and its left front hoof drooped weakly on the edge of the table. When the lamb saw them enter, it looked at them in horror. Its mouth moved as if it was asking them what they were going to do. Zhang Feng patted the lamb's head and said, "Then when do we start?" "Now let's start now," Sun Simiao said as he organized his medicine box. There was no time now. The failure of the mule experiment last time left a huge psychological shadow on Sun Simiao. At this moment, Sun Simiao seemed to be afraid to face it. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't say anything. The two of them carefully cut open the lamb's skin. There weren't any clamps or the like at this time, so they could only let Ma Zhou hold the cut-open skin. After all, it wasn't Ma Zhou's first time doing something like this. Although he was good at it, he still felt a little pale when he made such a big cut on a lamb's leg. Even so, he still wanted to see what Zhang Feng was going to do. He also wanted to see the miraculous result. After doing all this, Zhang Feng basically plucked all the hair off the lamb's leg. The skin below the thigh and the part above the hoof were all peeled off. Because it had been fed the anesthetic soup beforehand, The lamb looked at them in horror. Its head rubbed against Zhang Feng's hand from time to time as if it was asking, "What is this? What are you doing?" Zhang Feng didn't explain all this to the lamb. He didn't want to. In no time at all, he had separated all the muscles on the lamb's body according to the location of the fascia. The lamb's bones had been broken into two. One of the bones had already popped out, while the other was inserted into the bone marrow of the other broken bone. Zhang Feng looked at the wound. Although he felt a little disgusted, he endured it and cleaned the wound. Then he put down the dagger and looked at Elder Sunday. "It's up to you now." Sun Simiao nodded. Although this was his first time personally handling a knife, he was only an assistant the last time he was in the military camp. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would be nervous for the first time. Fortunately, the lamb's leg was completely cut open. After the muscles that wrapped around the bone were all cut open, the broken bone was taken out and soaked in alcohol to disinfect it. Then, according to Zhang Feng's instructions, he slowly looked for the cracks of the broken bone and pieced it back together. After all this was done, they naturally stitched up the muscle and fixed it. Zhang Feng didn't have to worry about this. After all, Sun Simiao had done it before, so he was quite familiar with it. Although it seemed very simple, it still took a full 4 hours to complete. When the two of them stopped, they were sweating profusely. However, he realized that old Gao and Ma Zhou were staring blankly at the lamb leg that had recovered to its original state with pale faces. The leg of the lamb was restored, and even the outer fur was sewn back. However, the broken part of the leg was firmly fixed with pieces of bamboo. After doing all this, Sun Simiao pulled out the acupuncture needles from the lamb's body one by one. The lamb still didn't seem to feel anything. It shook its hooves and realized that they were touching its hooves. It panicked and used its nose to rub the bamboo on the latter. It even stuck out its tongue and sneezed a few times. Sun Simiao said, "Make it drink all the things we prepared. Let me know when the effect of the anesthetic is over." After finishing all this, the two of them dragged their tired bodies back to old Gao's bedroom. They drank a big jar of water before they recovered. The two of them couldn't help but smile at each other. They couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. The lamb's experiment seemed to have succeeded. Once the effects of the anesthetics wore off, if the lamb was fine, then it would be truly alive.